Chapter 39-47. Oh right, you can also tell me what word you want. I think you can write an ugly word on the left side, and a woman on the right side. Together, it will be an ugly woman. I believe it will fit your identity very well. Lin Fei laughed. Don't worry, my strength is very good. I guarantee that you will not dissipate for the rest of your life. When Wuxia Phoenix came down, she had a bad temper. She just wanted to take revenge on Lin Fei. She wanted to beat him to the ground and sing, "Conquer." She had to sing it at least 10 times. It was a pity that her wish was good, but the result was not beautiful. How could she have known that the other party would transform from a sheep into a ferocious tiger, completely devouring her? Now, even her own safety was in the hands of the other party. This kind of huge difference made Wuxia Phoenix very upset. For a moment, she could not come back to her senses and accept the scene in front of her. Wuxia Phoenix was anxious. Her eyes turned red, and tears rolled down her face. What do you want? I admit defeat, okay? You bully a weak woman like this, is it fun? In one night, she had suffered twice and shed tears twice. Wuxia Phoenix wondered if she had come to the wrong place. How could she encounter such a thing? And this man did not have the demeanor of a gentleman at all. He even dared to make her suffer. Wuxia Phoenix really wanted to rush up and slap him a few times. But now, she did not dare to do anything. Even Bing Qingya, who was not far from her, did not dare to do anything. Because the dagger was too close to Wuxia Phoenix's neck, as long as the other side moved, she could easily slit Phoenix's throat. Now you know you are wrong, but it is too late. Oh right, you are not a weak woman. If I did not have some strength, I would have been at a disadvantage. You women are really unreasonable. Lin Fei joked, you were in a hurry just now, acting like a big sister. Now, it is not like your style just now. Wuxia Phoenix was about to collapse. She wanted to say, if I knew you were so powerful, I would not have done it. Woo, I was wrong, okay? I won't dare to cause trouble for you anymore. I'll admit defeat, okay? Wuxia Phoenix's tears flowed down. She was like a pear blossom in the rain. It was a tragic sight. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people couldn't help but feel pity for him. They wanted to rush over immediately. However, when they thought about how powerful this person was, they immediately suppressed those thoughts. He had dared to rush down from above. He was a few dozen meters away, and he was completely fine. Who could do that? Lin Fei really admired Wuxia's crying skills. She looked delicate and pitiful, and it was indeed quite good. This made him feel like a demon king bullying a weak girl. He laughed out loud, "Beauty, you look pretty good when you cry. Why don't you cry a few more times? Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I'll let you go." Wuxia Phoenix was in a bad mood. How can this bastard say such a thing? This time, Wuxia Phoenix had suffered too much, but she didn't know what to say. She really couldn't understand this man's habits. Bing Qingya said with a cold voice, "Mr. Phoenix is my best friend. What happened just now was Phoenix's fault. I'll apologize to you on her behalf. Please forgive her, okay? If you want compensation, I'll agree." Bing Qingya wasn't sure if she could make a move. Although the other side didn't make any movements, he just stood there casually, giving Bing Qingya a feeling that he was invulnerable and absurd. However, this absurd feeling didn't make her doubt it. Bing Qingya believed that if she dared to make a move against him, she wouldn't be able to get any benefits. She might even implicate Wuxia Phoenix. Bing Qingya really couldn't see through this kind of person. Lin Fei smiled, "I'm not an unreasonable person. Since the #1 beauty of the East Ocean has spoken, I have to give you face. How about this, if your best friend calls me daddy and spare his life, I'll let him go. How about it?" Lin Fei looked at Bing Qingya with a smile. Fire Phoenix almost roared out, suspecting that she had heard wrongly. How could a young miss like her take the initiative to call him daddy, and even ask him to spare her life? Wuxia Phoenix felt extremely ashamed. He was obviously toying with her. Huafeng Phoenix really wanted to go up and fight, but she still didn't dare. Lin Fei said again, I'll give you a choice. If you say it, I'll let you go. Otherwise, I'll make my move. You should know that a powerful daddy like me can't be called by anyone. Anyway, you won't lose anything. Don't you think so? Huafeng Phoenix cried even harder. This was too much of a bully. Although Huafeng Phoenix knew that this was a bad taste, calling a young man daddy was too awkward. Huafeng Phoenix really wanted to find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. Can you change it? Bing Qingya asked. Lin Fei shook his head and said, no, it has to be like this. Now, I'll count to 3. If you don't say it, then I'll make my move. You can try and see if I dare to make my move. Huafeng Phoenix looked at Bing Qingya with pleading eyes. However, Bing Qingya shook her head slightly, looking helpless. Huafeng Phoenix was very clear about her best friend's strength. Now, even she didn't dare to make her move. That meant that she didn't have any confidence. She could only clench her teeth to stop her tears. I'll say it, okay? Huafeng Phoenix didn't lower her head. She really didn't dare to gamble anymore. Right now, she could only get rid of the danger first. As for whether she would take revenge or not, that was another matter. Daddy, spare my life. Daddy, I won't dare to do it again. Huafeng Phoenix called a young man daddy. Her voice was almost no different from a mosquito. However, her whole face quickly turned red, like a red apple. Her whole body also became hot. This was too shameful. Huafeng Phoenix didn't even dare to face this man again. Lin Fei, however, was not very satisfied. He lightly snorted, your voice is too soft. I can't hear you at all. Please continue your performance. Huafeng Phoenix was so anxious that she wanted to stomp her feet. This bastard was definitely doing it on purpose. Remember, you don't have much time. Huafeng Phoenix suddenly quivered and didn't dare to think anymore. Daddy, spare my life. Daddy, spare my life. I won't dare to do it again. Huafeng Phoenix closed her eyes and also threw caution to the wind. This time, the voice was very loud. Ordinary people would be shocked. However, Lin Fei was very satisfied. Daughter is so obedient. Daddy will buy you candy. Huafeng Phoenix finally felt that the dagger had disappeared. She turned around and ran into the Lamborghini. She turned into a stream of light and rushed out. Lin Fei, I hate you. I will definitely take revenge on you. Bing Qingya smiled bitterly. She glanced at this strange man and hurriedly chased after her to comfort her best friend. Lin Fei didn't stop them from leaving. He was still smiling. What an interesting 2 women. However, this daddy is quite nice to hear. I hope there will be another chance next time. Fu Pin Chinese. Chapter 39-48. When Lin Fei returned to the top of the mountain, everyone didn't dare to look down on this ordinary-looking young man anymore. Even those who had shouted for revenge earlier restrained themselves. That was Huafeng Phoenix. She had a bad temper. In the end, she still suffered a great loss at the hands of this young man. Although they didn't know what they had shouted, they knew that it definitely wasn't anything good. If he dared to offend someone like Huafeng Phoenix, he either had a problem with his brain or he had a powerful background. They weren't idiots. They knew that it was definitely the latter. Therefore, they didn't dare to make a move again. Lin Fei easily obtained the gambling money. Those people didn't dare to refuse. Anyone who knew about this young man knew that he had a powerful background. Otherwise, how could he dare to beat up the young master of Longting Mountain Manor and even beat up Huafeng Phoenix? They had no choice but to lose a lot of money. Brother Lin, you're finally back. You scared me to death just now. Bai Xingnan heaved a sigh of relief when she saw Lin Fei return. Lin Fei smiled. Don't you know who I am? All right, it's getting late. It's time for us to go back. Bai Xingnan nodded and followed Lin Fei into the car. After they left, Biyao regretted it. He didn't know what to say. He gave himself a tight slap. Why didn't you listen to me? Great, now it's 100,000. Why was I so stupid? It was a chance to get rich overnight. The rest of the people could only watch as they left. They didn't dare to say a word. Soon, the news about what happened on the top of the mountain spread like wildfire. However, it was quickly suppressed as if it had never happened. Brother Lin, I remember that Huafeng Phoenix. She has a powerful background. You offended her like that. What if she takes revenge? Bai Xingnan said worriedly. Lin Fei didn't care. It's okay. I'm an easygoing person. Everything can be solved easily. Bai Xingnan blinked. That was a good reason. On the way back, Bai Xingnan experienced the Fast and Furious again. In the end, he sent her out of the district. Alright, I won't be going inside. Have a good sleep. Bai Xingnan actually wanted Lin Fei to come to her house. However, when she thought about what happened tonight, she thought that her father might be waiting for her at home. Brother Lin, thank you for helping me solve such a big problem tonight, Bai Xingnan said gratefully. Bai Xingnan said gratefully. While Lin Fei wasn't paying attention, she kissed him on the cheek. This is my reward for you tonight. Then, she ran away. When she saw this, he of Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Bai Xingnan Bai Xingnan's face turned red. After all, Bai Xingnan had Bai was Bai. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Bai Xingnan sitting in the living room with her father, Bai Tiancheng. Bai on Bai, you, I Bai. Bai, on. Bai Fei, Bai Tian, on, Bai and on. Dad, it's very easy to scare people if you just sit there quietly, okay? Bai Xingnan complained. Bai Tiancheng laughed dryly. Normally, he would have reprimanded him. However, he didn't dare to do so now. It should be known that Bai Tiancheng had gained a lot of face at Tingxing Manor tonight. In particular, Master Yu had said a few words to him. This was something that he didn't dare to think about normally. Daughter, how's the progress between you and Lin Fei? Bai Tiancheng's question made Bai Xingnan feel embarrassed. She wasn't his real girlfriend. She was just pretending to be his girlfriend. Her father thought that he was good at reading people, but he couldn't even tell. Dad, how old are you? Aren't you ashamed to ask this? Bai Xingnan pretended to be unhappy. Bai Tiancheng realized that he might have said too much. After all, he didn't dare to say too much about this. Lin Fei was someone with a powerful background. Until now, he still didn't know where Lin Fei came from. However, he could roughly guess that Lin Fei was from Yanjing. Otherwise, why would young Master Yan take the initiative to leave? Alright, I'll stop talking. But you have to seize the opportunity this time. You won't get another outstanding young man like him if you miss this one, Bai Tiancheng said as if he had been through it all. There were too many vixens nowadays. If he wasn't careful, he could be snatched away easily. Bai Tiancheng felt that he had to talk to his woman about this. The relationship between Bai Xingnan and Lin Fei had developed step by step. However, she knew that Lin Fei was more mysterious and outstanding than she had imagined. Putting everything else aside, just the scene on the mountain road tonight was enough to shock many people. She believed that in the near future, this news would definitely spread in the circle of Donghai. I got it. Bai Tiancheng's words gave Bai Xingnan a strange feeling. Do I really fall in love with Lin Fei? Bai Xingnan had seen many outstanding young men. When she thought about comparing herself with Lin Fei, she felt that there was a huge gap between them. Especially the scene tonight. It was the most exciting night in Bai Xingnan's life. She felt warm from the bottom of her heart. Lin Fei didn't go back to Xiao Lin's home. Instead, he went directly to Xiao Lan's home. Xiao Lan was still living in the same house as before. Lin Fei didn't need a key to open the door. As soon as he walked in, he heard the sound of water coming from the bathroom. It turned out that Xiaolan was taking a shower. Lin Fei didn't stand on ceremony. He took off his clothes and walked over. Xiaolan, who was taking a shower, was suddenly hugged by a strange man. She was startled. However, when she smelled the familiar scent, she couldn't help but exclaim. "Honey, why are you here?" "It's because you're so alluring and delicious. I also came to check the condition of the car. Who knows if the car will break down one day." Hearing this, Xiaolan's face turned red. She rebuked, "Honey, you're so bad. Let's check the condition of the car now." At dawn, Xiaolan was the first to wake up. Looking at the man lying next to her, a happy smile appeared on her face. These days were Xiaolan's favorite days. Although Lin Fei didn't come often, every time he came, she would experience a truly wonderful feeling. She could even buy the things she liked. Thinking of this, Xiaolan's smile became even brighter. She took the initiative to crawl under the quilt and reported her love. Lin Fei felt refreshed. However, when Xiaolan walked, she couldn't walk properly. Nevertheless, she still made breakfast with love for Lin Fei. "Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect your cooking to be so good." Lin Fei ate his fill. He had to admit that Xiaolan knew how to serve men very well. "Thank you for your compliment, honey. If you want to eat it, I can make it for you every day. I guarantee it won't be the same every day." Lin Fei laughed. "Ha ha 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 ha, no matter how delicious it is, it can't be as delicious as what you made." Xiaolan instantly became shy. Chapter 39-49. "Hubby, are you free in a few days?" Xiaolan suddenly asked when Lin Fei was about to leave. Lin Fei stopped. "It's hard to say in a few days." "What's the matter?" Xiaolan said, "It's the guys in my classmates group. They said that they plan to go to the seaside for a vacation and hold a class reunion. If you're free, I want you to accompany me and meet those old classmates." Lin Fei thought for a moment and said, "You can inform me one day in advance. If I'm free, then I'll go. If not, then you can go by yourself." Lin Fei actually had no impression of those old classmates. However, because he was a cultivator, he could still clearly recall those memories. Among his old classmates, Xiaolan, the class belle, had been eaten by him. The remaining old classmates were not worth his interest. Since Xiaolan had said so, Lin Fei could not refuse. Hearing Lin Fei's words, Xiaolan was relieved. She smiled sweetly and said, "Okay, hubby. I'll call you one day in advance." On the way out, Xiaolan took the initiative to kiss Lin Fei again. Then, she closed the door reluctantly. After closing the door, Xiaolan thought of that matter again. No, hubby is too powerful. I can't handle it alone. No matter what, I have to bring a comrade with me. Otherwise, hubby might forget about me one day. And two is better than one. When we move to the new villa, I have to find a companion for myself." Lin Fei did not know that Xiaolan wanted to find a comrade for herself. Of course, even if Lin Fei knew, he would at most chuckle. Regardless of whether it was one or two, their combat strength was the same. They would only be able to withstand a few rounds and would have to surrender. In the parking lot of the community, Lin Fei saw many people pointing at the Bentley Toyota. Only then did he notice that the Bentley Toyota, which was originally in good condition, had become tattered after racing on the mountain road last night. The scratches all over its body made people feel that it was a pity. "Looks like it's time for me to change my car." Lin Fei sat in the Bentley Tianhua and drove out of the neighborhood. He was thinking about what kind of car he should change to. After all, the Bentley Tianhua was in such a dilapidated state. After repairing it, he didn't have the mood to drive it anymore. Moreover, after the race yesterday, he felt that the Bentley Tianhua was still a little lacking. In any case, he had earned 1 billion yuan last night. What kind of car could he not have? However, Lin Fei really didn't know much about the car. He wanted to call Xiaolan, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. Xiaolan had been tortured by him last night. Looking at how she was walking, it was impossible for her to go out. Forget it, I'll just go to the car dealership. In the end, Lin Fei didn't go to the car dealership. Instead, he went to a car show. After all, it was summer now, which was the off-season for cars. However, many companies would hold car shows to attract customers. It was also a coincidence that Lin Fei heard the advertisement and drove over. You don't say, the scale of this auto show is quite big. Lin Fei casually parked the car in the parking lot and didn't care about the gazes of others. He walked into the center of the auto show. Today's auto show was actually all about high-end cars, and all of them were luxury cars. Relatively speaking, there weren't many people at the auto show today. Those who could come here were basically white-collar workers. Lin Fei looked around casually. He hadn't thought about what car to buy yet. Because he was about to take over Longting Villa. All the cars he bought would be sent to Longting Villa. I think yesterday's Lamborghini is not bad. I can buy one. The Ferrari that Bing Qingya drives is also not bad. Of course, if there are classic models, I can also buy one. Lin Fei thought as he walked. He now had far more than 1 billion yuan in his card, and Yan Tianheng would soon transfer another sum of money to him. Therefore, Lin Fei was not short of money at all. Along the way, so far, there was no car that Lin Fei liked at first sight. Hey, this car is quite good. Lin Fei, who was walking, suddenly stopped. His gaze fell on a white martin, which actually had a shark's face on the front. What else could it be if it wasn't a martin? The price of a single car was more than 10 million yuan. There were also many people around the car, taking photos as a souvenir. Lin Fei walked in and asked, "May I know how much this Aston Martin is?" As soon as the manager of the auto show saw him, he had a faint smile on his face. He didn't look down on Lin Fei at all because of his ordinary clothes. Because of this young man. The manager saw a trace of difference because his temperament was very different, even among ordinary people, it was very conspicuous. "Hello, sir. This is our Aston Martin." Lin Fei interrupted, "Just tell me the price. As for the rest, you don't have to say it." This scene fell into the eyes of many people around, and they all felt that this young man was too tactless. He directly asked the price of a car. Did he have to be so extravagant? Was he here to pretend to be 13? The face of the auto show manager also changed, but he immediately recovered. 13. 5 million. This time, the auto show manager learned to be smart. It's so cheap, and it's not expensive at all. Do you have a ready-made car? Can this car be taken away? If it's possible, I'll buy it right away. Otherwise, I'll go to another shop. In Lin Fei's eyes, this car was indeed very cheap, even less than 1% of yesterday's price. By the way, I'm paying in cash. He added the last sentence. The auto show manager's whole body was full of smiles. Of course, of course. It's not a problem if you want it. Please come with me, sir. Under the eyes of the crowd, this seemingly ordinary young man quickly bought an Aston Martin without blinking, spending 13.5 million just like that. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to take the car away. Later, you will send the Aston Martin to Longting Villa. You know the place, right? How could the auto show manager not know what kind of place Longting Villa was? It was the most mysterious place in Donghai, a place that even rich people couldn't enter. Mr. Lin, don't worry. We will immediately arrange for someone to send it to you. The auto show manager knew that he had met a big shot. After the Aston Martin was exhibited, Lin Fei strolled around again and bought 3 supercars in succession. Lamborghini's Big Bird, Ferrari's Rafale supercar, and the famous Aries GTR. The total cost was less than 80 million, which was too cheap. However, this move in this auto show attracted countless people's envy. Buying a car was like buying vegetables. His heroic spirit soared to the heavens. Where did this big tycoon come from? Chapter 3950. Master, you're back. In the Longting Manor, Master Yu personally came to greet him. After buying a few supercars at the auto show, Lin Fei drove a Lamborghini into the Longting Manor. After getting out of the car, Lin Fei felt that the entire Longting Manor was much quieter. It was very different from last night. Yu Zishan said, "Master, I was afraid that these people would disturb your rest, so I dismissed most of the people in the manor. Other than a few chefs and servants, there are no more than 20 people in total." Lin Fei was very satisfied with Yu Zishan's actions. After all, he did not want so many people to appear in the Longting Manor. After all, he had to redecorate the place, and the fewer people, the better. "You've done very well. I'm very satisfied." Lin Fei smiled and said, "Go and make the arrangements. Someone will send a sports car here later. Don't let them wait." Yu Zishan nodded repeatedly. "Master, don't worry. I'll immediately arrange for someone to deal with it. By the way, Master, I know what happened last night. My 2 foster sons are waiting for Master to deal with them. How dare they offend Master? Master, you can deal with them however you want. You don't have to give me any face." Lin Fei really did not take those 2 guys seriously. However, since Yu Zishan made such a choice, he said casually, "Forget it, there's nothing to deal with. Just get rid of them. I don't want to see them in Donghai anymore. Moreover, your foster sons are not good people, so it's not good to keep them around." Lin Fei's casual words determined the future of Yu Zishan's 5 foster sons. Yu Zishan still had feelings for his 5 foster sons. Hearing this, he heaved a sigh of relief. "I want to thank Master for being merciful on behalf of my foster sons. I'll make them leave Donghai later and never come back again." After Yu Longlai and the others heard the results, they vomited blood and were filled with regret. The other foster sons were the same. Of course, this was a story for another time. Walking in the Longting Manor again, Lin Fei was more and more satisfied with the manor. However, some places still needed to be rearranged. After all, although this place was good, in Lin Fei's eyes, there were still many problems. After Yu Zishan dealt with things, he returned. Lin Fei said, "Go find a few people who can design antique buildings. I think our Longting Manor needs to be rearranged. Otherwise, it would be a waste. Also, from now on, I'll make Longting Manor into a real paradise." When Yu Zishan owned the Longting Manor, it was a waste. It had not been fully developed yet. Lin Fei was naturally different. Lin Zishan, Longting Manor. "Yes, Master. I will make the arrangements immediately." Yu Zishan began making arrangements as well. Lin said. "Lins will long, I Lin long, Lin have long, I have Lu, I have long, I have Yun, I Fei, I have long, I Lin Tian Shan, I have long. I have Lin Li have Yen, I Lan, Fei, Chen, have. Chen, Lin Zhou, LL have Zai, I seem, I have Z Zhou." Lin Fei walked into the garage. The underground garage of the manor was very big. At this time, there were more than a dozen luxury cars parked in the garage. Some of them were Yu Zishan's collection, but they were all given to Lin Fei. As a man, and an immortal at that, Lin Fei's mentality had finally returned to that of his youth. Therefore, he had a certain interest and hobby in collecting cars. Moreover, Longting Manor was so big. No matter what, he had to buy something to decorate it. For example, these luxury cars and supercars. If this idea were to spread and people found out about it, many people would cry for their parents. Others worked so hard for luxury cars, but Lin Li just put them up as if they were works of art. There was no one else like him. Rich people were indeed capricious. Lin Fei chose an Aston Martin. It was white in color and had smooth lines. He stepped on the accelerator and rushed out. Lin Fei was going to buy a batch of jade stones to arrange a large-scale needle technique. As soon as the supercar appeared, the roar of the explosion attracted the attention of countless people. It's still better to drive a sports car. At least the explosion is not something a Bentley can compare to. After driving to the city, Lin Fei slowed down. Finally, he went all the way to the most famous Jade Street in Donghai. This was also his first time here. However, he learned from Yu Zishan that there were many top-grade jade stones on this Jade Street, and this was the only place in the entire Donghai that had enough jade stones. Lin Fei came here to try his luck. If he could buy top-grade jade stones, that would be the best thing. If not, he could only go out. After finding a nearby parking lot, Lin Fei parked the Aston Martin and walked into the Jade Street. When he walked into the Jade Street, he found that this Jade Street was very antique. It was antique and original. Lin Fei knew that this Jade Street should be one of the projects supported by the Donghai government. Otherwise, it would not be so eye-catching. The Jade Stone Street was bustling with people coming and going, making it very lively. Along the way, Lin Fei saw stones of different sizes placed in front of the shops. There were pieces of jade inside the shops, but Lin Fei was not interested in them because the quality was too low. They could only deceive outsiders, but not Lin Fei. Is there no good jade here? This is too ordinary. Lin Fei wanted to arrange a large array, so he definitely needed good jade stones. I can't come here for nothing. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Suddenly, Lin Fei heard the sound of firecrackers in front of him. Then, he heard voices coming from the street. There's jade. There's jade. Wow, it's the jade of glutinous rice. I'm going to be rich. Lin Fei's hearing was very good, so he could hear every word clearly the moment it was transmitted over. Many people took the initiative to run to the front. Therefore, Lin Fei also decided to go and have a look. After all, the jade in these shops was really ordinary. If it was not necessary, he really did not want to buy these jade stones. After all, he really did not lack money now. When he came to the end of the Jade Street, Lin Fei found that there was actually a large factory in front of him, with an area of at least 30,000 to 50,000 square meters. There was a roar of machines inside. It turned out that someone was cutting stones here. The place where the firecrackers were set off just now was one of the places where the stones were cut. When Lin Fei walked over, he heard the sound more clearly. This guy has a really sharp eye. That's right. The total cost is 200,000 yuan, but he actually cut out a green jade worth 5 million yuan in one go. That's because he has a good eye. Didn't you see the boss's expression as if his parents had died? Hee hee, but it's really satisfying. The boss is not a good person. Every time he sells something, he is extremely stingy. I didn't expect that this time someone would get a 5 million yuan jade for 200,000 yuan. I guess he won't be able to sleep well for a long time. Chapter 3951. Lin Fei watched the scene for a while and knew what was going on. It turns out that this is the place for stone gambling. I didn't expect that there would be stone gambling in this kind of place in Donghai. No wonder they set off firecrackers just now. It's really interesting that the price of a raw stone that was worth 200,000 yuan rose to 5 million yuan. Moreover, the quality of this person's jade is not bad. Setting off firecrackers was also a kind of custom here to tell people that good jade was out. At this moment, Lin Fei finally knew why he couldn't see good jade in the shops outside. It turned out that they were all bought by others. If I want to set up a formation with good jade, I guess I have to open it myself. Lin Fei watched the scene for a while and found that the jade was soon bought by someone for 5 million yuan. And this soon became something that everyone was talking about. Young man, do you want a stone gambling? The stones here are very good. If you want to have a look, I can give you a discount. There were many stalls in the big factory, with piles of gray stones. These inconspicuous stones were called raw stones. After opening them, there would be jade inside. When Lin Fei walked in front of a stall, the boss suddenly greeted Lin Fei with a simple and honest expression on his face. But this time, in Lin Fei's eyes, the simple and honest expression was full of acting. Whoever regarded the boss as a simple and honest person would definitely be at a disadvantage. The boss was a middle-aged man, tall and strong, about 40 years old. He looked simple and honest, commonly known as an honest person. If he was in the countryside, there would definitely be no doubt. But here, it was still a question mark. Lin Fei approached the stall and found that there were a lot of stones piled up here. It was a relatively large scale nearby. Young man, it should be your first time to stone gambling, right? The raw stones here are all from Myanmar. They are absolutely old pit stones, genuine at a fair price. The middle-aged boss tried his best to promote his products. This is a jade street. It's a relatively large raw gemstone collection area. Did you see that? The jade that the man just cut out is of the old pit type. The success rate is very high. Lin Fei laughed. Just because of what you said, I have to come in and have a look. Otherwise, I will really miss the opportunity. The middle-aged man smiled from the bottom of his heart. He knew that he had met a big fat sheep. After all, stone gambling was not that easy. Moreover, it also depended on one's eyesight. As for luck, you would also believe it. If your luck was really that good, you wouldn't have been poor all your life. Little brother, do you want me to introduce you to a few raw gemstones? I can guarantee that they will contain jade. If they don't, I won't charge you, the middle-aged boss pointed at a few stones and said. Lin Fei glanced at the stones and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This boss really knows how to talk. If there's no jade, then he doesn't want to pay. What if it's a low-grade jade? Wouldn't it be a huge loss? The stones pointed out by the middle-aged man boss did have some green in them, but the green was very thin. Whoever bought it would lose a lot of money. At the very least, if they spent 10,000 yuan, they would only have 1,000 yuan left. The efficiency of losing money was even faster than buying stocks. Thank you, but there's no need. I want to have a look myself. Maybe I'll be lucky. The middle-aged boss didn't say anything, but in his heart, he had already determined that the other party was a rookie. How could one look at raw gemstones like this? Lin Fei didn't care what the boss thought. He walked back and forth in the circle of raw gemstones. This behavior didn't seem like a stone gambling expert at all. As Lin Fei looked along the way, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. It seems that I have overestimated the raw gemstones on this jade street. The quality is not that good. Maybe the good raw gemstones have been taken away before they reach the East China Sea. And the high-quality raw gemstones here are pitifully few. After looking for a while, Lin Fei suddenly realized. Because there were no less than 300 raw gemstones, there were only a few that contained jade. It didn't meet Lin Fei's requirements at all. Hey, this raw gemstone is not bad. In an inconspicuous place, Lin Fei inadvertently saw a cracked raw gemstone. This raw gemstone weighed dozens of kilograms, but the cracked place was almost like a peach. There was a big crack in the middle, and a trace of green could be vaguely seen. However, such a stone was obviously thrown in the corner, and there was a lot of dust on it. Obviously, it had been left there for a long time. Little brother, good eyesight. This is a good jade. Do you see it? It's green. The middle-aged boss came out and introduced it enthusiastically. Lin Fei didn't believe the boss's words and said jokingly, "Boss, if this is a high-quality jade, then why don't you open it yourself? Don't think that I don't know. It's cracked. Who knows if all the jade inside is cracked? Although I'm a rookie, I still know something." The middle-aged boss really wanted to fool this young man. After all, this stone had been left there for too long. So he smiled dryly and continued, "Although it's not a high-quality raw gemstone, it's also a good jade. Look at this green. At least you won't lose money if you buy it." In Lin Fei's eyes, there was a purple mass in the center of this cracked raw gemstone, and the color was very beautiful. When Lin Fei came, he also learned a little about the jade. There were many kinds of jade, among which purple jade was a very rare kind of jade. If it was a big piece, the value would undoubtedly be very amazing. The piece inside was really the size of an adult's fist. It was a big piece of jade, especially in this cracked raw gemstone. Nature was really magical. Give me an honest price. I'm very interested in this raw gemstone. Anyway, it's green. It's not bad to buy it and try it. The middle-aged boss was happy in his heart. Little brother, you're so bold. Since you're pleasing to the eye, I'll give you at most 400,000 for this top-quality raw gemstone. What do you think? I spent a full 1 million when I bought it. Lin Fei raised his leg and said, forget it. You can sell it slowly for 400,000. What a joke. Lin Fei really didn't see this cracked raw gemstone along the way. This guy was too good at fooling people. The middle-aged boss was anxious when he heard that. He really wanted to fool people. After all, this raw gemstone was only 100,000 yuan when he bought it. But it had been left there for several years and no one dared to buy it. It was almost a waste. Now that someone was finally interested in it, how could he dare to keep it in his hands? Little brother, wait a minute. Is 400,000 enough? 300,000? No, 200,000 is fine. I'm losing so much money. Lin Fei still didn't stop. He was the only one who could see through this kind of stone. Otherwise, no one would want it. There was only a trace of green. Who knew how much it had? It would probably be difficult to make a ring surface. 100,000 yuan. I'll sell it to you for 100,000 yuan. That's definitely the lowest price. The middle-aged boss said with a pained expression. Seeing that the other party was about to walk out of the stall and didn't look like he was going to stop, the middle-aged boss shouted, absolutely not. You can buy a raw gemstone that weighs 50 kilograms for only 50,000 yuan. It won't be a big loss. Lin Fei didn't know much about the price of raw gemstones. However, 50,000 yuan was still acceptable. After all, the difference in profits was too big. 30,000 yuan. I'll help you deal with it. I can also help you open it to see if there's any jade. How about that? Lin Fei stopped and said. The middle-aged boss smiled bitterly. Little brother, you win. 30,000 yuan it is, 2K reading net. Chapter 3952. Lin Fei smoothly bought a raw stone that looked like a cracked peach with 30,000 yuan. Only he knew that there would be a piece of purple jade in this raw stone. If it weren't for the beautiful color of this jade, Lin Fei wouldn't have bothered to buy this raw stone. Although it couldn't be used to set up a formation, it could be used as a gift. Anyway, he came to the Jade Street. He couldn't go back empty-handed. After paying the money, the boss enthusiastically took Lin Fei to the place where the stone was cut. In fact, the boss also wanted to see what kind of jade could be found in this cracked raw stone. The stone cutter was a strong man with dark skin. It was obvious that he had worked in this place for a long time. Sir, are you going to cut it open with one cut? Or do you want to cut it open while rubbing the stone? This was also one of the two ways to cut the raw stone. One cut was commonly known as the heaven of life and death. It allowed people to experience the rapid change from life to death. Because one cut could know whether there was jade or not. If there was jade, it would rise. If there was no jade, it would fall. The other way was to rub the stone, which was to keep rubbing along the green place. It took a certain amount of time, but the advantage was that it was stable. Each of the two ways had its own advantages. Just rub the stone. Lin Fei smiled and said, I think this stone should have jade. It would be a pity to cut it open with one cut. Because Lin Fei knew that there was a piece of purple jade inside. If he cut it open with one cut, the purple jade would be destroyed, so it was better not to cut it open. Originally, the boss thought that the young man would cut it open with one cut, but he chose to rub the stone. He despised him a little in his heart. He knew that this stone would definitely not rise. It was a complete waste of time. However, the boss didn't dare to say it. After all, it would be bad if it was spread out. Soon, the machine rang. The stone cutter began to rub the stone according to Lin Fei's request. Soon some people came over, but when they saw this stone, they couldn't help but be a little disappointed. Because everyone knew the background of this stone here. It belonged to the kind that no one wanted. They also knew that the boss had made a big profit this time. They didn't know how much money this young man had been made. The stone-cutting master was in a good mood at first, but as he rubbed it in, he began to feel disappointed. That was because the green was very thin, and gradually, there were pieces of white cotton wadding inside. This was also one of the most common problems in stone gambling. It fell. It's better to just cut it off. Lin Fei was still very calm. Continue until you finish. I'll give you a reward for your hard work. Only Lin Fei could guarantee that there was jade in this kind of stone. Just the layer of white cotton on the outside would take a long time to polish. For stone gambling, it was very difficult for a stone with cotton wool to produce jade. Even if it did, it would be pitifully small. The machine roared, and the stone-cutting master continued to rub the stone. The huge stone, which weighed more than 100 pounds, became smaller and smaller. When everyone was disappointed, the stone-cutting master suddenly exclaimed, "Quickly sprinkle water." This was said to the disciple next to him. The disciple was also stunned for a moment, then hurriedly fetched some water and washed it. With this dash, a sparkling and translucent purple appeared just like that. Sir, it's a big increase. The stone-cutting master shouted happily. That purple was so clear. This was an amethyst. When Lin Fei saw this smear of purple, he broke into a smile. The amethyst looked much better than expected. After all, there was still a difference between what he sensed with his divine sense and what he saw with his own eyes. After all, it was different visually. The middle-aged boss next to him was completely disappointed, but when he saw this scene, he leaned forward. How is it possible? This is obviously a cracked stone, but there is an amethyst. Damn it. At this time, the middle-aged boss regretted it. If he had been given a chance, he wouldn't have sold it so cheaply. 30,000 yuan. If I had known, would have cut it myself. The middle-aged boss wanted to slap himself. Continue to rub. Lin Fei laughed. The news that there was an amethyst here spread all the way. In a moment, a group of people came over, and each of their eyes lit up. Amethyst, it's really amethyst. Wow, it's been a long time since there was an amethyst in our Jade Street. I remember the last time there was an amethyst was 3 years ago, and this jade's color is clear. It's a top-grade jade. Many of the people who came here were salesmen of jewelry companies. They wandered in the Jade Street to buy jade when they had nothing to do. After all, jade and jadeite had become more and more expensive in recent years, and good goods were basically not easy to find. Therefore, these places would be guarded by people. Once there was one, they would buy it at a high price. Anyway, there would be no loss, and someone would buy it. Sir, can we sell this jade for 1 million yuan? A round-faced fat man came over and asked. As soon as the fat man finished speaking, someone immediately slapped him in the face. Damn fat man, you are fooling people. Young man, this jade can be sold for at least 2 million yuan. Brother, our company is very sincere. We will buy it for you at 3 million yuan. Whether it was 1 million or 2 million yuan, Lin Fei pretended not to hear it. He knew in his heart that these people didn't offer the actual price, and he didn't intend to sell it at all. I'm sorry, I don't intend to sell this jade, no matter how high the price is. Lin Fei shook his head and said. Originally, everyone thought that this young man was easy to fool. If they could cheat him, they would definitely make a fortune. However, they didn't expect that he wouldn't sell it at all. How could they be willing to sell it? The fat man said again, 3 million yuan. We are really sincere. Lin Yunfei's face slightly sank. I said I won't sell it. Didn't you hear me? I won't sell it even if you pay 30 million yuan. If it was somewhere else, Lin Fei wouldn't be willing to throw them all out. The stone-cutting master was not affected and continued to rub the stone slowly. As time passed, a fist-sized purple jade was soon cut out. The whole amethyst was crystal clear and very beautiful. It had a kind of noble and fashionable atmosphere, which formed a difference from other ordinary jade. Wow, it's so beautiful. It's such a big amethyst. This guy made a big fortune. I heard that the raw stone bought for 30,000 yuan actually contained amethyst. This guy is so lucky. Everyone was drooling, and they couldn't wait to swallow it in one bite. The Jade Street hadn't had such a good jade for a long time, especially an amethyst. The salesmen of the jewelry princes also called the company one by one. They couldn't offer a high price, but the people in the company could. If they really bought it, then they could get a good fee, which would be enough for a few months. If they tipped it, they would be rich. Lin Fei took out 1,000 yuan as a tip to his stone-cutting master. The stone-cutting master happily took the 1,000 yuan. He was in a good mood. After all, he had cut out an amethyst, which was known as the best jade with one eye. He could boast about it for a long time. Chapter 39:53. After a complete piece of purple jade was dug out, many people envied it. Lin Fei casually put the purple jade in a plastic bag. Everyone was stunned. This was a piece of jade. If it was accidentally dropped, it would be very distressing. Lin Fei, on the other hand, did not feel that way. He politely declined everyone's offers and walked out of the Jade Street. Lin Fei was quite disappointed with the Jade Street. There wasn't much top-quality jade to be dug out, so he had to change places. When he came out, Lin Fei noticed that he seemed to be stared at, but he didn't care much. He quickly walked to the parking lot and threw purple jade in the Aston Martin's passenger seat. He didn't even look at them as he stepped on the accelerator and rushed out. Those who followed up really had their own ideas, but when they saw the Aston Martin, they immediately gave up. This was a supercar that was worth tens of millions. How could they offend someone who could drive a supercar that was worth tens of millions in Donghai? At this time, in the base of the Yan Huang battle team, Director Tai Zhan had already received a complete set of information, but he felt uncomfortable looking at it. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? It was the clerk, Xiao Wu, who sent the information. She nodded and said, Director, I didn't make a mistake. This is all about Lin Fei. This person is very ordinary, but he disappeared for 5 years. We don't know where he went. We have checked all the information but couldn't find him. Xiao Wu was a girl. In fact, she was also curious why the director would ask her to investigate a young man, and an ordinary young man at that. He had thought that this person's information was very simple, but he had suddenly disappeared for 5 years. It was indeed a bit unbelievable, because there were no clues to prove where he had gone during these 5 years. It was as if he had disappeared into thin air, which was thought-provoking. Tai Zhan wanted to know the details of this Lin Fei more than anyone else. But when he looked at the information, he was really ordinary. He was an ordinary person since he was a child, and there was no difference between him and his university. Moreover, he was an orphan. Tai Zhan almost couldn't believe it was true. He actually disappeared for 5 years. There must be something wrong with these 5 years. Tai Zhan put down the documents and frowned. However, where had he gone in the past 5 years? Why had there been no news of him? The first thing that came to Chief Iron Zhan's mind was the hidden sections. This kid must have gone to some sects to cultivate. However, to be able to reach such a level in just 5 years, this person is definitely a genius, or even a god's favored one. No wonder he could crush grandmasters and Dao cultivators. Tai Zhan felt a headache coming on. How was he supposed to deal with such an unstable factor in his territory? Director, I have another piece of news about this Lin Fei. He should have moved into Longting Manor. This morning, Yu Zishan cleaned up all the people in Longting Manor. Except for the chefs and servants, there were no more than 20 people left. Also, 5 supercars were sent to Longting Manor from today's auto show. They were all young people named Lin Fei. Tai Zhan received another new piece of information. In fact, he was already mentally prepared for Longting Manor. After all, it was a blessed place that ordinary people could not get their hands on. However, it was not a problem for that kid. It seems that I need to pay a visit to this Lin Fei again. Tai Zhan could not do anything to him. Moreover, the other party was from a sect. Although the sects did not dare to be too high profile, they were still powerful and had to be guarded against. Tai Zhan had already decided that if that kid was obedient in Donghai, then everything would be fine. However, if he continued to cause trouble, then he did not mind catching that kid and teaching him a lesson. After all, he had the entire Yan Huang battle team behind him. Lin Fei did not know that his information was in front of Chief Iron John. He drove the Aston Martin directly back to Longting Manor. If it were not for those people, Lin Fei had planned to take the jade and design it so that he could give it to someone when the time came. Master, you're back so soon. Yu Zishan had already arranged everything properly. As soon as he heard that Lin Fei was back, he immediately came over. Lin Fei said, "Go and find out if there are other places in Donghai that have more jade. You said that the Jade Street is not good, so you have very little jade." Since he had taken down Longting Manor, Lin Fei planned to set up a large formation as soon as possible to completely activate the true effects of the blessed place. He could not afford to drag this on. "I'll go and find out more about it." "I believe there should be some," Yu Zishan said anxiously. After all, he was the one who suggested going to the Jade Street. "Right, help me contact a jade designer. I plan to use jade to design a few things." Yu Zishan immediately went to make the arrangements. In the evening, Yu Zishan told Lin Fei a piece of good news. "Master, I just received a piece of good news. In a few days, we will be holding an underground auction here. I heard that there will be a lot of top-grade jade. If Master is free, you can go and take a look. I don't think you will return empty-handed." Lin Fei was eating Western food. The chefs that Yu Zishan left behind were really good, especially this chef who knew how to cook Western food. The taste was top-notch, making Lin Fei very satisfied. He put down the knife. Lin Fei wiped his mouth. "An underground auction? Are you sure that there will be top-grade jade?" Since they were setting up a formation, they naturally needed top-grade jade, especially for the core. Normally, it would not be possible. Yu Zishan nodded. "That's right. I'm an old customer there. If they say that there will be jade, then there will definitely be jade. Sometimes, there will even be some strange items. This underground auction is not open to ordinary people. It's open to rich people, most of whom are martial artists." Lin Fei immediately knew that this should be a cultivator's auction. "I did not expect there to be such a place in the Eastern Sea. All right, you can accompany me there when the time comes. We can take this opportunity to see what the underground auctions in the Eastern Sea have." Ever since he returned to the East Sea, Lin Fei had never been to a place like this. Now that he had come across it, he had to take a look. He wanted to see what good things were left behind on Earth. "Also, I've already arranged for the designer that Master needs. She will come to our Longting Manor tomorrow. She's a top-notch designer. She can design anything that Master needs. Her skills are really good." Lin Fei was glad that he had asked Yu Zishan to stay. If not, it would be quite troublesome if he had to rely on himself. Chapter 3954. The effect of the spiritual water is still the best. Beneath Longting Manor. Lin Fei slowly opened his eyes. As he refined and absorbed the spiritual water, the fine cracks on his body quickly disappeared. This was Lin Fei's first time cultivating in the underground of Longting Manor. The quality of the spiritual water here was indeed much better than medicinal pills. It could heal the wounds on Lin Fei's body. Currently, no wounds could be seen on the surface of Lin Fei's body. However, there were cracks deep within his flesh and cells. At present, however, they had already been stabilized. As he continued to consume the spiritual water, the rate of recovery gradually increased. As for the aura of the fish monster, it had improved a lot in just 2 or 3 days. A fish monster with a cultivation technique was equivalent to being enlightened. Lin Fei casually threw a few pills down. These pills didn't have much effect on him now, but they were still quite effective on the fish monster. Not bad, not bad. Continue to cultivate. It might be able to transform in a few decades. The stronger the fish monster was, the less worried Lin Fei was about someone sneaking underground to steal the spiritual water. Putting everything else aside, Yu Zishan wouldn't be a match for the fish monster now. He walked out of the underground. Yu Zishan arrived at the hillside. The hillside was filled with precious tree species. After all, it was impossible for a place like this to be filled with ordinary tree species. Therefore, Yu Zishan had spent a lot of effort on this. At the very least, it looked like moving banknotes. Now, an empty space in the forest had been cleared. Lin Fei took out a spiritual seed that he had obtained previously. Now it's time to plant it. Let me see what kind of spiritual seed you have. Ever since he got it, Lin Fei hadn't planted it. However, he couldn't tell what kind it was. After all, it didn't look like much from the surface. After planting it, Lin Fei watered it with spiritual water. Only by watering it with spiritual water could the spiritual seed quickly sprout and take root. After planting it, Lin Fei observed it. After the spiritual water was poured on the spirit seed, it was completely absorbed by the spirit seed. The scene of the spirit seed not germinating or taking root surprised Lin Fei. This spiritual seed is quite extraordinary. Interesting. Lin Fei smiled and didn't care much about it. Anyway, he just needed to water it every day. He believed that no matter how powerful the spiritual energy seed was, it would still be able to take root and sprout. When they came down from the mountain, the sun had just risen. Yu Zishan had already prepared breakfast for them. Lin Fei was in a very good mood today, and he had also planted the spiritual energy seed. Yu Zishan took out 2 newspapers. One was about the East Ocean, and the other was an alternative newspaper. There is such a newspaper in Donghai? It turned out that this was not an ordinary newspaper, but a newspaper with information about martial artists. Its name was Yan Huang Daily. Yu Zishan explained. It turned out that the Yan Huang Daily was run by the Yan Huang battle team. It would list all the recent happenings, big or small. Such a martial arts newspaper was produced every half a month, and yesterday was the half-a-month mark. Anything big or small that happened could be found in the Yan Huang Daily News. Listening to Yu Zishan's report, Lin Fei smiled. Interesting. Lin Fei also admired the Yan Huang battle team's spirit of keeping up with the times. They actually produced such a newspaper. He picked up the newspaper and casually scanned through it. It was all about the martial arts circle. For example, someone had broken through to the obvious strength realm, someone had broken through to the next realm, and there were even some experts appearing somewhere. There were all kinds of things, and it was an eye-opener for Lin Fei. This Chinese world is much more mysterious than I thought. There is actually so much information in this. This Yan Huang battle team is also very powerful. In the past, Lin Fei had never heard of such news. After reading it, he put the newspaper aside. Remember to remind me when the Yan Huang Daily is published in the future. Yu Zishan quickly noted it down. After breakfast, the designer came to the restaurant. Lin Fei, who was standing upstairs, saw a white Maserati drive in. Then, a tall woman got out of the car. She was wearing a small black suit and trousers, and she looked very artistic. So it's a female designer. She looks pretty good. Lin Fei was dazzled at first glance. Lin Fei thought it was a man. After thinking about it, it was quite normal. After all, a man would definitely not be able to design anything good for something like the purple jade. Only a woman could design a perfect piece of art in this aspect. Sume got out of the car and subconsciously noticed that there was a gaze on her. She looked up and saw a young man standing on the railing. However, the appearance of this young man surprised Sume. She knew that this was Longting Villa, but who was this young man? Because she did not know him at all. Could he be Master Yu's new godson? Perhaps it was because of the first impression. Sumei felt a tinge of disgust towards the young man on the balcony. The 5 godson of Longting Villa weren't good people. They were notorious for being playboys. Miss Su, please come in. Yu Zishan personally came to welcome Sumei. Sumei was flattered. Master Yu, you're too polite. I'll go in myself. This was the first time Sumei had encountered such a situation. One must know that Master Yu was a top figure in Donghai. Not everyone could meet him just because they wanted to. Now that he had taken the initiative to welcome her, it was definitely unprecedented. Sumei was a little excited. Yu Zishan didn't know what Sumei was thinking. He just wanted Sumei to go in and design the purple jade for his master. He wouldn't think too much about it. My boss is waiting for you upstairs. Miss Su, you can go up yourself. Yu Zishan brought Sumei downstairs, but he didn't go upstairs. When Sumei heard this, she thought that she had heard wrongly. Boss? Since when does Master Yu have a boss? With an uneasy heart, Sumei went upstairs. When she walked into a room, she saw a young man. Isn't this the young man on the balcony just now? He's Master Yu's boss? Sumei couldn't believe it. Sumei had never known that Master Yu had a boss. Who didn't know that Master Yu was a big shot? Now, he actually had a boss. Furthermore, he was a young man. If this news were to spread, who knew how many people would be shocked? You're that designer? Lin Fei sat at the tea table and was slowly making tea. He raised his head and looked at the female designer who was at a loss at the door. This question actually made Sumei feel a tinge of pressure. She couldn't help but panic. Hello, boss. I'm Sumei. I made an appointment yesterday to help you design the jade. Lin Fei had requested for Yu Zishan to address him as boss. After all, it was too awkward to address someone as master in this day and age. Therefore, Yu Zishan simply asked him to address him as boss. Sumei. Your name sounds pretty good. Mobile version of the fastest updated website, M. Chapter 3955. Others might not be able to see anything, but in Lin Fei's eyes, this Sumei's physique was very unusual. It was a natural charm body. Although it had not yet been developed, that trace of charm could not be concealed. Only Lin Fei would say that it was a good name. A real person lived up to his name. Sumei was a little nervous. After all, this was Master Yu's boss. If she guessed further, the Longting Mountain Manor might even belong to this young man. This was definitely a big shot. Sumei didn't dare to imagine that she actually had the opportunity to design jade for such a big shot. Thank you for your compliment, sir. My name is just a so-so. Sumei tried hard to calm herself down. Lin Fei laughed. Actually, you don't have to be nervous. I'm not a man-eating tiger. My name is Lin Fei. You can call me young Master Lin. Lin Fei's words were like a spring breeze. Sumei instantly felt a lot more relaxed. Master Lin, can I have a look at the jade? After Sumei recovered, she immediately entered the working state. Only in this way, she felt that she could maintain her mentality. Even so, Sumei still stole a few more glances at Lin Fei's man. Although his appearance wasn't that of a handsome young man, for some reason, the more one looked at him, the more attractive he seemed. It was a kind of captivating feeling. Lin Fei smiled. The jade is in the box in front of you. Take a look and see if there are any good designs. We have plenty of time. Don't worry. Oh, do you want some tea? Sumei shook her head gently. I'd better take a look at the jade first. When she opened the box, the gorgeous colors made Sumei feel deeply enchanted. At the same time, she was shocked. Purple jadeite, this is purple jadeite. I didn't expect it to be purple jadeite, and it's so big. No wonder the Jade Street was full of it yesterday. Yesterday, Suman had also heard the news in many groups, but she had never thought that she would have the opportunity to design purple jade. After all, yesterday, Su Mei only knew that she was going to help a big shot design jade. She really didn't expect that it would be a purple jade, let alone such a big piece. It was beyond Su Mei's imagination that such a piece of purple jade would be in the hands of such a young man. What? Did the whole Donghai jewelry circle know about it yesterday? Lin Fei asked with a smile. After all, he didn't pay much attention to the Jade Street after he left yesterday. Su Mei nodded. Young Master Lin, you may not know this, but such a big piece of purple jade only appeared 3 years ago. Later, it was designed into several accessories by a master designer and won high praise. At that time, I was still an apprentice. I didn't expect that I would have the opportunity to design such a piece of purple jade. I really want to thank young Master Lin for giving me this opportunity. Su Mei's breathing quickened. After all, as a jewelry designer, her greatest achievement was to design her own jewelry. If she wanted to design jewelry that would be passed down, she must have good materials, and purple jade was one of the rare materials in jade. Is there such a thing? Lin Fei laughed heartily. Fortunately, I left early. Otherwise, I might have really been eaten. Su Mei chuckled. You're a big shot. They wouldn't dare to eat you even if they gave them 100 guts. Lin Fei poured himself a cup of tea and watched Su Mei studying the purple jadeite. He did not disturb her. After all, a piece of purple jadeite was nothing to him. His Longting villa needed a lot of jadeite to set up the formation. At this time, Yu Zishan walked in and reported to Lin Fei in a low voice. Lin Fei also stood up. Miss Su Mei, you design it yourself first. My request is to design some necklaces. If it's a ring, that's fine too. I want to give it to women who are not very old. You can think about it. I still have something to do. I'll come back later. Young Master Lin, don't worry. I will definitely design according to your requirements. I guarantee that you will be satisfied. Su Mei stood up and replied. After Lin Fei and Master Yu left the room, Su Mei held the table with both hands and let out a long sigh of relief. Su Mei, you can finally hold your head high. Who would have thought that such a good thing would happen to me? And this Lin Fei, he's really too manly. How can there be such a man in this world? The scent on his body smells so good. If only I could get close and smell it. As an immortal realm expert, Lin Fei was naturally different from others. In particular, his body had surpassed the level of an ordinary body. Therefore, he could feel the aura on Lin Fei's body. To Su Mei, it was like a kind of poison. Her heart was pounding. Su Mei, what are you thinking? He's a big shot. Why would he look at a small designer like you? You should just honestly design purple jade for him. Master, this Chief Taijan has the entire Yan Huang battle team behind him. He also has the #1 expert in Yanjing. I think he is worried that there will be an unstable factor in the East Sea. Therefore, he came to find Master. He probably won't make things too difficult for Master, Yu Zishan said in a low voice. Normally, Yu Zishan would be polite to Chief Taijan. However, this time, after he had his old boss, Lin Fei, his attitude was different. Lin Fei had long known that Chief Taijan would come, but he had come earlier than expected. It's good that he's here. We can have a good chat and understand the current situation in China. I believe he will be very interested in telling me about the situation. Taijan sat in the hall. This time, he did not bring anyone with him. He had come alone. He did not want too many people to know about Lin Fei's existence. Therefore, he had sealed off the incident at the Soaring Dragon Villa last night. Not everyone knew that there was another powerful person in Dongguan. Those people did not dare to say anything about the Yan Huang battle team's warning. They all kept their mouths shut. Chief Tai, we meet again. Lin Fei saw Taijan as soon as he walked into the hall. Taijan stood up. Young Master Lin, please forgive me for coming to visit. After all, someone like you is someone that the Yan Huang battle team must pay a visit to. Moreover, I would like to congratulate young Master Lin for moving into the Soaring Dragon Villa. Lin Fei sat down. Your Yan Huang battle team is quite capable. You received the information so quickly. You're much more impressive than I thought. Taizhan complained in his heart. If you're capable, you wouldn't have taken the initiative to pay a visit to not know where you've been in the past 5 years. Young Master Lin, you must be joking. Speaking of impressive, you're the truly impressive one. In a short 5 years, you've gone from an ordinary person to this level. How many people can do that? What do you think? Lin Fei did not mind that the other party was investigating him. After all, it was a very normal thing. I more or less know why Chief Tai is here. If you want me to join the Yan Huang battle team, then forget it. I'm not too interested in any sects or organizations. Of course, I don't want anyone to disturb my life. It's that simple. Lin Fei said calmly. As long as Chief Tai can do it, I don't think anything bad will happen to you. Remember the mobile website, Chapter 2707, Chief Tai Comes to Visit, page 1/1, bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 3956. Taizhan had taken the initiative to come over because he wanted to recruit Lin Fei. After all, he was such an unstable factor. It would be best if he could recruit Lin Fei before he found out who his backer was. He was not afraid that something bad would happen to Lin Fei. But now that Lin Fei had said so, Taizhan naturally gave up the idea. Moreover, Lin Fei's words were acceptable. If possible, Taizhan did not want to have any conflict with Lin Fei. After all, not everyone could grow from an ordinary person to a warrior at the Supreme Power Realm in 5 years. After Lin Fei spoke up, the rest of the conversation was more pleasant. Before leaving, Taizhan said, "Child Lin, the martial arts circle convention will be held in our neighboring Hangzhou in a month. You are a young man, so I hope you can go there on behalf of Dong Hai. Is that okay?" Lin Fei did not expect this. Lin Fei knew that the martial arts circle convention would be held in the neighboring Hangzhou, but he did not expect that Taizhan would ask him to go there. It seemed that Taizhan was going to lead the team. Lin Fei was a little surprised. "Director Tai, you seem to think too highly of me. Dong Hai is full of talents. Just find anyone to go there. You don't have to drag me along." Taizhan smiled bitterly and said, "Child Lin, you really know how to joke. Who dares to treat you as an ordinary person now? There are not many people in this circle who have reached the Supreme Power Realm at your age. As for the younger generation, they are at most at the level of overt strength or covert strength. There are not many who have reached the covert strength realm. So, please help us. Our Yan Huang team will not let Lin Xiaobai go." This idea had just popped up in Taizhan's mind. After all, the martial arts circle convention in Hangzhou was very important. If Dong Hai could find a powerful team leader, Taizhan would not have asked Lin Fei for help. As for the martial arts circle convention in Hangzhou, Lin Fei really wanted to see it. After all, he had left a lot of memories in Hangzhou, so he could go there. Now that Director Taizhan said this, Lin Fei hesitated and said, "Since Director Taizhan said so, I will reluctantly go there for you. But I can't guarantee what will happen. You have to be mentally prepared." Taizhan let out a long sigh of relief and immediately calmed down. With young Master Lin here, what else do I have to worry about? Just like that, Chief Iron Zhan left the Longting Manor. He looked back at the blessed land and sighed softly. I didn't expect that the Longting Manor that I've been planning for so long would be taken away by a young man. It seems that Yu Zishan has also submitted to him. This method is indeed impressive. Regarding this, Bureau Chief Iron Battle was also convinced. After Chief Iron Zhan left, Yu Zishan could not help but say, "Master, I don't think you should have agreed to Chief Iron Zhan's words just now. After all, Hangzhou and East Ocean are like fire and water. If you had led the team, you might have caused some trouble." Lin Fei really did not know about this. He frowned slightly and asked, "Is East Ocean and Hangzhou on bad terms?" Yu Zishan smiled bitterly and said, "This is a matter of the martial arts circle. Hangzhou and East Ocean have always been on bad terms. It's not a secret. In recent years, a lot of young disciples have emerged in Hangzhou, and East Ocean has always been suppressed by them. Under normal circumstances, East Ocean's martial artists rarely go to Hangzhou, and East Ocean's martial artists rarely come to East Ocean. Unless they have a great background, they basically won't go there. Since Lin Fei had already agreed, he did not care about Hangzhou's experts. He smiled and said, "It's okay. Anyway, I'm bored. I'll go out and meet some experts." Since his master had already said so, Yu Zishan did not dare to say anything else. When Lin Fei returned upstairs, he saw Su Mei, who was deep in thought. She was sketching and did not notice that Lin Fei had come. Lin Fei walked closer and saw that there were sketches on the draft paper. He could see the general shape just from the sketches. Lin Fei's eyesight was good, and he approved of Su Mei's design very much. "I didn't look for this designer in vain. Her skills are good." Lin Fei returned to his seat and did not disturb Su Mei's design. When Su Mei finished her design and saw Lin Fei, who was drinking tea, she was shocked on the spot. Lin Fei waved his hand and said, "Don't be nervous. I think your design is good. Come, have a cup of tea first." Lin Fei poured a cup of tea, and Su Mei carefully picked it up. She was indeed thirsty after the design just now, so she drank the tea in a few gulps. Lin Fei poured another cup for her, which made Su Mei feel a little flattered. "This is the rough design. Young Master Lin, do you think it's good?" Su Mei handed the sketch to him. Lin Fei did not look at it. He nodded and said, "I've seen it just now. It's really to my liking, so you can take the purple jade back to design it now." Until Su Mei left Longting Villa, her mind was still in a daze. Her eyes fell on the purple jade in the box next to her from time to time. Was this a dream? "Su Mei, you succeeded. You got the design of the purple jade. You will soon become a famous person in the circle." In one day, the news of the purple jade spread in the circle. Everyone wanted to get the purple jade to design and become famous. Su Mei never thought that she would have the chance to get it. "Does young Master Lin like me?" Su Mei's face was filled with charm. She was very satisfied with her body. However, she couldn't figure it out. She was just a little famous designer. How could she be qualified to get the purple jade design? No matter how Su Mei thought about it, she couldn't figure it out for a while. Lin Fei really appreciated Su Mei's physique. After seeing the design, he directly handed it to Su Mei to design. He was not afraid that she would run away with the purple jade. After all, it was not so easy to get his things. Longting Villa was about to be renovated. Lin Fei was too lazy to stay in Longting Villa anymore, so he directly returned to Xiao Lin's residence. At least for the next month, he didn't need to go to Longting Villa. After returning to Xiao Lin's place, Xiao Lin was elated for quite a while. She said in a bitter tone, "Brother Lin, I thought you really left." Although Xiao Lin said so, her eyes were full of surprise and joy. These days, Lin Fei did not come back to live. Xiao Lin was not used to it. She was depressed. Lin Fei said with a smile, "I wanted to leave, but wouldn't it be a pity for a beauty like you to stay here? So I came back to take a look, lest someone snatch you away." Xiao Lin was the kind of person who was thin-skinned. After being teased, her face instantly became red. "It's good that you came back. We can go to the exhibition hall together tomorrow. I think Sister Xingnan will be very happy to have a coolie like you, boss." Chapter 3957. When Lin Fei came back, Charlene's face lit up. She smiled the whole night. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He could tell how Charlene felt about him, but he couldn't do anything about it. "Brother Lin, get up for breakfast." Lin Fei was woken up by Charlene. When he walked out and saw the breakfast on the table, Lin Fei was quite surprised even though it was just porridge and steamed buns. "Yo, I didn't expect you to make breakfast today. Whoever marries you will be so happy." Charlene rolled her eyes. "I'm not getting married." Lin Fei felt helpless at her sudden words. It seemed like he didn't say anything wrong. Yes, I'm not getting married, I'm not getting married. I said the wrong thing. Lin Fei picked up the steamed bun and took a bite. It tastes pretty good. It seems like you're quite good at cooking. Charlene beamed with joy at the light praise. When she came downstairs, Charlene was a little surprised to find that Lin Fei had changed another car. Wow, you're really rich now. I saw you driving a Bentley some time ago, and now you've changed to a Mercedes-Benz. There were quite a few cars in the garage of Longting Villa, but Lin Fei wasn't a high-profile person, so he drove a Mercedes-Benz out. It was an S-Class Mercedes-Benz. It wasn't expensive, around $1 million. It was too common in a place like Donghai. After all, Donghai was known for having many luxury cars. Cars worth millions could be seen everywhere, and it really wasn't eye-catching. Aren't I going to be your chauffeur? I can't possibly drive a sports car over. If that happens, you and Sister Xingnan won't have anywhere to sit. Don't tell me you're willing to sit on my lap. Lin Fei teased, but Charlene rolled her eyes again. Brother Lin, I realize that you're getting naughtier and naughtier. Are you planning to hit on me? Charlene also felt that she was getting bolder. If it was in the past, she would never have dared to say such things. Lin Fei chuckled. Beauty Charlene, I'm already living with you. It's considered cohabiting. Do I still need to hit on you? Charlene burst into laughter. They talked and laughed along the way until they reached the company. Bai Xingnan had already recovered from the incident at Longting Villa. She thought that what happened that day would spread among the upper echelons, but she was surprised to find out that it hadn't spread at all. She was curious as to what her boss had done to prevent the news from spreading. This wasn't something an ordinary person could do. Otherwise, the entire Donghai would be bustling about it. Bai Xingnan thought that Lin Fei wouldn't come. When she saw Lin Fei and Lin Fei, she and Charlene, Lin and Lin, she was very happy. After all, Lin had came. It. Tutu. Li. It. Bai to Lin to tutu to he to Lin to tutu. Tian to it. Fei to Tian to Lin to and, Bai. Lin, I thought you would not to tutu, Lin Fei. I to Lin. To. Lin and to Bai Fei. Yang. Bai Fei. T to tutu. To. He to tutu to say. And he to Li and Yang, he. Lin and White. Lin. Bai Xingnan and Charlene laughed. What happened next was simple. Bai Xingnan packed the shapewear and placed it in the car. Her employees also went to the exhibition hall. Everything had been arranged. All that was left was to bring the items over. Bai Xingnan's heart warmed when she heard that Lin Fei was the chauffeur. After all, it was rare for someone with Lin Fei's identity to take the initiative to drive. Half an hour later, they arrived at the exhibition center. Today, the exhibition center was very lively. At a glance, most of them were girls. After all, this was an exhibition that involved women. However, there were also many men. Of course, whether the men were here to see the exhibition or to see the beauties was another matter. Bai Xingnan and Charlene got out of the car and took the shapewear from the box in the car. After making the shapewear, Bai Xingnan was worried that it would spread outside, so she had been carefully guarding it. When she walked into the exhibition hall, she found that it was already crowded. At a glance, it was filled with women's products, especially all kinds of clothes. There were exhibits everywhere, and it was quite lively. Manager Bai, we have a small situation. After they came in, the employee who was originally arranged here ran over to report. Her expression was a little ugly. Bai Xingnan's expression darkened slightly. She had made ample preparations for today's exhibition. What happened? Tell me slowly, there's no hurry. The employee was a girl with big and beautiful eyes. At this moment, she said with some grievance, Manager Bai, the people in the exhibition hall are deliberately bullying us. They clearly said that we were arranged to be in the main exhibition location, but as soon as we came here today, they directly changed to a small remote location. What do you think we should do? Bai Xingnan's expression also turned ugly. After all, in order to make the cloud shapewear an instant hit, Bai Xingnan had talked with the person in charge of the exhibition hall for a long time and paid a lot of price to get a good location. Who would have thought that in just one night, an accident would occur? Do you know who took our exhibition hall's location? Although Bai Xingnan was angry, she did not flare up on the spot. After all, this was the exhibition hall. Manager Bai, how have you been? Just as Bai Xingnan was about to find out who had taken the position, a voice suddenly sounded. A strange voice interrupted their conversation. Bai Xingnan turned around and saw a frivolous young man walking over. When she saw this young man, Bai Xingnan's expression changed slightly. Lu Wucheng, aren't you overseas? This fair and frivolous young man laughed. Xingnan, it seems that you haven't paid attention to any news about me for a long time. It's been more than 3 months since I came back. I'm now the person in charge of the Prestige Group. I was the one who took your exhibition hall. I think a small company like yours doesn't have the qualifications to have this kind of counterposition. Only our Prestige Group has the qualifications. What do you think? Xiao Lin, who was at the side, said straightforwardly, nonsense, who said that our company doesn't have the qualifications? How can your company's things compare to our company's? Xiao Lin was very clear about the effects of the cloud shapewear and was filled with confidence. The fair and clean Lu Wucheng laughed. Whether we have the qualifications or not isn't up to you to decide. Now that the exhibition hall belongs to our Prestige Group, you can only go to the small exhibition hall. If you're not satisfied, you can come and bite me. Xiao Lin was very angry. You're so shameless. Bai Xingnan pulled Xiao Lin's hand. Forget it, don't bother with a lunatic. Let's go to the small exhibition hall. Lin Fei, who was taking things from the side, watched this scene and did not say anything. However, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a trace of a smile. Chapter 3958. The fair-skinned Lu Wucheng didn't stop Bai Xingnan from leaving. Instead, there was a faint, evil smile on his face. Bai Xingnan, I'm back now. This time, you can't hide from me no matter what. I'll let you experience failure first. When the time comes, I'll let you accept reality step by step. Lu Wucheng was Bai Xingnan's friend. Although they weren't boyfriend and girlfriend, they were childhood sweethearts. Lu Wucheng had always treated Bai Xingnan as his own woman. The Lu family was also a big family in the East Sea. Even though their influence in recent years was not as great as before, they were still a famous big family in the East Sea with assets of more than 10 billion. Sister Xingnan, that guy is too annoying. He actually swapped our positions. Charlene said whatever was on her mind. She was very unhappy. Bai Xingnan's face was slightly pale. She secretly glanced at Lin Fei, as if she was afraid that he would be angry. Boss, that guy just now was a friend of mine when I was young. I didn't expect him to grow up and become like this. I will handle this matter myself. Bai Xingnan was worried that Lin Fei would misunderstand, so she simply explained. Lin Fei was not angry. You are the general manager now. It is not worthwhile to make things difficult for these villains. Didn't he plot against you? Just let him do what he wants. Anyway, we won't lose anything. You just need to know that our company will be in the limelight in the exhibition hall today, so you should think about how to arrange it later. Bai Xingnan's mood was a lot better. After all, she was really angry just now, and since she was young, she had never been interested in Lu Wucheng. It was only when Lu Wucheng left the East Sea a few years ago that Bai Xingnan let out a sigh of relief, but she never thought that this guy would dare to play tricks on her the moment he came back. Now that she heard her boss's words, Bai Xingnan wasn't that angry anymore. Boss, don't worry. Our company will definitely be the most dazzling one in the exhibition hall today. No one will be able to scheme against us. I've already made arrangements. We'll definitely leave a deep impression on them. Lin Fei nodded. Then I'll wait and see. Soon, they arrived at a small exhibition hall. Compared to the exhibition halls outside, the location of this exhibition hall was indeed very remote and inconspicuous. It was also not big. Under normal circumstances, it would be very difficult to stand out in an exhibition hall like this. This time, Bai Xingnan was very confident in her product. It would definitely be a hit. Is everyone here? These words were directed at his subordinates. They're all waiting outside. I'll bring them in now. Lin Fei moved the items to the exhibition hall. Although the exhibition hall was small, it did not mean that it could not be used. As long as the product was passable, it didn't matter where it was placed. Lin Fei understood this logic. There were a lot of people in the exhibition hall today, and all of them came for the various products in the exhibition hall. As a group of people came in, they immediately attracted the attention of others. It was hard not to notice. They were 6 well-endowed women in their 30s. Their bodies were so plump that they couldn't help but pay attention to them, especially since they had walked all the way here. What a pity. That's right. These women have beautiful faces and can be given at least 8 points. But their bodies are too hard to accept. If they could slim down, I believe they would all be beauties and goddesses. What a pity, what a pity. Many men shook their heads. That was why everyone liked beautiful women. However, not everyone could accept these kinds of women. As the saying goes, a white face covers all ugliness, a fat face ruins everything. These 6 women were the same type. The heavens had blessed them with beauty, but their bodies were a mess. Everyone was curious. At this time, there were actually 6 women with similar appearances and figures in the exhibition hall. What were they going for? If it was 6 goddesses, perhaps no one would think much of it. However, these 6 beautiful women with shockingly different figures appeared in the exhibition hall at the same time. Moreover, they were going in the same direction. That was a little strange. Hence, some people couldn't help but follow them. This was naturally Bai Xingnan's idea. When Lin Fei saw the 6 people, he was dumbfounded. The contrast between the past and the present was too great. Brother Lin, look. This is the idea that our sister Xingnan came up with. What do you think? Xia Lin said proudly. Lin Fei gave her a thumbs up. He knew what was going on. He had to admit that it was a really good idea. Boss, look at those people behind. I think they're all here for them. When Bai Xingnan heard Lin Fei's praise, a look of joy appeared on her face. After all, how to promote the cloud silk shapewear was really a headache. However, they had to think of a way. Inadvertently, Bai Xingnan and Xia Lin came up with a brilliant idea. The cloud silk shapewear was very effective. If they wanted people to remember it, they had to amaze everyone. When the 6 women arrived at the exhibition hall, many people suddenly realized that they were here for the shapewear. Everyone was confused. It seemed that no matter how good the shapewear was, it wouldn't be able to fit their figures. After all, although the shapewear was good, its side effects weren't small. It was very strenuous to wear it and not everyone was willing to wear it. Moreover, it didn't mean that they could really lose weight. Bai Xingnan personally came to welcome the 6 women. Before this, Bai Xingnan had already explained it very clearly to them. Now, go in and change your clothes. Come out later. I believe that you definitely won't regret it. These 6 women were more or less like this because of their own elements. As beautiful women, who didn't want to have a good figure? When they heard that there was such a good thing, they came without hesitation. Of course, Bai Xingnan gave them a lot of benefits. Before they went in, Bai Xingnan asked them to weigh their lower body again, and someone recorded it. Only then did she ask someone to bring them to a small room at the back of the exhibition hall to change into the shapewear. What happened next was very simple. Bai Xingnan's subordinates began to advertise, and the slogan was not ordinary. Have you seen a miracle? Soon, you will see what a true miracle is. It is definitely a woman's lucky star. You won't regret it if you see it. If you don't see it, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Everyone, come and take a look. Under normal circumstances, very few people would pay attention to it. However, the 6 women just now had indeed left a deep impression on everyone, so the publicity also attracted their interest. A miracle? They really wanted to see how this exhibition hall would perform a miracle. Lu Wuqing was also standing not far away. He didn't really approve of the shapewear launched by Xingnan. Although its market share wasn't small, it had been completely divided up. Other new brands couldn't compete with old brands at all. Xingnan is such a smart woman. Her idea is not bad, but the product is not good. She still hopes that these people will buy it. How could she make such a mistake? I really don't know what she's thinking. Chapter 39:59. Did you see that just now? 6 women came to this booth. Are they going to promote some kind of shapewear? Even if there's a shapewear, the effect might not be that good. It's a pity for these 6 women. Their faces are beautiful, but their figures are really a mess. Outside the small exhibition hall, many people were quietly discussing, but they did not leave. In fact, they all wanted to see what kind of shapewear was being promoted in this exhibition hall. Because until now, they had not seen anything, not even advertising slogans. This kind of thing was relatively rare. Invisibly, it was covered with a layer of mysterious veil. Therefore, they did not mind wasting some time here. Of course, this was also thanks to the deep impression of the 6 women. Otherwise, they would not have any interest in staying here. One must know that there were a lot of good things in the exhibition hall today. Who would waste time in such a place, especially a small booth? About 10 minutes later, the 6 women who had gone in before came out at the same time. However, when they came out, everyone was stunned, suspecting that their eyes were playing tricks on them. Brother, pinch me. Are you seeing things? One of the men's eyes widened and he really pinched it, shouting, "It's true, it's actually true, this is also, damn, this change is too big. Damn, could it be that they have changed their people? What kind of shapewear is so powerful?" At this time, the 6 women had completely changed their appearance. Their bloated bodies were perfectly wrapped in the shapewear. At this time, through the clothes, they could not see any traces left behind from before. Soon, exclamations rang out at the scene. After all, the scene in front of them was too shocking, causing them to be unable to adapt to it for a while. It was really too exaggerated. In fact, the 6 women were also stunned by their own appearance. The change was too big. It was completely the figure that they had imagined. If it wasn't for the light feeling on their bodies, they would not have known that they were wearing something. Moreover, after wearing it, they did not feel that kind of tight feeling, but a very comfortable feeling. There was even a trace of faint heat that surged into their bodies. This kind of enjoyment was unprecedented, and they did not have the slightest bit of resistance. It's not that they haven't worn shapewear before, but there has never been a shapewear that can compare to what they are wearing. You're right. This is our company's newly launched Cloud Silk shapewear. Our shapewear uses special materials that are easy to breathe. Not only that, but it can also burn fat when wearing the shapewear. Now let these 6 ladies remeasure their weight so that you can feel the powerful charm of our shapewear again. The next scene allowed everyone to clearly see the changes. After a local woman stood up, even she herself exclaimed, "I seem to have lost 4 tails. No, it should be half a caddy. This is too scary." Compared to her previous weight, the woman was now half a kilo lighter. Although it was only half a caddy, it was not a small number for a woman. When the remaining 5 women went up to measure, they all lost half a kilogram, which undoubtedly brought a huge shock to everyone. It was the first time for the people at the scene to hear of this kind of shapewear. Xingnan immediately ordered her people to start the second step. She took out the cloud silk material. Everyone can feel it for yourself. This kind of allowed material is not ordinary. It was made by our company with a lot of manpower. It can be said to be the only good thing in the country. In fact, after the 6 women underwent such a huge change, all the women present became curious, and they were even a bit tempted. After all, who didn't want to have a beautiful and healthy body? And now, after they wore the shapewear, they had undergone such a huge change. For some plump women, it was filled with a huge temptation, as if it was poison. Soon, some women came up to look at the cloud silk material. After touching it, their eyes all widened. Oh my God, this material called cloud silk is too comfortable. This material can actually be made into shapewear. This is unbelievable. It's so comfortable. It's really comfortable. It's soft. This is one of the best materials I've ever seen. The women who touched the cloud silk began to guess. Could it really be a unique material for this company? It had to be said that the texture of the allowed material was unprecedented. After all, this was a material from another world. It wasn't something that could be made on Earth. A woman's sense of touch was top-notch. It was easy to tell whether the fabric was good or bad. Immediately, a woman couldn't help but ask. I want to know how much this shapewear costs. How effective is it? Also, does this shapewear need to be cleaned regularly? Or do you need to wear it all day? Even though everyone didn't wear it, after understanding the magic of the cloud silk material, they all took it seriously. In addition, these women also personally went to check the bodies of the 6 models. After putting on the shapewear, all the excess fat on their bodies was perfectly spread out, as if it had disappeared. It was a wonderful feeling. Everyone was full of expectations, and they couldn't wait to get their hands on one of them immediately. As the company's manager, Bai Xingnan personally stood up to explain to everyone, our shapewear doesn't need to be washed. It has an automatic filtration ability. Even if you wear it for a month, there won't be any smell. Our company can guarantee this. At the same time, the weight loss effect is also top-notch. We definitely won't disappoint everyone. In a month, you can lose at least 1/3 of the excess fat on your body. In other words, after wearing the shapewear, you can lose at least 30 pounds of weight in a month. This is our company's promise. Of course, this is limited to those who weigh more than 100 pounds. Bai Xingnan's words undoubtedly caused everyone to be dumbfounded once again. Was there really such a good shapewear in the world? How could women live like this? Of course, our price is also very beautiful. It doesn't cost 9,999 yuan or 8,899 yuan. Now, it only costs 999 yuan, and you can buy a set. It's a true top-notch shapewear and you'll have a beautiful figure. If someone else had said this, the effect would be different. But since it came from Bai Xingnan, the situation was completely different. Everyone already wanted to buy one. After all, the price was indeed not expensive. If the effect was really that good, they would definitely be able to get one. Lin Fei quietly watched all of this from the side. He felt that Bai Xingnan had already done very well. If it were him, he definitely wouldn't be able to create such a scene. Especially after finding those 6 women. Their faces were a complete mess, and their figures were also a complete mess, forming a sharp contrast. Miss Bai, I don't agree with what you said. The market for shapewear is so big, but I've never seen any shapewear with such a strong effect. I suspect that you're tricking everyone. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked out, and standing next to him was a woman in her 30s. However, this woman's figure was not very good. Bai Xingnan knew that someone had come to cause trouble. Chapter 3960. In the exhibition hall. At this moment, many people had gathered. Everyone had been attracted by the powerful effect of the cloud silk shapewear. However, as someone stepped forward, many people felt that something was about to happen. Bai Xingnan, on the other hand, was very calm. This was because she knew from the beginning that something like this would happen, and she hoped that this would happen more than anyone else. Only this could prove the power of the cloud silk shapewear. No matter who it was, Bai Xingnan had to thank this person for helping the company. Such a good thing was not easy to find. I know this woman. I think she's a rich woman from Donghai. Yes, I think she's a rich woman. Now that you mention it, I remember that her name is Song Yunyue. That's right, her name is Song Yunyue. I heard that Song Yunhua was very beautiful in the past, but her figure changed after she got sick. Song Yunhua has a net worth of more than 1 billion yuan. Many people at the scene recognized her. After all, when a person's name was called out, someone would definitely check it out. After checking, they found out that her name was really Song Yunhua. The information on the internet was exactly the same as this person. I don't think your cloud silk shapewear is real. What I hate the most is when people use things to deceive everyone, especially women. Don't think that it's easy to earn money from us women. I really don't believe that your cloud silk shapewear will have such a good effect. This woman's name was Song Yunhua. When she was young, she was indeed very beautiful. But now, she was in her 30s. Because of her illness, her figure had become very bloated. No matter how much she took care of herself, it would be useless. Song Yunhua didn't know how many times she had worn this kind of shapewear, but none of them had the same effect. Therefore, she absolutely hated shapewear. This time, she just happened to pass by and happened to hear what the other party said. As a result, a sense of annoyance rose up in her. Even if you want to lie, you shouldn't lie like this. Therefore, Song Yunhua decided to expose this company. She wanted to let them know that a woman's money was not so easily deceived. Song Yunhua's words were recognized by some people. After all, such a powerful cloud silk shapewear had such a good effect. The entire shapewear market did not have such a strong effect. There had to be a problem. Everyone felt that something had been done. Ms. Song is right. This shapewear doesn't have such a good effect. It's a lie. It must be a lie. Nowadays, companies are really deceiving everyone. They actually used materials that we don't know to falsify. Everyone, don't believe it. Someone in the crowd shouted. Song Yunhua's face also revealed a proud expression, as if this was the result she wanted. The man standing next to her didn't speak. After all, as his wife, he understood her temper very well. Because she had suffered a lot from this shapewear, it was normal for her to say something. Bai Xingnan had also heard everyone's conversation. Naturally, she also noticed this woman. When she heard Song Yunhua's name, she immediately understood. After all, there were no secrets in the East Sea. Compared to outsiders, Bai Xingnan knew Song Yunhua better. Speaking of which, Song Yunhua was also a pitiful woman. In order to give birth to a child, she had taken all kinds of medicine, which caused her body to collapse. When she finally recovered with great difficulty, she became like this. At the same time, her mentality had also been affected to a certain extent. However, in terms of handling things, Song Yunhua was still a good person. At the very least, she wasn't the kind that was very annoying. Ms. Song, I can understand your feelings. After all, you have suffered a lot in this aspect. However, our company's shapewear is completely different from other companies. Bai Xingnan smiled and said, perhaps you don't know this, but since you were able to come here, it's fate between us. So, I can allow you to wear our company's cloud shapewear and witness this effect. Everyone knows that good things are definitely not reliable. Only by experiencing it for yourself will you know the true benefits of the shapewear. I'm not bragging, nor am I fooling everyone. Everything is true when you see it with your own eyes. For example, Ms. Song Yunhua. I think everyone knows who she is, and it's even more impossible for me to hire someone to fake it. Don't you think so? Bai Xingnan had turned the situation around with just a few words, so everyone had no choice but to agree with her. After all, no matter how good something was, it was not as good as the actual effect of experiencing it. Moreover, Ms. Song was present, so it was absolutely impossible for her to fake it. Song Yunhua really did not take the cloud silk seriously. No matter how good the material was or how unique it was, the result was still the same. However, when Bai Xingnan said this, Song Yunhua was a little surprised. After all, not everyone was so confident. Aren't you afraid that I'll expose your company's shapewear later? Song Yunhua also had a trace of admiration for this young woman. One had to know that there were so many people present. If she said a few words casually, the consequences would not be small. If she wanted to turn the situation around, it would not be as simple as a few 100,000 or a few million yuan. Bai Xingnan said calmly, since our company dares to say that this is a unique shapewear, we naturally have great confidence in this cloud silk. We are not afraid of anyone challenging us, and I believe that Ms. Song is also a fair person. Whether something is good or bad, you will know after witnessing it. Ms. Song, don't you want to give yourself a chance to witness a miracle? Don't you think so, everyone? Bai Xingnan's last sentence undoubtedly stirred up the emotions of the people present. The 6 women on the stage had undergone a huge change, which indeed surprised everyone. However, no one knew if this was an exaggeration or not. However, Song Yunhue was not so easy to bribe. She had a net worth of more than 1 billion yuan and could be considered a real tycoon. They could not possibly think that in order to bribe this tycoon, the other party's company would be able to spend tens of millions of yuan. That would be thinking too much, and marketing would not be used like this. Song Yunhue laughed. Although she did not have a good impression of the shapewear, this woman's methods were quite impressive, and her last words had indeed moved her. If possible, who wouldn't want to have a beautiful future for themselves? For Ms. Bai's words, it would be a pity if I didn't try. Song Yunhue walked over. Then let me try your company's cloud silk shapewear and see what magical effects it has. Bai Xingnan smiled and said, Ms. Song, you will soon know how wise of a choice this is. She arranged for a girl to accompany Song Yunhue backstage to change into the shapewear. When Song Yunhue went in, she attracted even more attention. After all, Song Yunhue was a tycoon with a net worth of more than 1 billion yuan. She was a well-known figure. Although her figure was a little lacking, she still had a net worth of more than 1 billion yuan. If they could personally see a tycoon with a net worth of more than 1 billion yuan get angry, it would definitely be something to applaud. After all, those who were watching the show would never complain about things getting bigger. Lin Fei had not said a word the entire time. He was very satisfied with Bai Xingnan's actions. This was good publicity, better than anyone else's advertisement. With a net worth of more than 1 billion yuan and this figure, if it was a perfect reversal, it would have a greater impact than advertising for tens of millions of yuan. Chapter 3961. Is this me? Song Yunhue stood in front of the mirror. Facing her reflection in the mirror, she found it hard to believe. Song Yunhue had a lot of doubts about this kind of cloud wool shapewear, but when she actually put it on, those thoughts disappeared. The cloud wool shapewear had a huge impact on Song Yunhue. Most importantly, after wearing the shapewear, it actually tightly wrapped up the fat that Song Yunhue couldn't lose. This kind of wrapping didn't make her feel uncomfortable at all, and at the same time, there was no sense of restraint on her body. This was something that the previous shapewear didn't have. Miss Song, this is the magic of our cloud wool shapewear. After wearing it, it will reasonably distribute the weight, and it also has an automatic weight loss function. Do you feel a faint heat? That's the magical effect of the cloud wool shapewear. After wearing it for a month, you can successfully lose 30 kilograms without rebounding. After that, you can also wear the cloud wool shapewear as ordinary underwear. Soon, our company will also develop cloud wool pajamas, underwear, and so on. Song Yueyun had truly experienced it. Looking left, right, up and down, she became more and more satisfied with her body. This was something that she had never imagined before. It was really too comfortable. Under everyone's expectations, Song Yunhue finally walked out. Song Yunhue was still the same Song Yunhue, but when she stood in front of everyone, everyone exclaimed, "Oh my God, what an amazing shapewear. This cloud wool shapewear is too awesome." I clearly remember that Song Yunue's figure wasn't very good, but now, coupled with that face, it's definitely 80 points. One had to know that Song Yunue definitely wouldn't be able to score as high as 80 points in the past, at most 60 points. But now that the eyesore was gone, her temperament instantly improved. There was also the middle-aged man. After seeing his wife, Song Mingyue, he was overjoyed and suspected that his eyes were playing tricks on him. Is this my wife? If they weren't familiar with each other, they would really suspect that it was a different person. Bai Xingnan smiled at Song Yunyue. Ms. Song, do you still think that our cloud wool shapewear is a joke? I believe that the cloud shapewear is the lucky star of all women. I hope that all women in the world can find a good figure, and our cloud shapewear will be able to do that. Everyone present applauded with all their might, especially the women, who deeply agreed with these words. After all, as a woman, who didn't want to be beautiful, and their body was the biggest problem that troubled them. But this time, I just want to say that the cloud silk shapewear is really good. When you wear it, you don't feel any restraint at all. It feels like you're not wearing it at all, but that feeling is something that you won't be able to understand. I'm addicted to this feeling. I believe that when the cloud silk shapewear goes on the market, I'll definitely buy a few sets and bring them home. I'll recommend such a good item to everyone. Mrs. Song also turned around and said, Miss Bai, I'm sorry. I've previously admitted that I've underestimated the cloud silk shapewear. After all, there are too many shapewear on the market now. Song Yunyue's words were equivalent to confirming the extraordinariness of the cloud silk shapewear. The applause became even louder. No one doubted Song Yunyue's words. Bai Xingnan smiled and said, Here, I would like to thank Ms. Song for your support. Our cloud silk shapewear is just the beginning. In the near future, we will invest in all kinds of research and development to design the most beautiful products suitable for us women. Let's wait and see. And the scene here quickly spread, from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. There were more women at today's exhibition. After this commotion, the small exhibition hall was filled with women. All of them were looking at the cloud silk material. Coupled with the model's figure, they simply couldn't believe that there was such a magical material. The cloud silk shapewear had become popular. The kind that became popular. More and more people came to the small exhibition hall, stealing everyone's limelight. In the distance, Lu Wuqing's face was slightly gloomy. He really didn't expect Bai Xingnan to come up with a shapewear that was going to become popular. He knew about Song Yunyue. He had just checked her on the internet. She was the kind of person who would never lie when she spoke, and such a person was undoubtedly not someone that could be created by marketing. One of her subordinates also went in. Not long after, he came back with a face full of shock. Manager, the cloud silk material is really magical. I've never seen such a material before. Manager, the cloud floss material is really amazing. I've never seen such a material with such tolerance. No wonder they can make this kind of shapewear. With my many years of experience, this cloud floss shapewear will definitely be popular all over the country. No one will be a match for this shapewear because the effect of this shapewear is too strong. If one can really lose 30 kilograms in a month, even if they can't do it, they can lose 20 kilograms without having to exercise or abstain from eating and drinking. This will be everyone's lucky star. No matter men or women, old or young, everyone will like it. Lu Wuqing really didn't believe that such a material existed in the world. After all, he was prepared to let Bai Xingnan experience the feeling of failure and beg him in the end. But now that this situation had happened, it seemed that his calculations had gone wrong. Then get me this cloud silk material. Isn't it just a material? Since Bai Xingnan can make it, we can do the same. Although Lu Wuqing didn't really believe in this material, if the effect was really that good, then he didn't mind getting his hands on this material. If it really could suppress all the shapewear, then this cloud silk material would definitely be able to create a giant existence, or even more. I don't care who you are. What's your relationship with Bai Xingnan? I advise you not to make any random plans. If you anger me, it won't end well for you. Just as Lu Wuqing finished speaking, a hand appeared out of nowhere on his shoulder, and a faint voice entered his ears. There was one more person next to him. Lu Wuqing looked over and subconsciously attacked with his elbow. It was very ruthless. But in the next second, with a crack, Lu Wuqing's elbow seemed to have hit a mountain, and he almost screamed. Lu Wuqing finally remembered who this person was. He had been following Bai Xingnan all this time. Previously, he thought that he was a porter and didn't pay attention to him. Let go of me, or I'll teach you a lesson. Lu Wuqing's face was pale, and his entire face began to distort. He knew that his elbow was definitely broken. Remember what I said. That's right, Bai Xingnan has to be obedient. Otherwise, next time, you won't just suffer like this. Lin Fei patted Lu Wuqing's shoulder. Lu Wuqing's body sank, and he collapsed to the ground. Remember the mobile version, Chapter 2713, Warning A warning from Lin Fei, page 1/1, bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 3962. Lu Wuqing made a fool of himself in front of everyone. Bai Xingnan didn't really notice Lu Wuqing's situation. Soon, Lu Wuqing was helped away by someone. Boss, what's wrong with Lu Wuqing? Let me see if he's sick. Bai Xingnan also noticed that Lu Wuqing was being helped away. She couldn't help but feel a little strange. Lin Fei smiled and said, "You can tell with one look. This kind of person is probably too frivolous outside. This person needs to exercise more. Otherwise, he'll become very weak sooner or later." Hearing this, Bai Xingnan burst into laughter. After the cloud shape-shifting clothing became popular, more people came to the small exhibition hall. This also caused the person in charge of the exhibition hall to be alarmed. The person in charge brought the supervisor over and immediately apologized. After all, people were flocking over to see the cloud silk shapewear. The small exhibition hall was filled with people. Even the people on the third floor of the exhibition hall knew about it. Bai Xingnan was also very good at seizing the opportunity. It was inevitable that she would put on airs. After all, they were in the wrong this time. They had clearly negotiated, but they actually changed their seats. The cloud shape-shifting clothing exhibition hall was quickly changed to a large one with the best location. None of this had much to do with Lin Fei. After he came out of the exhibition hall, he went straight to the outskirts of the Jianghu district. He found Lu Qingfeng. He hadn't seen Lu Qingfeng for a few days. This guy was already full of energy. He wasn't as sloppy as he used to be. "Brother Lin, look. I rented this place. I also found the guards. They're all reliable. See if there's anything else you need to prepare." There were only Lin Fei and Lu Qingfeng in the huge warehouse. Lu Qingfeng introduced the place seriously. Lin Fei glanced at it and was quite satisfied. "This place is not bad. I'm quite satisfied. Next, you just have to buy a lot of materials." The cloud shape-shifting material wasn't very troublesome. It was nothing more than the conversion of liquid. Lin Fei had already thought about it. When the time came, he would just have to make a set of equipment. It sounded whimsical, but in Lin Fei's eyes, it wasn't a big deal. "Brother Lin, I think we don't have to buy one of the materials. We can plant it ourselves," Lu Qingfeng said after a moment of hesitation. Lin Fei really didn't notice this. "Tell me about it." Over the past few days, Lu Qingfeng had been searching for the warehouse mindlessly. Then, he had gone to collect things and studied them in detail. "I think we should be able to plant this material on a large scale. I've done some research outside and there aren't many of them. We can buy them, but I'm afraid we won't be able to keep up with the production." Lu Qingfeng took out the list and pointed at one of the materials. Lin Fei had a whole new level of respect for Lu Qingfeng. This was because this material was indeed a consumable, but at the same time, it was a necessary material. In the beginning, Lin Fei did not think about this material, but now that Lu Qingfeng mentioned it, he immediately realized the problem. If this material didn't keep up, the cloud silk material would soon be stuck. If someone else mastered this material, it wouldn't be a good thing. After all, Lin Fei did not specialize in business and had really underestimated this aspect. "So, what do you suggest?" Lu Qingfeng said, "I think we can rent a large piece of land in a small county outside to build a production base. Then, we can be self-sufficient and even drive the development of the whole area." Lu Qingfeng's words were very detailed and logical. Lin Fei also thought that Lu Qingfeng was really capable. It seems that I did the right thing to ask Lu Qingfeng this time. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief for Lu Qingru. This little brother finally had a promising future. Lin Fei patted Lu Qingfeng on the shoulder and said, "Not bad. You know how to consider the details. You didn't let me or your sister down. Well, you can go to the production base for a field trip. Later, I'll take you to talk to another general manager. Then, you can have a good discussion." Lin Fei and Lu Qingfeng had a brief chat before they left the warehouse. On the way, he called Bai Xingnan and briefly told her about it. Then, he gave Lu Qingfeng's mobile number to Bai Xingnan. He drove all the way to Shuiyun Street. "Little Fei, why are you here?" Lu Qingru was doing the final work because the restaurant was about to open. When she suddenly saw Lin Fei, she was happy. "I've been busy these days, so I came to see you and have some home-cooked food. By the way, did anyone from Perfect International come to bother you?" Lu Qingru was very happy every day. Her current life was something she had never imagined before, and it was all thanks to Lin Fei. They don't dare to do it anymore. They don't even appear in this area. Everyone on this street thinks that I have a big shot. How do you think I should thank you? Lin Fei laughed and said, "That's easy. Cook for me every day. What do you think?" Lu Qingru rolled her eyes at Lin Fei and said, "You might as well say that I have given myself to you." After saying this, Lu Qingru also felt that something was wrong and showed a trace of embarrassment. Lin Fei nodded seriously and said, "Yes, no problem. I'm happy to have such a beautiful woman like Qingru." "You wish." Lu Qingru rolled her eyes and turned to run into the kitchen. She didn't forget to stick her head out and said, "Oh right, what do you want to eat?" "Sister will cook for you today." Lin Fei casually said a few dishes. After eating lunch, he sat in the restaurant for a while and helped with some things. Then, Lin Fei left the street. When he came out, he saw Yi Qinglong. This guy took the initiative to greet him like a pug. "Young Master Lin." Yi Qinglong protected Lu Qingru very well. After all, he had gained a lot of benefits from the last confrontation with Perfect International. So much so that the people from Perfect International had to be well behaved. Even the Azure Dragon gang had to look up to Yi Qinglong. He even gave up this area. "Help me look after Lu Qingru. Don't let anyone cause trouble," Lin Fei said lightly. The current Yi Qinglong was completely convinced by Lin Fei. He patted his chest and promised, "Brother Lin, don't worry. No one will dare to cause trouble here." After Lin Fei left Water Cloud Street, he didn't know where to go for a while. At this time, a phone call came. It was none other than Chen Shanshan. "Beauty, are you looking for me for a meal?" Lin Fei said teasingly. On the other side, Chen Shanshan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You're really not polite." Lin Fei said, "Of course I'm not polite. It's quite interesting to eat with a beauty. I just don't know if you're willing." Of course Chen Shanshan was willing. "I want to eat with you, but I don't have time recently. By the way, did you offend someone again? I just received news that someone has accessed your information from our internal department. You have to be mentally prepared." 2K Reading Network. Chapter 3963. "I thought you wouldn't come." Chen Shanshan stood at the door. "Who said I couldn't come? I can come to see you. After all, you still have to call me your savior." Lin Fei joked. Chen Shanshan didn't expect Lin Fei to come. When she heard this, she couldn't help but be a little excited. Women like good words. Lin Fei did come because of that sentence. Even Lin Fei himself felt strange. Someone actually investigated him. What was going on? Lin Fei at first thought that the Yan Huang battle team was investigating him, but then he thought that it shouldn't be the Yan Huang battle team. After all, with their ability, they definitely wouldn't use this method. So Lin Fei came in person. He wanted to see who was so bored that they dared to investigate him. Of course, he also came to see Chen Shanshan. It had been a while, and Chen Shanshan's injuries should have healed. No injuries could be seen. Chen Shanshan now didn't dare to have any violent behavior in front of Lin Fei. If someone dared to say this to her in the past, she would definitely let the other party know that disaster comes from a loose tongue. But in the face of Lin Fei, she really didn't dare. After all, he really was her savior. After knowing that someone was investigating Lin Fei, Qin Shanshan called Lin Fei immediately. It's not clear here. I'll take you inside to watch the video and see if you know these people. Qin Shanshan took Lin Fei upstairs. Soon, Lin Fei discovered something. Qin Shanshan actually had an independent office. The sign outside the office also surprised Lin Fei. You've been promoted. Qin Shanshan poured a glass of water for Lin Fei. You just found out. This is all thanks to you. Otherwise, I would still be a captain. Lin Fei smiled and said, does that mean I have to call you Bureau Chief Qin now? It turned out that in the last operation, Qin Shanshan made a great contribution. Coupled with her connections, she was directly promoted from captain to deputy bureau chief. This step wasn't something that anyone could do. Qin Shanshan laughed. What bureau chief am I? I'm just a deputy bureau chief, okay? Do you really think that you're a bureau chief? You think too much. Lin Fei smiled. Then I still have to congratulate you. You became a bureau chief at such a young age. If you're unhappy one day, you can arrest me. Qin Shanshan rolled her eyes at Lin Fei. I don't dare arrest you. Lin Fei finally understood why Qin Shanshan said that someone was investigating him. It was because she was promoted and she had more power. Come and take a look. Sitting next to Qin Shanshan, Lin Fei could smell the fragrance on Qin Shanshan's body. It was very comfortable, but his eyes soon fell on the video on the computer. Lin Fei, he, no, Lin, shan't, he, that he, comma, he, comma, Lin Fei did not recognize the two of them. However, he was able to glean some clues from their actions. Okay, I got it. You don't have to get involved. Now that Lin Fei was roughly sure who this person was, he already had a suspect in his heart. Qin Shanshan didn't ask much and said, if you really encounter any trouble, you can let me know. I can still help with some small things. Lin Fei nodded. Okay, I got it. If there's anything, I will definitely ask Bureau Chief Chen for help. After Lin Fei and Qin Shanshan chatted for a while, the door suddenly opened. A person came in. He was a young man who was about 1.8 meters tall and had a stocky build. His square face gave him a dignified look. Shanshan, I know a delicious place nearby. Do you have time? However, after he finished speaking, the young man noticed that there was another young man in the room. Qin Shanshan saw the person who came in and her pretty face sank slightly. Zhang Guoqing, I have told you many times that I'm not interested in you. Don't bother me when I'm working, okay? Lin Fei looked at the situation and knew that this man came to pursue Qin Shanshan. On the surface, this person was quite manly. Okay, Shanshan, I'll go first. You guys talk slowly. Lin Fei really wasn't interested in participating in such a thing. After all, the last time he pretended to be Bai Xingnan's boyfriend, Lin Fei had already experienced trouble once. Therefore, he didn't want to encounter trouble a second time. Qin Shanshan wanted Lin Fei to stay, but she didn't say anything. Zhang Guoqing, you can go out now. I still have something to do. Zhang Guoqing didn't get angry when he saw this scene. He still said with a smile, okay, let's make an appointment next time. When he came out of the office, Zhang Guoqing found the young man walking not far away. He thought about it and took the initiative to chase after him. Kid, if you have any thoughts about Qin Shanshan, I advise you to give up. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Was he regarded as a rival in love? He had to say that Zhang Guoqing's man was really good. At least he gave people a sense of security. Lin Fei stopped. You're quite an interesting person. Do you think that all the men you see are your love rivals? If that's the case, then I advise you to give up. With your mentality, you'll never catch up with any woman. At least, I think so. Zhang Guoqing was a little unhappy. He glared at him. I don't understand what you're talking about. You just need to know that Qin Shanshan isn't someone you can pursue. Look at yourself. You don't dress up. You're probably just an ordinary person. It's not so easy to get close to her. Lin Fei really didn't think that his casual clothes would be regarded as an ordinary person by the other party. In fact, you really don't have to be like this. Even without my appearance, you still can't catch up with Qin Shanshan. If you don't believe me, you can continue to try. My words are still very accurate. Lin Fei turned around and left. He was too lazy to pay attention to him. Zhang Guoqing really hadn't seen anyone who dared to talk to him like this. After all, he was the captain, a person with a certain amount of power. Even his kung fu wasn't bad. He subconsciously reached out and grabbed the other person's shoulder. Stop right there. Make it clear before you go. This grab instantly fell on Lin Fei's shoulder. Zhang Guoqing instantly fell into the air. His hand was numb as if he was electrocuted. He lost his center of gravity, staggered and almost fell to the ground. He could only watch the other person leave. Good boy, you actually have a knack. After Zhang Guoqing stood firm, he immediately calmed down. Qin Shanshan is mine. No one can chase her. The fastest website for the mobile version, M. Chapter 3964. These days, Lin Fei had a relaxing time. After returning from Qin Shanshan's place that day, Lin Fei went to Shuiyun Street to attend the opening of Lu Qingrou's shop. That day was very lively. Although Lin Fei didn't invite anyone, Yi Qinglong still found a large group of people to sing for him. The scene was very lively. When the immortal duck appeared, it stole everyone's limelight and became an instant hit. Lu Qingru didn't mass-produce the immortal duck because of its popularity. Instead, she used a marketing method. She made a fixed amount of it every day and hired a chef. She was in charge of the core. For a while, the shop was very lively. Coupled with several other side dishes, it directly became an online shop. Lin Fei was the happiest one. The immortal duck was destined to be popular. Longting Villa also began to redesign and renovate, breaking ground again. During this period, Lin Fei also visited several times and was very satisfied with the progress of the villa. With Yu Zishan watching, he was quite relieved. The only thing that surprised Lin Fei was that the spiritual energy seed on the mountain still hadn't germinated. Such a spiritual energy seed was very rare. Lin Fei's anticipation was even stronger. Subconsciously, Lin Fei believed that this spiritual energy seed must have a great background. Maybe it would make him happy. That night, a Rolls-Royce Phantom drove into a very low-key building. An old man walked out from the side and took the initiative to open the door. Boss, tonight's auction will be held here. The one who spoke was Yu Zishan. This time, he was personally driving. Lin Fei got out of the car and looked at the old building in front of him. He smiled and said, I didn't think that there would be such an ancient building in Donghai. This family must have a great background to be able to defend it. Yu Zishan said, I was also shocked when I first came here. There aren't many places like this in Donghai. Lin Fei naturally understood what this meant. He glanced around and found that there were still a lot of luxury cars, far more than he expected. When he walked inside, he found that compared to the outside, it was a completely different world. The decoration was very luxurious. It was truly low-key luxury. Everywhere was filled with a luxurious atmosphere. People who didn't know better would think that they had come to the wrong place. When they arrived at the hall, there were already many people standing in twos and threes. Many people took the initiative to greet Yu Zishan when they saw him. Lin Fei did not enter with Yu Zishan. Lin Fei was here tonight to take a look. He also wanted to see if there were any good jade stones to be auctioned. If there weren't, he would have to prepare some jade stones. If he couldn't get it tonight, Lin Fei was going to go to southern Yunnan to have a look. After all, that was the place that produced the most jade. If he couldn't find it there, he could only seek other ways. Lin Fei took a glass of champagne and drank it casually. Soon, he discovered that the people who came here were basically all martial artists, and they more or less had a trace of aura on them. As for people from the upper class, there were not many of them. With Lin Fei's powerful memory, he really hadn't seen many of them. Hey, why is she here? Lin Fei inadvertently saw a familiar face. Of course, to Lin Fei, he was not really an acquaintance. That person was the female designer who helped design the purple jade, Su Mei. Lin Fei was also quite surprised to see Su Mei in such a place. One must know that the people here were all martial artists, and it could even be said that the people here were more or less related to martial artists. When Lin Fei saw Su Mei also saw Lin Fei and nodded with a smile. Lin Fei walked over and said with a smile, "What a coincidence. You're actually here to participate in the auction too." Su Mei smiled bitterly. "Actually, I didn't want to come. This time, I was dragged here by my best friend." Lin Fei said, "Your best friend is quite capable. Ordinary people can't enter. Little Su, I brought you a few friends. You can get to know them." At this moment, a tall, fair, rich, and beautiful woman walked over. However, when she saw Lin Fei, she frowned slightly. "Little Su, is this your friend?" From the mouth of the tall, fair, rich, and beautiful woman, Lin Fei could hear a trace of hostility. He couldn't help but find it funny. It seemed that he had never seen this fair, rich, and beautiful woman before. This is, however, when he saw the three young men behind her, he understood what was going on. She felt that he was an eyesore. Su Mei nodded and said, "Yeah, he's my friend." At first, Su Mei wanted to say that he was her client. However, after thinking about it, she decided not to say it. After all, he lived in the Longting Mountain Manor and Master Yu was like his servant. He was definitely someone with a high status. It would be unnecessary to say it. Su Mei still knew how to take care of other people's privacy. However, to this tall, fair, rich, and beautiful woman, she didn't really like seeing this person appear in front of Su Mei. "So it's your friend. Little Su, come and get to know them. This is young Master Zhang, young Master Wang, and young Master Li. They are all famous young masters in Donghai." The tall, fair, rich, and beautiful woman didn't even look at Lin Fei and directly pulled Su Mei over. Su Mei could only give him an apologetic look. Of course, Lin Fei didn't care about this. At this moment, two people walked towards Lin Fei. One of them was an old man and the other was a middle-aged man. One of them was actually Lin Fei's acquaintance, Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan seemed to be very low-key this time. "Young Master Lin, we meet again." Ever since Wang Yuan went back the last time, he had exaggerated the matter, which made the Medicine King Valley furious. After all, no one had ever dared to reject them outside. However, when they heard that this person could fight with Yu Zishan and was suspected to be a grandmaster, the Medicine King Valley didn't dare to let their guard down. A grandmaster was not as easy to deal with as overt strength and covert strength. Therefore, this time, Wang Yuan accompanied a senior elder of the Medicine King Valley. This senior elder was a veteran grandmaster powerhouse, and his strength was unfathomable. Back then, he had a fierce reputation. Although he hadn't shown himself for a long time, he still left an indelible impression on them. Lin Fei retracted his gaze from Su Mei and looked at Wang Yuan. "You guys are finally willing to come. I've been waiting for you guys for a long time." Wang Yuan's face revealed a trace of anger, but he didn't dare to vent it out in this place. "I wonder if young Master Lin is free. Let's talk outside." The old man next to him was also sizing this young man up. He had all sorts of doubts in his heart because he really couldn't sense any grandmaster aura from him. There were only two explanations. Either he was an ordinary person, or he had restrained his aura and reached the peak of perfection. Lin Fei laughed. "I also want to hear what you guys have to say. The auction hasn't started anyway." Chapter 3965. Little Sue, they are people with great backgrounds. You have to get to know them well. If they give you some benefits, you will become famous as a designer. The tall, fair, and rich beauty was called Li Tingting. She was also one of the designers, but she was not a real designer. She was just trying to sound good. Li Tingting had long wanted to introduce Su Mei, her bestie, to the rich second generations that she knew. This time, it was finally her turn. So when she saw the strange man talking and laughing in front of Su Mei just now, Li Tingting felt very uncomfortable in her heart. It should be known that she planned to use Su Mei in exchange for greater benefits. Otherwise, she would be easily abducted by others. Usually, Su Mei might really believe Li Tingting's words. After all, she had known Li Tingting for a long time and Li Tingting had always been helping her. However, after meeting Lin Fei, she found out that this person seemed to be very mysterious. Moreover, it was not common for Yu Zishan to be a guest usher. Yu Zishan was a top figure in Donghai. Many people would help him just by talking. Tingting, I got it. Su Mei did not refuse, but she was not interested in getting to know these young masters. Instead, she was curious about Lin Fei. Miss Su, you really live up to your name. When the three young masters saw Su Mei, their eyes suddenly lit up and their gazes became naked. This made Su Mei very uncomfortable, but with Li Tingting by her side, she couldn't say anything. At the balcony of the hall, Wang Yuan and the other two stood together. Young Master Lin, I wonder what price you want to give up Longting Villa. You should know the strength of our Medicine King Valley. It's not as simple as it sounds. The old man said faintly, full of majesty. Even his tone was full of coercion, as if he would make a move if the other party did not agree. When Lin Fei walked into the hall, he had actually sensed Wang Yuan's aura. I heard that you have sent someone to investigate me, right? Did you manage to find anything? Lin Fei asked with a smile. Both of their faces did not look too good after this question. They did arrange for someone to investigate, but there were not many clues because this person had disappeared for 5 years. During these 5 years, there was no trace of him. Even the Medicine King Valley did not find anything. Such a mysterious person made Wang Yuan feel a little mysterious, so the scene of this conversation appeared. If it were an ordinary person, he would have already taken him down. Although I don't know where you have gone, I can roughly guess that you should have joined a sect. This is nothing to our Medicine King Valley because as long as we speak, no matter which sect you are from, we will ruthlessly abandon you. The only thing you can do now is to give up Longting Manor. It's that simple. The old man's eyes were cold. Even if you have the strength of a guru, in Wuxia, the waters are deeper than you think. It won't be easy for you to occupy Longting Manor. I don't even need to say more. As long as the news gets out, I believe that many guru masters will be interested in Longting Manor. Master Lin, Chen no. Lin Fei said lightly. Anything else? The old man of Medicine King Valley was indeed threatening the other party. Otherwise, how could he make the other party obediently hand over Longting Villa? That was a blessed place. Medicine King Valley had coveted it for a long time, but they did not expect it to be snatched away at the critical moment. You should be a smart person. It is indeed not easy to cultivate to this realm in 5 hours. I will show you a way out. As long as you give Longting Villa to Medicine King Valley, we will give you a position as a deacon. At that time, with the resources of Medicine King Valley, you can also continue to break through the realm. It will not be difficult to break through to the god level one day in the future. Under the threat, the old man threw out another temptation. Lin Fei had to admit that the old man in front of him was really good at talking. First, he threatened, and then he tried to rope him in. If he was really in a sect, he might really believe the other party's words. After all, with the current resources in Wuxia, it was almost unrealistic to want to go to the next level, and only the resources in the sect could continue to improve. But Lin Fei was an immortal master, and he really did not lack this. I feel that this condition of yours is worse than I had imagined, Lin Fei said with a smile. The old man snorted coldly. This Lin Fei was really stubborn. Young man, our Medicine King Valley is giving you face by giving you the position of deacon. After all, there are many grandmasters that our Medicine King Valley doesn't want. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have broken through to the grandmaster realm. The world is far more terrifying than you can imagine. However, in view of your strength, our Medicine King Valley can still give you face. Then tell me, how can you join the Medicine King Valley? You should also know that this old man's patience is limited. Once my patience runs out, we want the Medicine King Valley to not mind attacking head-on. You should know that if a sect goes all out, their ability is not something you can imagine. They can easily crush a grandmaster, the old man said coldly. Wang Yuan also said at the side, young Master Lin, our elder has already said very clearly that Medicine King Valley does not bully people. As long as you give us satisfactory conditions, anything can be discussed. For a grandmaster powerhouse, it would be best if they could settle things peacefully. Once they really started fighting, even Medicine King Valley would have to pay a price. After all, a grandmaster powerhouse was not that easy to suppress. Seeing that you are quite sincere, I will simply say that as long as Medicine King Valley chooses to rely on me, then everything can be discussed. Isn't it just a paradise? I can give you a few qualifications to cultivate. I don't know what you think. This is because I am in a good mood today. Otherwise, I really wouldn't give you such conditions. The elder of Medicine King Valley originally thought that Lin Fei would agree, but now that he heard the conditions, his whole face turned livid. I can understand it as if you don't take the Valley of the Medicine Masters seriously. You want Medicine King Valley to rely on you? Do you think that's possible? The old man was so angry that he laughed. Lin Fei laughed, I have already stated my conditions. Whether you agree or not is up to you. If you miss this opportunity, there won't be another one. I hope that Medicine King Valley will consider it carefully. Alright, the auction is about to start, I won't talk to you anymore. Lin Fei swaggered away, leaving behind the two grandmaster experts with ugly expressions. Bastard, does this guy really not know how powerful Medicine King Valley is? Wang Yuan also became gloomy. It seems that if we don't give this guy some suffering, he won't give up the paradise. The old man's expression was also ugly. Later, arrange for someone to spread the news. If he wants to guard Longting Villa with just a grandmaster expert, he is thinking too much. Chapter 3966. When Lin Fei left, he quietly left a spiritual imprint on Wang Yuan and the old man. Although they were grandmaster powerhouses, they were nothing in Lin Fei's eyes. They didn't even know that they had been imprinted. Lin Fei was quite interested in Medicine King Valley, especially such a force. He could use them to refine elixirs for him. If the people of Medicine King Valley knew about Lin Fei's thoughts, they would probably want to die. The dignified Medicine King Valley was targeted by others and wanted to become their alchemist. What was going on? When he returned to the hall, not many people paid attention to his departure. Lin Fei was happy to do it. As for what Wang Yuan and the others would do, he knew without thinking that they would spread the news to lure those grandmaster powerhouses to attack. Although this method of killing with a borrowed knife was old-fashioned, the effect was good. If it was a normal grandmaster, they would definitely be scared out of their wits when they encountered such a thing. At that time, they would only have one choice, which was to obediently hand over the blessed place and seek protection. But for Lin Fei, this was really not a danger. It could only be said that Medicine King Valley had made a wrong calculation. Not long after, the auction began. Everyone took their seats. Lin Fei also found a place to sit down casually and did not let Yu Zishan come over. Welcome, everyone, to tonight's auction. No matter if you're a newcomer or an old customer, we welcome everyone. It's because of you that our auction is getting better and better. Without further ado, let's begin today's main event. A middle-aged man with white gloves walked up. After an opening speech, the auction began. The first auction of the day was a warm-up activity. It was a necklace of extraordinary quality. The starting price reached 2 million, which attracted many ladies to compete. This necklace was of quite good quality. Whether it was worn by oneself or used as an investment, it would not be a loss. The opening warm-up activity was very good. In the end, the necklace was sold for a high price of 4.8 million, and the auction began. One by one, the items were brought up, and there were many people fighting for them. Lin Fei just watched quietly. He wasn't too interested in these things. He had to admit that the quality of these items was pretty good. It could be seen that the auction house had prepared well. The next item for auction is a set of jade. There are 18 pieces of jade in this set. After our expert's appraisal, we can confirm that these 18 pieces of jade are all ancient jade. Everyone, please have a look. Immediately, someone brought them over. There were 18 pieces of jade, all of them rectangular and transparent. Under the illumination of the light, they appeared crystal clear and warm. For a time, it attracted countless people's praises. These are the 18 pieces of ancient jade that we are auctioning. Everyone can come up and check for themselves to see if they are real or not. Such a batch of jade stones had indeed aroused the interest of many people, especially the ancient jade, which was a rare good thing. Lin Fei didn't go up, but when he saw the ancient jade, his face lit up. Looks like I made the right decision to come here. There are actually 18 pieces of ancient jade of excellent quality. However, there's a small problem with the aura of the ancient jade. Lin Fei only needed one look to know the origin of these ancient jade pieces. These ancient jade pieces were all dug out from the graveyard, and they even carried some negative and cold aura. If this aura wasn't removed, no matter who obtained this batch of ancient jade, their body would be damaged. After a long time, their vitality would also be damaged. Lin Fei originally thought that 2 or 3 pieces of ancient jade would be very good, but he didn't expect to see 18 pieces at once. This was out of Lin Fei's expectations. I don't need to run anymore. With these 18 pieces of ancient jade, I can cut them up and set up a formation. I can just about use them. After everyone came down from the stage, the auctioneer started the auction. There are a total of 18 pieces of ancient jade in this batch, all of which are of excellent quality. The starting price is 8 million, and each bid is 1 million. The highest bidder wins. The auction starts now. This time, for this batch of ancient jade, there were indeed many people competing. The 8 million price was quickly raised to 12 million, then 15 million, all the way up, and finally reached 23 million. The momentum didn't stop there, 52 million, going once. The auctioneer started shouting. After a few rounds, the price finally reached 52 million. The person who shouted this price was a middle-aged man. He was expressionless, and he wore jades around his neck. From his eyes, one could tell that he was ecstatic about this batch of ancient jade. He was very determined to get it. This person had already defeated several opponents. If there were no surprises, this middle-aged man would get this batch of ancient jade. I'll take 60 million. Lin Fei finally raised his hand. He didn't make a move at the beginning because he didn't find it troublesome. Now that there was finally one person left, it was time for him to make a move. As Lin Fei shouted, many people looked over. When they saw that it was a young man, they all shook their heads. This young man is quite bold. He actually dares to fight with the Lord of Jade for the ancient jade. Doesn't he know the Lord of Jade's identity? You should know that once the Lord of Jade has his eyes on an ancient jade, no one has ever been able to take it away from him. So this middle-aged man was called the Lord of Jade. The Lord of Jade looked in Lin Fei's direction. At the same time, he shot a cold glare at Lin Fei. At the same time, an invisible mental attack pierced into Lin Fei's mind. In the eyes of the crowd, the Lord of Jade was just glaring at Lin Fei. It seemed like he was being overbearing. However, no one expected that the Lord of Jade was an expert. He actually knew how to use mental attacks to attack his opponent. During the auction, no one noticed this. When they saw someone bid 60 million, they immediately shouted. This gentleman bid 60 million. 60 million going once. The Lord of Jade raised his hand again. 61 million. After shouting, he didn't look over again. His face was still full of confidence. Lin Fei smiled. I like this batch of ancient jade very much. You're being too stingy by adding 1 million. I'll bid 70 million. The Lord of Jade looked over again. There was even a hint of surprise on his face. Young man, are you sure you want to fight with me for this ancient jade? Who are your parents? Didn't I teach you to speak less and look more when you're outside? At the same time, he raised his hand. 71 million. When they saw the Lord of Jade and the young man fighting, everyone felt that the young man was courting death. That was the Lord of Jade. Whoever dared to snatch the ancient jade from the hands of the Lord of Jade would be seeking their own death. Lin Fei said, I knew it. If you don't have money, don't act like a pretentious prick. I really look down on you. Now, I'll bid 100 million. If you have the ability, continue to follow. I'll play with you slowly. Mobile version of the fastest updated website, M. Chapter 3967. 100 million. This price shocked countless people. Especially that sentence, it was filled with provocation. What's the background of this young man? He's too arrogant. He actually dared to snatch the ancient jade from the Lord of Jade. Moreover, he asked for 100 million. Isn't he afraid of bringing trouble to his family? Not far away. Li Tingting also tried to persuade Su Mei. Little Su, don't ever interact with this friend again. Don't you know who he offended? It's the Lord of Jade. Li Tingting said softly. No one has ever dared to snatch the ancient jade from the Lord of Jade, no matter who it is. Su Mei was also shocked by the scene in front of her. 18 pieces of ancient jade were offered for 100 million. Although she knew that Lin Fei was rich, it was too much. Moreover, she didn't think that the 18 pieces of ancient jade were worth much, but the price was so high. The Lord of Jade? Is he that middle-aged man? Does he have a powerful background? Su Mei couldn't help but ask. How could Li Tingting let go of such a good opportunity? She explained softly. The Lord of Jade has an impressive background. He's not from the East Sea, but he's one of the top figures in Hang City. His favorite hobby is to collect all kinds of ancient stones and jades. Wherever there's a jade, he'll appear. I heard that the Lord of Jade came to the East Sea to participate in the auction just for these 18 pieces of ancient jade. Your friend, on the other hand, is quite arrogant. He dares to compete with the Lord of Jade for the ancient jade. He might even lose his life. Li Tingting didn't like that Lin Fei. She didn't want that fella to appear beside Su Mei all the time. Now that such an opportunity had presented itself, Su Mei knew that that fella wouldn't have a good ending. Little Su, your friend is probably just talking nonsense. Those who dare to offend the Lord of Jade never have a good ending. Your friend is going to be unlucky. Is he that scary? Su Mei couldn't help but get worried. However, when she thought about how Master Yu was like a servant, she felt better. She asked, who's stronger, Master Yu or him? Li Tingting didn't say anything. Instead, it was a young master beside her who said, if you really want to compare, the two of them should be about the same. However, it depends on the place. In the East Ocean, Master Yu is definitely more capable. In Hangzhou, however, he is no match for the Lord of Jade. When Su Mei heard this, she was relieved. That's good, that's good. Li Tingting didn't understand what he meant. Instead, she said, anyway, just remember not to get too close to that guy later. The Lord of Jade must hate that guy. Let's just watch quietly. Wang Yuan of the Valley of Medicine Masters also noticed it. Zhang Xian couldn't help but smile. This kid is really arrogant. He actually dares to snatch the ancient jade from the Lord of Jade. Doesn't he know who's backing the Lord of Jade? The competition between the Lord of Jade and the young man had indeed shocked countless people. Whether it was in the East Ocean or Hangzhou, the Lord of Jade was an extremely influential person. Anyone who offended the Lord of Jade would die silently. There were even a few who were still in mental hospitals. Hence, no one dared to offend the Lord of Jade. Even if they liked the jade, they would give it to him unless the Lord of Jade wasn't around. Of course, there were also some people who collected jade to give to the Lord of Jade in order to get closer to him. There were many such cases. The Lord of Jade really liked ancient jade. He could tell that this batch of ancient jade was valuable. Hence, he had to get it. He even rushed over from Hangzhou. Under normal circumstances, no one would snatch his jade. He still had the face to do so. However, a reckless young man actually dared to snatch his jade. This made the Lord of Jade very uncomfortable. "Young man, you talk big. You should know that ancient jade isn't that easy to collect." The Lord of Jade had just used his spiritual mystic art to attack. He didn't expect this young man to be completely fine. However, this didn't make the Lord of Jade give up on this batch of ancient jade. This kind of ancient jade was too rare. Once he got his hands on it, he would be able to obtain huge benefits. Lin Fei didn't care. "It's none of your business whether I know how to collect it or not. Anyway, this batch of ancient jade is mine. I advise you to forget about it." There was a loud bang. An invisible attack pierced into the Lord of Jade's mind. "Who do you think you are to fight with me? Other than me, no one can snatch my things away." Lin Fei's tone was cold. The Lord of Jade couldn't react in time. His mind went blank and his face turned pale. The auctioneer didn't notice what was going on. 100 million going once. Anyone else? 100 million going twice. Anyone else? The auctioneer got excited. He looked at the Lord of Jade. He didn't look like he was going to raise his hand. He knew that the winner was about to be decided. 100 million going thrice. Let's congratulate this young man for obtaining this batch of ancient jade. No one had expected that the last batch of ancient jade would be snatched by this young man. The Lord of Jade actually gave up at the most crucial moment. This was unbelievable. But when he saw the Lord of Jade's pale face, he suddenly realized that he had been taken advantage of by this young fellow. Lin Fei didn't think that it was expensive to get this batch of ancient jade for 100 million. It was worth it. As for the Lord of Jade plotting against him, he had to take revenge. He was wrong to think that Lin Fei was easy to bully. Under normal circumstances, Lin Fei wouldn't make a move. However, the Lord of Jade actually used his mental strength to attack him. This meant that he wasn't a good person. Lin Fei wouldn't show mercy to such a person. Hence, he directly used his divine sense to attack the Lord of Jade's mental strength. If there were no accidents, the Lord of Jade's mental strength would be greatly damaged. It would take a long time for him to recover. This was also a small warning from Lin Fei. After bidding for this batch of ancient jade, Lin Fei clearly felt that the surrounding people were looking at him like he was a dead man. Lin Fei could guess that the Lord of Jade had a powerful background. Of course, no matter who he was, it didn't make much of a difference in his eyes. After the ancient jade was auctioned off, a new auction started. This auction was indeed quite impressive. Not long after, some elixirs were auctioned off. The quality of these elixirs was very poor, but they were fought over by everyone and sold at high prices. Lin Fei also noticed Wang Yuan. He thought for a while and knew that he was from the Medicine King Valley. Only the Medicine King Valley could refine elixirs. This made Lin Fei even more interested in the Medicine King Valley. He had to go there when he had nothing to do. The last item for today's auction is something that no one would have thought of. It can be considered an exception for today's auction. If anyone is unhappy later, please don't mind. When the auctioneer said this, many people's expressions changed. Everyone couldn't help but be curious. What was being auctioned this time? 2K Reading Network. Chapter 3968. Everyone was looking forward to the last item of the auction. This kind of thing was really rare. However, everyone believed that this auction would not cause any trouble for them. Their reputation was there. Tonight, the last item of the auction is our East Sea's #1 beauty, Bing Qingya. Hearing the auctioneer's words, everyone was shocked. Who is this Bing Qingya? East Sea's #1 beauty? Who dares to say that? Some people who did not know her couldn't help but mutter. But soon, a cold light shot over. If you don't know, just sit quietly and don't speak, someone shouted. At first, they were still angry, but when they saw who it was, they immediately shut their mouths. She was a big boss of the East Sea. They couldn't afford to offend her. Lin Fei was surprised. The last item of the auction was Bing Qingya. This kind of thing was really rare. Lin Fei still remembered that he had won against Bing Qingya. It seemed that she still owed him a meal. But last time, she disappeared without a trace. He didn't expect to see her here again. After the auctioneer finished speaking, a beautiful figure walked out. Just like last time, she was as cold as ice, making people unable to have any thoughts of blasphemy. When Bing Qingya arrived, Lin Fei immediately felt that something was wrong with Bing Qingya. The corner of his mouth slightly rose, so that's what happened. No wonder. This woman is a smart person. The auctioneer handed the microphone to Bing Qingya. Bing Qingya took the microphone and bowed deeply to everyone. I took the liberty to come up and disturb everyone. I would like to apologize to everyone here. Please forgive me. This action made many people nod their heads. The people from the Bing family were indeed different. Outsiders might not know Bing Qingya's background, but many people here knew. Today, as the last item of the auction, I am actually auctioning myself. Bing Qingya suddenly took a deep breath. As long as anyone can satisfy one of my conditions, Bing Qingya will be his. I will accept any identity. Bing Qingya's words startled everyone. This was the first time they had seen such an auction. However, with Bing Qingya's identity, who would allow her to do this? This was what shocked them the most. You don't have to worry too much. This is my own decision. It has nothing to do with anyone else. My conditions are also very simple. Bing Qingya took out something from her body. Looking closely, it turned out to be a secret book. Moreover, this secret book had traces of antiquity. Obviously, it was an ancient book. My condition is very simple. Whoever can help me restore this secret manual, then I, Bing Qingya, will be his. At this moment, a person who looked like a martial artist stood up. Miss Bing, may I ask what this secret manual is? Bing Qingya said coldly, this is the ice purity spell. There are 3 levels in total. Now that the 3rd level is gone, my request is to restore the 3rd level. I also hope that everyone here can help publicize this matter. This little girl will be very grateful. Those who were not martial artists might not know, but to those martial artists, they were all shocked when they heard this. One had to know that the clear ice art was a god-tier cultivation method. Rumor had it that cultivating the 3rd level would allow one to reach the god tier. But now, this person actually said that she wanted to restore the 3rd level. Didn't that mean that Bing Qingya's strength was close to the god tier, or had reached the edge of the god tier? She was also a master tier warrior. No, many people were silent. If it was something else, they might have been able to do it. However, this restoration cultivation technique wasn't a simple task. It required a lot of effort to calculate it. It wasn't something that anyone could calculate. This was an impossible task. After Bing Qingya finished speaking, she did not say anything else. No one knew better than herself that it was impossible to restore the 3rd level of the clear ice art. However, she still had a glimmer of hope, so she decided to give it a try. After all, many people from the south had come to this auction today. Therefore, she needed to spread the news in the south. She believed that someone would be able to restore the 3rd level of the clear ice art. Just as everyone remained silent, the doors of the auction house were suddenly pushed open. Ha 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 ha, Miss Bing, in order to refuse me, you went to the auction to sell yourself? This is not the style of the most beautiful woman in the East Sea. In the auction hall, the door was pushed open. The first thing that came into view were 2 big men in black. They pushed the door to the side and respectfully welcomed a young man in a suit. This young man was very handsome. Wearing a suit, he instantly made people think of the word, thug in a suit. Who are you? This is an auction. A warrior sitting behind the door suddenly stood up and said coldly. At this time, the man in black next to him suddenly made a move. He was like a dragon and a tiger, and the warrior was blown away. The warrior directly hit the wall and smashed a hole. The young master is talking. Others should shut up. The other man in black said coldly. As soon as the man in black opened his mouth, everyone felt like they were hit in the head. A fierce aura came towards them, and they did not dare to speak for a while. The man in the suit, who was called the young master, walked in, and his eyes fell on Bing Qingya. Miss Bing, even if you use this method, no one can restore the third level of the ice purity spell. So you should just accept your fate. Moreover, what's wrong with being my woman? You can have anything you want. Even your family can rise because of this. Are you really that heartless? When everyone saw this man clearly, many people secretly sucked in cold sweat. Especially Wang Yuan and the old man from the Medicine King Valley, they showed a trace of fear in their eyes. Why is this guy here? Didn't he stay in the south and not come out? And now he has his eyes on the most beautiful woman in the East Sea, Bing Qingya. Could it be? Bing Qingyang's eyes were cold. Invincible God, don't pretend. Others don't know what you do, but I do. You want me to be your woman? Don't even think about it. As soon as the words Invincible God came out, many warriors took a deep breath, and their faces were full of fear. Invincible God laughed. You know what I'm thinking. It's normal. Anyway, you are the woman I like. It's that simple. Without the third level of the ice purity spell, you know what will happen to you. If you want to live, you have to be my woman. Lin Fei was sitting in the crowd. When he saw Invincible God appear, he was also a little surprised. Seems like Wang Yuan's words are reasonable. The water in China is quite deep. I can't believe there is such a person. It seems like I have underestimated China. After all, it has been passed down for 5,000 years. Chapter 3969. Invincible God laughed. Bing Qingya, I like it when you're angry. Don't worry, I won't force you. I'll wait for you to slowly accept reality. As soon as he finished speaking, Invincible God swept his gaze across everyone. I welcome everyone's suggestions. After all, the Shen family agrees that there is strength in numbers. Who knows, there might be a miracle. His last words sounded like a suggestion, but everyone could tell that it was a threat in disguise. However, no one dared to say anything. They didn't even dare to show any dissatisfaction. Especially the two words, Shen family. It was like a dermic sword had appeared above their heads, ready to cut down at any time. Invincible God turned around and left, not even looking at the people who stayed. After Invincible God left, everyone let out a sigh of relief. That was because the aura that Invincible God gave off was too strong. It was like an insurmountable mountain that was crushing down on them. Soon after, the owner of the auction came and apologized to everyone. He was very sincere. This made everyone reluctantly accept it. After all, no one wanted something like this to happen, especially at an auction. Everyone was very shameless. Now that something like this had happened, it was undoubtedly a slap in the face. After Invincible God's actions, everyone knew that Invincible God had taken a fancy to Bing Qingya. Those who had thoughts just now completely gave up. They couldn't afford to offend this kind of person. If they didn't do well, they wouldn't be able to see the sun tomorrow. They would drag their entire family down with them. The Shen family was a legendary existence. Only people like them knew about it. Even billionaires or billionaires might not know how powerful the Shen family was. Bing Qingya's body trembled slightly, but she didn't say anything. The final auction ended like a farce. Everyone didn't say anything else and chose to leave in a hurry. Young man, I advise you to give up this batch of ancient jade. There are some things that you can't get. After Lin Fei paid 100 million, he received 18 pieces of ancient jade. Before he could get his hands on the storage ring, the Lord of Jade stood in front of him and warned him in a warning tone. The influence of this auction was not small. Although the Lord of Jade said that he was influential, he was still lacking. He did not dare to cause trouble, but he could still give a warning. Lin Fei laughed. This warning is quite interesting. Don't worry, once the ancient jade is in my hands, no one can take it away. The Lord of Jade's face darkened. I hope you can still say this the next time. At this moment, a figure walked over and an invisible pressure struck the Lord of Jade's body. Lord of Jade, this is Donghai, not your Hangzhou. Also, you better not threaten my boss, because you don't have the right to do so. I hope you can remember my words clearly. The moment this figure appeared, the Lord of Jade took a few steps back, and his expression changed. Many people noticed this scene and could not help but feel shocked. Although Yu Zishan and Lin Fei came in one after the other, no one suspected their relationship. However, now that Yu Zishan had taken the initiative to support Lin Fei, things were different. Of course, what surprised them even more was that sentence. This young man was Yu Zishan's boss. This was too unbelievable. Master Yu, what do you mean? The Lord of Jade's heart skipped a beat. Yu Zishan said plainly, he's my boss. Is that enough? I'm already giving face to your identity as the Lord of Jade by not punishing you when you threatened the boss. The Lord of Jade did not think much of this young man. At most, he thought that he was someone from some faction. However, he did not expect him to have such a background. He actually made Yu Zishan his subordinate. This was completely unexpected. Lin Fei said plainly, you won't be able to get this batch of ancient jade. If you want to get it, you have to deal with him first. Otherwise, you don't even have the right to face me. Alright, let's go. The Lord of Jade did not dare to say anything else. After all, this was Donghai and Yu Zishan's strength was unfathomable. If they fought head-on, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. Moreover, he did not know this person. When did such a person appear in Donghai? He actually did not receive any news at all. Boss, do you want me to teach this Lord of Jade a lesson later? Yu Zishan asked softly. Lin Fei shook his head, forget it. It's fine as long as I get it. Moreover, there's no point in teaching a person like him a lesson. If he really wants to snatch my ancient jade, I'll just cripple him. Why go through so much trouble? Yu Zishan also thought that Lin Fei was right. After all, the Lord of Jade's strength was similar to his. How could he be a match for his boss? Oh, right. What's the background of this invincible god? It seems like everyone is very afraid of him, Lin Fei asked curiously. Yu Zishan suddenly took a deep breath. Boss, this invincible god is from one of the 3 big families in the south. Even I have only seen the tip of the iceberg. It is said that this invincible god has many experts. I heard that it has been passed down for a long time and has connections with many other powers. In the south, it is said that this invincible god is also very talented. It was just that they were not well known, and no one knew of the existence of the Shen family. However, the large conglomerates in the south basically all had their shadows in them. They were truly low-key families. It was said that this invincible god was also very talented. He was born with a vision, and at such a young age, he had already become a grandmaster. It was said that he was invincible among those of the same level. In front of him, even I am not a match for him. Lin Fei felt that this was interesting. There were still 3 big families in the south. Which families are the other 2 big families? Yu Zishan said, among the 3 big families in the south, the first is the Mu family, the second is the Chao family, and the third is the Shen family. Among these 3 families, the Shen family's influence has been increasing rapidly in recent years. It is said that the Shen family has the bloodline of the god race and can easily break through to the god realm. The Lord of Jade is a family on the periphery of the Chao family. If I am not wrong, the Lord of Jade is here to collect ancient jade and give it to the Chao family in exchange for merits. Lin Fei's horizons were broadened. He did not expect such a family to exist in the south. The days from now on won't be boring. Lin Fei smiled. Yuzi Shan was worried for this invincible god. Lin Fei was only here to buy ancient jade. As for the three big families in the south, it was just an interesting event. Miss Bing, we meet again. When he went out to get his car, Lin Fei saw Bing Qingya. She stood by the car alone, looking very worried. Chapter 3970. It's you. Bing Qingya also saw the person walking over. When she saw the person walking over, she couldn't help but be shocked. This was someone Bing Qingya couldn't forget, especially the scene that happened that night. Yeah, it's me. Are you surprised? Lin Fei smiled. I still remember that you still owe me a condition. Are you going to go back on your word? It's not easy to run into you, so I think I need to remind you in case you forget. At this moment, many people in the parking lot saw this scene. So it's that kid. He's got some guts. He even dares to hit on the woman that invincible god likes. This kid wants to die. Hee, that's because he has the guts. I just saw that person has a good relationship with Master Yu. He probably has Master Yu's support. Who cares about Master Yu? Even Master Yu can't take it after offending invincible god. Who doesn't know how powerful the three big families of the south are? If it were me, I would walk as far as I can. I definitely won't be with this kind of person. In everyone's eyes, Bing Qingya, the most beautiful woman in the East Ocean, was a time bomb. Whoever dared to provoke her might explode immediately. Not only would she blow herself up, but she would also blow up her family into pieces. Who would dare to approach this kind of person? No matter how beautiful a woman was, it wasn't like there weren't any outside. Bing Qingya didn't expect this young man to take the initiative to look for her at this time. Didn't he know that she was no different from a time bomb? Are you sure you still want me to complete the condition? Bing Qingya looked at this man. She didn't know what happened at the auction, so she didn't know that this man challenged the Lord of Jade and even stole a batch of ancient jade from him. Lin Fei smiled. I remember that you lost. Even though you went to chase after your friend, I still remember the promise you made. I think tonight is not bad. Why don't we have a meal and talk about life? Bing Qingya hesitated. Since you've asked, I'll do as you wish. But don't regret it when the time comes. Lin Fei didn't care. What's there to regret? I'm the biggest in the world. Do you believe me? This was the first time Bing Qingya met a man like this who dared to say something like this. But when she thought of his crazy behavior last time, it seemed that this man was crazier than she had imagined. Get in. Bing Qingya opened the car and got in. It was still the Ferrari from last time, but it was just a different color. Lin Fei opened the door and got in. Soon, the Ferrari rushed out like a stream of light. Now, we don't even need to do anything. Lin Fei will die a horrible death. He even dares to snatch invincible god's woman. This is going to be a good show. Wang Yuan and the elder walked out and saw what was happening. Wang Yuan and the old man walked out and saw the scene. I don't think this is enough. Let's pay a visit to invincible god and reveal a piece of news to him. I believe the Southern Shan family will be very interested in this. Wang Yuan said worriedly, Elder Gao, that is a blessed paradise. If it is eaten by others, our Medicine King Valley will suffer a great loss. Gao Shan sneered, I don't think it's a loss. You should know that the Shan family, one of the three great families in the south, has been improving rapidly in recent years. Maybe in a few years, they will become the head of the three great families. If we can make a connection with the Shan family in the south, a paradise is nothing. Wang Yuan hurriedly flattered, Elder Gao is indeed far-sighted. This blessed paradise is just ordinary. It's far from the secret realms of the Southern Shan family. Using a blessed paradise to gain the favor of the Southern Shan family is a good deal. The Ferrari blew up the streets. Driving in the middle of the heavy traffic, Bing Qingya was like a fish in the water. I see that you like Ferraris. Last time it was a red one, and this is a white one. Lin Fei smelled the fragrance in the carriage. Isn't it because you are a madman? You can't find a second person like this in the entire East China Sea. Bing Qingya's tone was still as cold as ever. I think racing is a man's game, and women can stand aside. How can it be called racing if you're not crazy? But you are a hero among women, so you can be counted as something else. Lin Fei looked ahead. I know a place that tastes good. It's rare to see someone like you who is not afraid of death. I think we can have a good drink. Lin Fei didn't mind where to go. As long as there is food, the rest is simple. Bing Qingya glanced at this man. Even now, she couldn't see through this man. She knew better than anyone that after tonight, the news about her would definitely spread within the upper class. No one would dare to have any thoughts about her, and even the Bing family wouldn't dare to say anything. Because the Shen family of the three southern families was an existence that they couldn't afford to offend. But this mysterious man came to find her as if nothing had happened. To be honest, Bing Qingya really felt a trace of warmth. Bing Qingya drove the Ferrari all the way to a barbecue stall by the river. She brought Lin Fei to the outermost barbecue stall. She ordered a series of barbecue. Then she brought over a box of beer. How is it? Aren't you surprised? Lin Fei nodded. To be honest, it's my first time driving a Ferrari to eat barbecue. Bing Qingya sat down and looked at the river. Boats came and went, and the lights in the distance were brightly lit. I think eating barbecue is good. Do you have to eat good food to drive a Ferrari? I think the best food is those street snacks. They have a sense of history and taste good, unless you don't like them. To be honest, I haven't been to this kind of place for a long time since you brought me here to eat barbecue. I really have to thank you. Otherwise, I would have forgotten how long I haven't eaten barbecue. Lin Fei said seriously. Since coming back, Lin Fei really hadn't sat on the side of the road to eat barbecue. It's been so long that he almost forgot the memories. Bing Qingya glanced at Lin Fei, picked up a bottle of beer, and opened the cap with one hand. You're really interesting. Lin Fei also opened a bottle of beer and took the initiative to touch with Bing Qingya. Sometimes I also feel that I'm quite interesting. It's rare for us to sit together tonight. Let's drink a bottle. The two beers touched. Bing Qingya's alcohol tolerance was quite good, and she drank a bottle of beer in one go. Lin Fei wasn't slow either. The barbecue boss brought over a plate of barbecue. There were all kinds of barbecue. The two just drank beer, ate barbecue, and enjoyed the river breeze. 2K Reading Net. Chapter 3971. While Bing Qingya and Lin Fei were eating barbecue and drinking beer by the river. In the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel in Donghai, Four Seasons Hotel. Invincible God held a glass of red wine elegantly. In front of him was Donghai's most famous bund. One could see the entire bund in one glance. There were even a few districts in the distance. It felt like one could see all the mountains. Young Master, Medicine King Valley's Wang Yuan and Elder Gao Yishan are here. They said they want to visit you. A muscular man walked in and stood behind Invincible God, reporting softly. Medicine King Valley? They're interesting. They actually came to visit me. Let's meet them. Invincible God took a sip of red wine. Wang Yuan and Elder Gao Yishan walked in together. Outside, they could put on airs. But in front of Invincible God, they were very respectful. Young Master God, sorry for the intrusion, Gao Yishan took the initiative to say. Invincible God said calmly, come here. If you have something to say, just say it. We're here to give young Master God a gift. Gao Yishan saw that Invincible God wasn't angry and let out a sigh of relief. Invincible God took a sip of red wine and a sharp look flashed across his eyes. Gao Yishan and Wang Yuan instantly felt an immense pressure. Gifts? That's quite interesting. When did the Medicine King Valley learn to play this trick? Elder Gao Yishan knew very well that it was impossible to get someone else to do the dirty work in front of Invincible God. They had to be honest about everything. He knew that Invincible God was a very conceited person. Any dissatisfaction would turn into murderous intent. There were many lessons learned from the mistakes of the past, and everyone was very clear about it. Gao Yishan smiled apologetically. You must be joking, young Master God. It's normal to give gifts. Plus, to young Master God, I think only young Master God can accept this gift. No one else is qualified. Invincible God was interested. After all, Medicine King Valley was powerful, especially their alchemy skills. They were famous and many forces were on good terms with them. Since the elder of Medicine King Valley was so polite, Invincible God naturally didn't mind giving him some face. Tell me then. Just what kind of gift would make an elder like you come knocking on my door? This isn't something that happens often. The relationship between the Shen family and the Valley of the Medicine Masters was average, so Shen Wudi did have some thoughts about this elder's visit. Gao Yishan said, not long ago, our Medicine King Valley received a message saying that the Soaring Dragon Manor had a new owner. I think that such a place should be occupied by a virtuous person, not a person with no reputation. Young Master Shen, what do you think? Moreover, I feel that this person definitely doesn't have good intentions by staying in the Eastern Sea Grotto Heaven. If it becomes a base, I don't think it's a good thing for everyone. Gao Yishan didn't make it very clear, but to Invincible God, that was enough. You're saying that the Blessed Enclave has changed its owner? It's no longer Yu Zishan. Invincible God was a little surprised. After all, it was a blessed land. Back then, many people had fought for it, but Yu Zishan had gotten it in the end. If not for Yu Zishan's strength and the Yan Huang battle team, no one would have let it go so easily. According to the news we received, the owner of the Soaring Dragon Manor is a young man. He's young, but his background is quite mysterious. He once said that no one in the Eastern Sea has the right to be presumptuous in front of him. Even our Medicine King Valley suffered a loss in front of him, Gao Yishan added. Invincible God looked at Gao Yishan thoughtfully. This gift of yours is pretty good. I've received your kind intentions. Gao Yishan was a little flustered and didn't dare to look at him. After they left, the brawny man at the side said in a low voice, Young Master, they don't have good intentions. They're probably trying to get someone else to do their dirty work. Shen Wudi was dismissive. The Medicine King Valley doesn't have the guts to kill someone with a borrowed knife. Moreover, I'm quite interested in Longting Villa. That place is a blessed place. If our Shen family can get our hands on it, it'll be equivalent to having half a foot in the East Sea. This is a pretty good gift. It just so happens that I have nothing to do this time, so I'll go to Longting Villa to have a look. Lin Fei and Bing Qingye drank God knows how much beer and barbecue they had. The two of them chatted more and more enthusiastically. Most of the time, it was Bing Qingye talking, while Lin Fei listened and became an audience. If there's an afterlife, I definitely don't want to become a disciple of a big family because I've lost my freedom. Bing Qingye's face was also a little red. Bing Qingye's tone was helpless and even a little pessimistic. Lin Fei could be considered a person who had been through this. He had fought and killed his way up from the other world, so he could understand Bing Qingye's feelings very well. He agreed with this. That's why you made that decision. Bing Qingye looked into the distance. Even if I made a decision, what can I do? The ice purity art is our family's most powerful technique. Unfortunately, we lost the third stage. Even the previous family leaders spent a lot of effort to create the third stage. I don't have the strength and opportunity to do so, but how would I know if I don't try? What if there are miracles in this world? Lin Fei nodded. Actually, I quite believe in miracles in this world. I hope so. Bing Qingye thought that Lin Fei was comforting her. For the sake of hope, let's drink another bottle. I'll accompany you to the end. Just like that, one bottle after another. Soon, there were wine bottles all around. In the end, Lin Fei found that Bing Qingye was actually drunk. She didn't even use her martial arts to force the alcohol out. Lin Fei suddenly realized, if I didn't come, she would go get drunk alone. Maybe this is the only way to vent the unwillingness in her heart. After Lin Fei paid the bill, he carried Bing Qingye into the Ferrari. On the way, he wanted to ask where Bing Qingye lived, but he didn't get the answer. In the end, he could only go to a big hotel and get a presidential suite. After settling Bing Qingya, Lin Fei left the room. When he went out, he also left a small mechanism. Once someone broke in, he would be aware. Bing Qingya had a very comfortable sleep. Where am I? Bing Qingya opened her eyes and quickly recovered. Last night's events also appeared in her mind. This Lin Fei is quite interesting. Looking at her body, Bing Qingya couldn't help but shake her head. Am I so unattractive? No matter what, I am still the most beautiful woman in the East Sea. In fact, Bing Qingya didn't use her martial arts to force the alcohol out last night because she wanted to get drunk. As for what would happen after that, she didn't want to care, nor did she want to know. But she didn't expect that the man actually arranged for her to stay in the hotel. She got up from the bed. Bing Qingya saw the yellowed book on the table lamp. She picked it up and put it back on her body. Inadvertently, Bing Qingya's hand actually trembled. Because in the dense last few pages, the originally scattered words had now recovered, clearly visible, word by word, revealing a profound meaning. This was like a pie falling from the sky. Bing Qingya's whole body became excited. Is this the miracle you were talking about? Chapter 3972. It wasn't difficult for Lin Fei to recover the third stage of the secret manual. It was too easy. Lin Fei took a look at this technique. It was indeed an innate realm technique. Bing Qingya was a genius. She was only one step away from the innate realm, which was what they called the God realm. If she was given time, she would become an innate master in no time. Bing Qingya was definitely talented. It wasn't easy for her to reach this step. Hence, Lin Fei didn't mind helping Bing Qingya. If there were no accidents, the possibility of recreating the third stage of the ice purity technique was very low. Even if an innate master came, they might not be able to completely restore it. This required a strong mental strength to calculate. It was very exhausting. What Lin Fei didn't lack was a strong mental strength. As for when Bing Qingya could break through to the innate realm, it wasn't Lin Fei's business. After settling Bing Qingya down, Lin Fei took a taxi. He didn't go to Xiao Qinglan's place. Instead, he went back to Charlene's place. When he arrived at Charlene's place, he turned on the lights and came in. Lin Fei saw Charlene, who was sleeping on the sofa. She seemed to be drunk. She was obviously drunk. After turning on the lights, Charlene called out in a daze. "Brother Lin, when are you coming back? We've been waiting for you for a long time." Lin Fei saw some dishes and even a set of chopsticks on the table. He took out his phone and realized that it was broken. He thought about it. It should be when the Lord of Jade launched a mental attack on the phone at the auction. Lin Fei didn't notice it at that time. Lin Fei just remembered that after the exhibition, Charlene and Bai Xingnan proposed to celebrate. He agreed without hesitation. He didn't expect it to be tonight. Charlene must have been waiting for a long time. She didn't see me coming back. She was in a bad mood and drank too much. Lin Fei shook his head. He walked over and helped Xiaolin up. The drunk Xiaolin actually opened her eyes. She seemed to be drunk but she wasn't. She smiled and said, "Brother Lin, you're finally back. I've been waiting for you guys for a long time." After Charlene said this, she leaned on Lin Fei. He spoke intermittently. Lin Fei helped Charlene back to her room and prepared to settle her down. One moment, there was Bing Qingya, and the next moment, there was Xiaolin. Lin Fei also became proficient. When he was about to help Charlene take off her coat, Charlene suddenly hugged Lin Fei and kissed him. "Brother Lin, I've liked you for a long time. I want to be your woman. Please take me." Charlene was usually timid, but after getting drunk, she became bold and started to confess to Lin Fei. Charlene's confession was somewhat out of Lin Fei's expectations. It could be described as crazy. This made Lin Fei unable to come back to his senses for a moment. He was kissed by Charlene. "Xiao Lin, stop fooling around. Hurry up and go to sleep." However, Charlene seemed to have sobered up a lot. She threw a tantrum. I'm not going to sleep. I'm not going to sleep. I want to be your woman because you're a gift from God. Unless Brother Lin doesn't like me at all. It turned out that at this moment, Charlene had sobered up. Her drunkenness had also dissipated by 70 to 80%. This made Charlene stronger and she immediately confessed again. Charlene knew that if she didn't confess this time, she would miss the opportunity. Hence, she had to confess. It wasn't a problem for Lin Fei to ask him to kill someone. In this kind of matter, he wasn't as direct as a woman. Do you remember what I told you before? I'm not a loyal person. If you become my woman, you might only occupy a small portion of my heart. You should understand. Charlene smiled foolishly. Aren't you just a scumbag? I like scumbags like you. As long as you have a small portion of my place in your heart, I'll be satisfied. Faced with such an answer, Lin Fei really didn't know what to say. You're such a stupid woman. Charlene hugged him with both arms. Even if you're a stupid woman, you're still a gift from God. I won't let go. I want to become your rightful woman. Charlene stared straight at Lin Fei. Since she was so direct, Lin Fei couldn't say anything. Moreover, he had drunk quite a lot tonight. Although he didn't drink much, with a woman in his arms, it would be a lie if he didn't feel anything. What else could he say? After this night, Charlene completely became Lin Fei's woman. Charlene felt that she was so happy. From the beginning, Charlene felt that Lin Fei had a unique taste. Now that she had truly become Lin Fei's woman, she was very satisfied. One must know that Charlene had gone all out last night. When she woke up, Charlene didn't see Lin Fei. Instead, she heard sounds in the kitchen and heaved a sigh of relief. Charlene was worried that yesterday was a dream. When she woke up, everything would be empty. You don't have to go to work today. Rest well at home. I'll talk to Shengnan about it. Lin Fei came in. Charlene shook her head. It's fine. It's the busiest time at the company now. I have to go back to the company to help Sister Shengnan. Lin Fei couldn't say anything else, but he still walked in. Since you're going to the company, I'll treat it for you. At least you'll look normal when you walk. Otherwise, people will be able to tell at a glance. Then, you'll be the one who'll be embarrassed. Charlene nodded lightly. I'll listen to you. This was the first time Lin Fei had done something like this, but it was easy. After a little treatment, the wound healed. At least Charlene walked nimbly after getting out of bed. This breakfast was very sweet. Under Lin Fei's gaze, Charlene drove away from the neighborhood. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he watched Charlene leave. I knew it would be like this. I've already said that I don't mess with women. It seems like I've messed with quite a lot of women now. Of course, Lin Fei also sighed softly. Anyway, it had already happened, so it didn't matter anymore. Lin Fei hailed a taxi and went to the nearest shopping mall to buy a new phone. Because the phone had been damaged by the Lord of Jade's mental strength yesterday, it could be said that it was in a state of intermittent good and bad, so it was better to get a new one. Lin Fei also remembered to put the phone in his storage ring when he had nothing to do in the future. After copying all the phone numbers, Lin Fei called Yu Zishan, intending to ask him to pick him up. After obtaining the ancient jade from the auction this time, Lin Fei was prepared to refurbish the Longting Manor and make it even safer. After the call went through, there was a sound of rapid breathing. Boss, something happened to the villa. Chapter 3973. The moment the phone was connected, Lin Fei heard Yu Zishan's weak voice. Boss, something happened in the villa. Lin Fei could tell that Yu Zishan's voice was not right. He must have been seriously injured. What happened? In Donghai, Lin Fei had some understanding of Yu Zishan's strength. There were only a few grandmasters in Donghai who could match a grandmaster middle stage expert. Lin Fei did not believe that anyone would attack Yu Zishan. A cold voice came from the other side of the phone. Lin Fei, if you don't want to see Yu Zishan die, then come to Longting Villa immediately. Our young master wants to see you. Whoosh. The phone on the other side of the phone was violently destroyed, making a cracking sound. Young master. Lin Fei raised the corner of his mouth, and a cold light flashed across his eyes. No one knew better than him who this voice belonged to. Invincible God, who persuaded you to come to deal with me? Lin Fei's memory was very good. Even if he had not spoken to someone before, he would know who it was as soon as he heard their voice. The voice just now was one of the strong men who stood beside Invincible God at the auction last night. In this situation, it was obvious that Invincible God was persuaded by someone and came to Longting Villa to injure Yuzishan. The Shin clan, one of the 3 major clans in the south, is indeed influential. Even the Medicine King Valley has to curry favor with them. I guess he has given my Longting Manor to the Shin clan. Once the Shin clan gets the Longting Manor, they will have the opportunity to intervene in Donghai. It can be considered as taking a step forward, and no one will be able to stop them. Lin Fei stretched out his hand and stopped a taxi. He got in directly. Take me to Longting Villa. Lin Fei closed his eyes and rested. The taxi driver had naturally heard of Longting Villa, which was a mysterious existence in Donghai. He did not dare to ask anything and pulled Lin Fei away. Half an hour later, the taxi arrived at the parking lot of Longting Villa. At this time, a black Rolls-Royce Phantom was parked in the parking lot. The black body of the car looked very domineering. Lin Fei handed over 100 yuan and got out of the car. Rolls-Royce Phantom, humph. Lin Fei snorted and casually waved his hand. With a bang, the Lawrence Phantom was sent flying with a slap. It kept rolling on the ground, and when it stopped, it became tattered. A luxury car was destroyed just like that. The taxi driver was scared out of his wits and immediately fled. Too scary, too scary. Lin Fei's eyes turned cold. How dare you behave atrociously in my territory? Your Shin family is not qualified. The interior of the Longting Villa was undergoing renovation, but it was quiet today. There was no dust flying everywhere, but the interior of the Longting Villa appeared to be in a mess. At this moment, a figure was sitting in the hall. 2 strong men stood on the left and right sides, glaring like tigers watching their prey like guards. Yuzishan lay on the ground with a pale face. You will definitely regret becoming enemies with my boss, Yuzishan said with difficulty. Even though the person in front of him was Shinwudi, Yuzishan was not afraid at all. He knew that his boss was more powerful than they were. Actually, ever since Shinwudi came to the Longting Villa, Yuzishan knew that this must be the Medicine King Valley's doing. Shinwudi was convinced. He wanted to spy on the Longting Villa. However, Yuzishan still underestimated Shinwudi's power. Shinwudi did not even need to make a move himself. His 2 subordinates defeated him. If the other party did not keep him alive, Yuzishan knew that he would definitely die. Shinwudi held a glass of red wine in his hand. This was his habit. No matter where he went, he liked to drink red wine. Yuzishan, you are one of the Grand Masters of East Sea. I never thought that there would be a day when you would rely on someone. However, the person you acknowledge doesn't seem to be very good. If you had chosen to rely on the Shin family of the south, your influence in East Sea would be even greater than before. Even the Yan Huang battle team would have to give you face. It's a pity that you chose a young man. Looks like you're getting old and muddled. Shinwudi took a sip of red wine, full of disdain. Yuzishan said coldly, so what if I'm willing? Who doesn't know that the Shin family of the south is like a pack of wolves, leopards, and tigers? Anything that you set your eyes on will not have a good ending. However, this East Sea is not a place for you to be so presumptuous. But don't worry, when Lin Fei arrives, I will slowly teach him how to be a man. Then, I will slowly deal with you. For an old thing like you, I love to let you slowly accept reality. Only then can I better deal with you. That is why all my enemies have always died in agony, because killing them with a single slash is definitely not something that they will be happy about. It is equivalent to letting them off easy. Only by letting them live, and then ending their lives amidst their hatred, regret, and frustration, is the true meaning of teaching them a lesson. And you are qualified for me to teach you such a lesson. Invincible God laughed out loud. You are so confident that you dare to speak to me like this. But don't worry, when Lin Fei arrives, I will slowly teach him how to be a man. Invincible God suddenly looked towards the door and saw a figure walking towards them. Speak of the devil. Lin Fei, it seems like you have some guts. You actually came here so quickly. Invincible God looked at Invincible God. A figure appeared at the door and walked over unhurriedly. It was none other than Lin Fei. When he came to the door, he saw Yu Zishan lying on the ground. He was badly injured. Invincible God, you've got some guts. To think that you would dare to act so insolently in my Longting Mountain manor. I really wonder who gave you the guts to do so. Kneel down right now and apologize to Yu Zishan. Let's satisfy him first. Who knows, he might even show you mercy later on, Lin Fei said calmly with his hands behind his back. B****, how dare you speak to our young master like that? Instantly, two burly men pounced on him. They released their grandmaster aura. They were both physique refinement grandmasters. Their punches and kicks contained immense power. It was extremely terrifying. Yu Zishan hurriedly said, "Boss, be careful. They're both physique refinement grandmasters. They're at least in the mid-stage of grandmaster." Usually, a single physique refinement grandmaster was rather terrifying. Now that there were two of them, especially in close combat, they had an absolute advantage. Even if a mid-stage or late-stage grandmaster came, they wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. If they were unlucky, they would suffer. Yu Zishan wasn't a match for them and was defeated easily. Break Lin Fei's legs first. How dare you speak to me like that? How impudent. Shen Wudi took another sip of red wine and revealed a cruel smile. I don't like people like you. So, you can only speak while kneeling. Chapter 3974. The two burly men attacked from all sides. When they attacked Lin Fei, the power of their punches and kicks caused an invisible impact on everything around them, making tearing sounds. This was the strength of a body-refining grandmaster. Invincible God slowly tasted his red wine. He wanted to see what gave this Lin Fei the right to put on airs in front of him. In the territory of the South, he was the only one who could put on airs. No one else could. This was because he was the strongest of the generation. Facing the attacks of the two strong men, Lin Fei did not dodge. He just slowly extended his hands. He was neither fast nor slow. Like catching a snail in the water, he caught the fists of the two body-refining grandmasters in an instant. The moment their fists were caught, the expressions of the two body-tempering grandmasters suddenly changed. With the fastest speed they could muster, they ruthlessly kicked Lin Fei's body. They even used a series of kicks, one after the other. It was clear just how rich their combat experience was. Lin Fei was still very calm. He swung the hands that were holding their fists at them as if he was swinging noodles. Rumble. A wave of power exploded on their bodies. How strong were the physical bodies of the two tempered body cultivators? However, they were tossed aside like a pile of mud by Lin Fei in an instant. In my eyes, body-refining martial artists are the same. They are just more resilient than ordinary people, Lin Fei said with a smile. Invincible God, what do you think? Invincible God was unfazed. He drank all the wine in his mouth and threw the glass on the ground. He moved his body. No wonder you have the ability to make Yuzishin submit to you. You do have some strength. These two body-refining grandmasters of mine have defeated countless grandmasters ever since they reached the body-refining grand completion. It's really rare to see someone like you seriously injure them without even making a sound. However, this kind of trash has lost, so be it. Shen Wudi was talking about a normal matter. With the strength of our Shen family, it's just a matter of time before we can train them again. However, I'm very interested in you. You're actually a master in body refinement as well. I wonder, between your body refinement and mine, who's better? Invincible God was interested in Lin Fei. As they chatted, they glided over. He closed the distance of 7 or 8 meters in an instant and punched at Lin Fei's face. This punch was fast and ruthless, and it was quite ruthless. With such explosive power, Invincible God was indeed quite strong. However, in the eyes of Lin Fei, it was still not enough. He raised his leg and sent a vicious kick over. This kick caused the mountains to collapse and the earth to crack. Invincible God indeed had the right to be arrogant. He was already a master at such a young age, and a body refinement master at that. He was extremely strong. Seeing how nonchalant Yifuqian was, a cruel smile appeared on his face once again. Who would have thought that this kick would land on Invincible God? Bang! Lin Fei's kick landed squarely on Invincible God's face. All of a sudden, Invincible God was reduced to a bloody mess. Tears and blood gushed out of his eyes as he slammed into the wall behind him. I actually didn't dodge. This is impossible. Invincible God struggled down from the wall and touched the blood on his face. His entire face was contorted. How dare you make me bleed? I'll kill you. Invincible God was furious. He swung his arm and pounced at Yifuqian again. The aura on his body was even more exuberant. Invincible punch. The power of Invincible God's punch was even more violent. In an instant, it reached the level of a late-stage master. There was even a hint of artistic conception in the punch. It was terrifying. Lin Fei saw this punch and laughed. Invincible God, you do have the right to be proud. You managed to comprehend the fist intent at such a young age, and it's such a domineering invincible fist intent. You're indeed powerful, but it's not enough. Invincible God was shocked. You actually know about the fist intent. Since you do, you'd better accept your fate. Invincible fist intent, invincible in the world. Lin Fei took a step forward and met it with a simple punch. There was a loud bang. In the face of true power, any fist intent is nothing, even the invincible fist intent. Invincible God instantly felt his punch being crushed by an even more powerful force. His power could not even disintegrate the opponent's power in the face of this. Instead, it was crumbling. The force crushed Invincible God's body, and his entire body floated out like a lone boat, crashing onto the ground. Invincible God's fist intent, which had always been invincible, was now in tatters. Then, a figure appeared beside him and stepped on his arrogant face. Gotcha! Half of Invincible God's head was stuck in the ground. Invincible God, you're the first person who dared to cause trouble in my villa. If I can take down Longting Villa, I won't take anyone seriously. You, Invincible God, of all things, you had to injure my subordinate. Don't you know that? No matter how much Invincible God struggled, he could not move under the force of this kick. He felt that his pride and dignity were all crushed. Lin Fei, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Invincible God had always been arrogant, but now that he was being stepped on, he roared, and the aura on his body surged again and again. But as Lin Fei's foot came down, all his struggles were in vain. Invincible God was being stepped on. You're too used to being a young master that you don't know what suffering is. I'll have to teach you a lesson. Lin Fei stepped down again. With a rumble, the ground shook. Does it feel good? With a rumbling sound, another kick came. Does it feel good? There was a loud boom. Does it feel good? How dare you come to my Longting Villa of East Sea and act so presumptuously? Who do you think you are? Lin Fei stepped down again and again. Invincible God, who was struggling, lost all his strength in the blink of an eye, leaving only blood flowing out. If not for the weak aura, he would have suspected that this guy was dead. This is just a warning. If you dare to come to Longting Villa again, I don't mind finishing you off. Lin Fei glanced at the two body refining masters. Take your master and get out of here right now. The two body refining masters looked heavily injured, but they were still stronger than normal people. They staggered over and dug Invincible God out of the ground. Looking at Invincible God, his entire face was ruined, and he was only breathing weakly. They couldn't imagine how this young man had such terrifying power that even young Master Invincible God was no match for him. They didn't even dare to say anything as they helped young Master Invincible God up and left Longting Villa quickly. When they got out of Longting Villa, they were dumbfounded. That was because the Rolls-Royce Phantom had turned into a pile of scrap metal. They knew that this was done by Lin Fei. Since there was no car, what else could they do? They could only continue along the way. Lin Fei helped Yu Zishan up. Wait here for a while. He turned around and left quickly. When he came back, there was a bottle of spiritual water in his hand. After feeding it to Yu Zishan, along with some healing pills, his injuries were completely healed. Thank you, boss. You stood up for me. This invincible God is so despicable. Chapter 3975. Yu Zishan felt very relieved. So what if they were from the Shen family, one of the 3 major families in the south? So what if they were favored by the heavens? So what if they were Invincible God? In the end, he was still tortured by his own boss. Boss, the Shen family is one of the 3 major families in the south, and Invincible God is their favored one. I'm afraid that the Shen family won't be able to take it lying down and might come to our Longting Villa again. Yu Zishan said worriedly. I'm not afraid of one-on-one, but if a few more masters come, I won't be able to hold them off. Lin Fei said nonchalantly, they won't have a chance to come to the Longting Villa to make trouble. I didn't plan to set up the formation so early, but since they have their eyes on the Longting Villa, I can only set up the formation first. When they want to come to the Longting Villa, it will depend on whether they have the strength to do so. Yu Zishan was overjoyed. Boss, you want to set up the formation, but our villa, Yu Zishan had seen how powerful the formation was. Once it was set up, the Longting Villa would be as stable as Mount Tai. It doesn't matter how big or small it is. In fact, Lin Fei had not planned to set up the formation of the Longting Villa, but with the arrival of Invincible God, he had no choice but to set it up in advance. Although Lin Fei was not afraid of people coming, the Longting Villa was constantly sending masters, and he could not sit in the Longting Villa all day. Setting up the formation was something that had to be done. However, before setting up the formation, Lin Fei felt that there was one more thing that had to be done, and that was to have a good chat with the 2 from the Medicine King Valley. It was not easy to kill someone with a borrowed knife. If he had met someone else, he might have succeeded. Yi Xian let Yu Zishan stay in the Longting Villa. Yi Xian drove a Ferrari out of the Longting Mountain Villa. As expected of a martial artist. He's not slow at all. I wonder if Invincible God will learn his lesson this time. Don't make me attack you again. Lin Fei did not see Invincible God along the way. He believed that they must have taken a shortcut. The 2 body refining masters carried Invincible God because they were afraid that Lin Fei would catch up with them. Therefore, they did not take the main road and chose to take the mountain road. They suffered a lot. Of course, this was for another time. Lin Fei drove the Ferrari all the way to a villa area. This villa district wasn't very famous in the Eastern Sea, and it wasn't even as famous as the Soaring Dragon Manor villa he had bought in the past, but it had an elegant environment. The people of the Valley of the Medicine Masters really know how to enjoy themselves. Lin Fei drove the Ferrari directly into the villa area. The guard at the door acted as if he didn't see anything. Lin Fei drove the car and finally stopped in front of a villa. He got out of the car and locked onto Wang Yuan and Gao Ishan. The 2 of them were in the villa. Inside the villa, Wang Yuan and Gao Ishan were also waiting for news because they had arranged for people to keep an eye on the situation. Knowing that Shen Wudi had gone to Longting Manor, they did not expect that Shen Wudi would make a move so quickly. Therefore, they were waiting for news. If Lin Fei suffered a great loss at Shen Wudi's hands, then they could make a move. Although they could not take Longting Manor, they had to teach Lin Fei a lesson, especially since he was such a mysterious person. I think there should be news in a while, Wang Yuan said. Gao Ishan was drinking tea and smiled. Who can stop Shen Wudi when he makes a move? Not to mention the others, just those 2 subordinates of his are body refining grandmasters. Their strength is extraordinary. Only the Southern Shan family has this kind of foundation to cultivate body-refining grandmasters, and 2 of them at once. I also heard that there are more than a dozen body-refining grandmasters in the Shan family. If it wasn't for the one in Yanjing, they might have dominated the entire South long ago. Wang Yuan took a deep breath. More than a dozen body-refining grandmasters. This is too scary. It's simply unimaginable. Wang Yuan was a grandmaster powerhouse himself, but he had no chance of winning against a body-refining grandmaster. Therefore, when he heard that there were more than a dozen body-refining grandmasters in the south, he felt terrible. Gao Yishan was used to it. To be able to become one of the 3 major families in the south, it's not as simple as you think. Although our Medicine King Valley is quite strong, in front of the 3 major families, we are too far behind. Now you should understand why I want to hand over Longting Villa. If we can be on good terms with the Southern Shan family, there will only be benefits for our Medicine King Valley. Wang Yuan had finally experienced the elder's power. At this moment, an unexpected scene happened. The door of the villa burst open with a crash, and countless fragments flew into the room. Even if Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan reacted quickly, they were still hit by the fragments of the sawdust and were directly knocked to the wall. The most frightening thing was that the sawdust pierced into their bodies, directly nailing them to the wall one by one, without the slightest resistance. Who is it? Who has such terrifying power that we can't fight back in time? Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan were so scared that their hands and feet turned cold. It was simply unprecedented that they did not notice such a powerhouse coming over. At the broken door, a figure walked over. You too, how do you like this tea? The taste is not bad, right? As this person walked in, Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan's faces instantly turned gloomy and pale. How did you know we were here? Wang Yuan had experienced Lin Fei's strength. Only now did he realize that he seemed to have underestimated Lin Fei's strength. After all, this villa was not registered under their names, so very few people knew their specific residence. However, Lin Fei could actually find them, and even they did not notice him at all. This was too terrifying. Lin Fei swaggered and sat down on the sofa. He casually grabbed a piece of sawdust and flicked it lightly. With a whoosh, it pierced into Gao Yishan's body. Blood immediately flowed out. Even though Gao Yishan's qi protected his body, it couldn't stop the sawdust from piercing into his body. In the entire Donghai, it's really not difficult for me to find someone. Moreover, the 2 of you are quite calculative. Are you waiting for news? Unfortunately, you will be disappointed. Invincible God has already gone back. Gao Yishan shouted, that's impossible. Invincible God is the pride of the heavens, a master powerhouse. How can you be his match? Gao Yishan definitely did not believe that Lin Fei could be Invincible God's match. It's normal for an old-fashioned person like you to be seeing things. However, I really have to tell you that Invincible God is really not my match. He left in a sorry state. Of course, I'm here to tell you that in the Donghai territory, don't plot against me. Don't think that I don't know that it was you who instigated Invincible God to come to Longting Villa. Therefore, I'm here to give you a gift. Gift? Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan had a bad feeling about this. Lin Fei waved his hand, and countless wood shavings flew out like the wind, piercing into the 2 men's bodies. Ah, my dantian. You destroyed my dantian. Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan instantly screamed in pain. Their entire bodies aged in an instant because at this moment, their dantian was shattered and all their strength was drained. They became useless people and were no longer martial artists. This method was very vicious. It was like killing one's parents and cutting off one's wealth. Lin Fei stood up. Go back and tell the Valley of the Medicine Masters that they can either behave themselves and keep a low profile, or feel free to seek revenge. Right, remember to bring more people. Otherwise, if they aren't strong enough, there'll be nothing in my eyes. Chapter 3976. Lin Fei left after crippling Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan. From beginning to end, he did not say another word. As for the revenge of the Medicine King Valley, it would at most be a little troublesome. Anyway, he had to make a trip to the Medicine King Valley. But there was no time now. He had to wait until the Longting Villa matter was completely resolved. Lin Fei would go to the Medicine King Valley to see what they were capable of. But for Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan, both of them almost broke down. One had to know that becoming a martial artist was high and mighty. Although martial artists were not as powerful as they were in the past, they were still very popular and were welcomed by all the big families. They came from the Medicine King Valley, and with the influence of the Medicine King Valley, they were even more respected outside. But now that their dantian was destroyed just like that, they would become useless people from now on. All the glory and wealth would be gone. What worried them the most was that once the sect abandoned them, those who they had offended would definitely not mind hitting them when they were down and teaching them a lesson. If it was just one humiliation, it would not be a big deal. But what if they were killed? This was something they did not dare to accept. Lin Fei. How dare he destroy our dantians? Wang Yuan wailed out. Gao Yishan could not come back to his senses. He did not expect that Lin Fei would be so cruel. He did not even need to make a move to destroy their dantian, making them useless people from now on. Call the Yan Huang battle team immediately. Tell them that Lin Fei stole a pill recipe from the Medicine King Valley. After they saw through it, he actually destroyed their dantian. We must give the Yan Huang battle team an explanation for this. Gao Yishan's entire face was twisted, full of hatred and resentment. Yes, we must inform the Yan Huang battle team about this. This is the only way to vent our anger. Wang Yuan also knew that this was the only chance for them to take revenge on Lin Fei. Otherwise, it would be difficult for them to vent their anger. Inside the Yan Huang battle team's base, Chief Taizhan was leisurely drinking tea. At the same time, he was looking through the latest news from the East Sea. But suddenly, Lin Ro came in. Chief Iron Battle sensed something was wrong. What happened? Lin Ro said, Bureau Chief, you really have good foresight. Something happened at the Medicine King Valley. Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan were robbed in the villa. Not only that, but their dantians were also destroyed. Now, the Medicine King Valley is pressuring us to catch the culprit. Iron Scout was shocked. Who would be so bold as to attack someone from Medicine King Valley? Aren't Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan grandmasters? How could he be robbed like this? Crippling the dantian? Don't you think it's a joke? Grandmaster powerhouses are not so easy to deal with, but his dantian was destroyed. This is more difficult than killing a grandmaster. Taizhan felt like he was listening to a joke. Lin Ro smiled bitterly and said, Director, I didn't believe it at first, but the person who did it was Lin Fei from Longting Villa. What do you think we should do about this? Tai Tan slammed the table and stood up. What? It's Lin Fei from Longting Villa. Why is that kid fighting with Medicine King Valley again? Taizhan had been paying close attention to the recent events. Especially Lin Fei. This kid had openly bought the jade stone that the Lord of Jade had his eyes on at the auction, and even had an ambiguous relationship with Bing Qingya. Taizhan couldn't help but admire this Lin Fei. He was indeed a guy who loved to stir up trouble. No matter which one of the three big families in the south, they were all a headache for Director Taizhan. Until now, there was no effective way to control them. Even some of the Yan Huang battle teams in the south had completely chosen to give up. Lin Ro nodded. Yes, it's indeed Lin Fei. The two from Medicine King Valley said that Lin Fei coveted their Medicine King Valley's pill formula and directly stole it. We, the Yan Huang battle team, must give them an explanation for this matter. Iron Scout suddenly had a headache. If it was an ordinary warrior, it would be fine. With a command, they would definitely be able to capture the person. But this person, Lin Fei, even until now, Taizhan still hadn't figured out his background. This was the most difficult thing to handle. Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan are really useless. They can't beat him, but they have to let the Yan Huang battle team take action. Taizhan also frowned. I can't be the one to capture him. This kid is very strange. It was the first time Lin Rose saw her boss having a headache. We really can't not deal with this matter. After all, any grandmaster is our China's treasure. But now that we've lost 2 grandmasters, once the Medicine King Valley complains to the headquarters, we won't have a good time. Director Tai Zhan's eyes also darkened. I have to go to Longding Villa, but before that, I still have to meet Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan. After all, if this matter gets out of hand, it won't be good for anyone. This Lin Fei is really too much. He just has to snatch everything. Isn't the pill formula the lifeblood of the Medicine King Valley? Subconsciously, Tai Zhan didn't believe that Lin Fei would do that. But now that Lin Fei had crippled the other party, this was the key. Iron Scout immediately brought his men to the villa. When he saw the scene in the villa, he was secretly shocked. Because the scene was a mess, and he could even see that it was purely a violent act. The 2 grandmasters, Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan, were very weak, and they had aged a lot. Director Tai, you came at the right time. If you don't give us an explanation for this matter, the Medicine King Valley will go to the headquarters. What right does that Lin Fei have to snatch our Medicine King Valley's special pill formula? As soon as Wang Yuan saw the director Tai Zhan, he immediately complained. That Lin Fei is too unreasonable. Originally, we cooperated with him out of goodwill, but as soon as he saw our pill formula, he coveted it. When we weren't paying attention, not only did he injure us, but he also crippled our Dantian. We hope that Director Tai can arrest Lin Fei and hand him over to the Medicine King Valley to deal with. Gao Yishan said, the Medicine King Valley is willing to donate 100 healing pills and 100 qi gathering pills to the Yan Huang battle team. On the way here, Director Tai Zhan still couldn't believe that this was true. But when he saw these 2 grandmasters, Tai Zhan couldn't help but feel a trace of sorrow and desolation. Grandmaster experts weren't necessarily very powerful. Just how powerful was that brat Lin Fei? This was too terrifying. He even faintly broke out in a layer of cold sweat. After all, back then, Tai Zhan still wanted to take down Lin Fei. Fortunately, he didn't make a move. Otherwise, he might be like these 2 guys now, without any strength and becoming an ordinary person. And such an ordinary person could not enjoy the life of a real ordinary person, because those enemies wouldn't mind stabbing them. Both of you, rest assured. Since this happened in the East Seas territory, the Yan Huang battle team will definitely give you an explanation. Lin Ro, come over and register for them. Chapter 3977. St. Mary Hospital. This was a very famous private hospital in Donghai. On the highest floor of the hospital, in the intensive care ward, a few doctors walked out of the room, wiping their sweat as they walked. The pressure of facing the people inside was too much. Even their director came. They stood at the side obediently, not daring to say a word. They were all trying to guess who the young man inside was. Young master, it's all our fault. 2 strong men were already kneeling on the ground. Shen Wudi's face was simply bandaged, but even so, his handsome face was nowhere to be seen. What replaced it was a face that looked like a pig's head. His face was even bumpy with footprints. This wasn't something that could be healed in a short period of time. Shen Wudi's expression was unreadable. No one could tell what he was thinking, but there was coldness in his eyes. Everyone knew that this young master Shen Wudi was completely enraged. I didn't expect that I would suffer such a loss in Donghai. Shen Wudi's voice was cold. Get someone to investigate this Lin Fei and spread the news that whoever cuts off Lin Fei's head will get a breakthrough pill. The 2 strong men were shocked. That was a breakthrough pill, a magical pill that could help one break through bottlenecks. It was priceless. Now that it was being offered as a reward, one could tell how furious their young master was. Lin Fei, I, invincible god, have never suffered such a great loss in my entire life. Now that you've made me suffer such a great loss, you should be prepared to live through all kinds of assassinations. I don't believe that you'll be able to live forever. No matter how strong your body refinement is, there are so many experts in China. For the sake of a limit-breaking pill, no matter how much you struggle, it'll be useless. Invincible God walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. Shen Wudi took out his phone and dialed a number. The call went through. Get a helicopter to pick me up at St. Mary Hospital. I'm going back. Shen Wudi suffered such a huge loss here, he didn't dare to stay here anymore. He wanted to go back and study this Lin Fei. If Lin Fei could fend off this wave of assassinations, then he would continue to give this guy big presents. He, Invincible God, was not someone who could be trampled on so easily. He had to vent his anger, and he had to vent it ruthlessly. Lin Fei returned to the Longting Manor because he was preparing to set up the formation of the Longting Manor. If the array formation was not set up properly, this kind of trouble would follow. This time, he had beaten up 2 grandmasters from the Valley of the Medicine Masters and even destroyed his elixir field. It was conceivable that there would be grandmasters constantly spying on Longting Villa, so the significance of the formation's existence was highlighted. No matter who wanted to enter the Longting Manor, they would have to break the formation first. Lin Fei came to a quiet room. He took out the 18 pieces of jade. The quality of these jade stones was quite good, and they even had a trace of spiritual energy. They were good materials for setting up arrays. The entire night, Lin Fei was making these jades because he had to carve runes on them. Although it was not a difficult task for Lin Fei, he still needed to be careful, afraid that he would damage a piece, which would be troublesome. Matching ancient jade like this was not easy to find, so Lin Fei had to be careful when making them. The 18 pieces of jade were divided into a total of 108 pieces, all of the same size. It took the entire night until 7 or 8 in the morning before Lin Fei finished carving the last piece. It's a pity that this material is too poor. It can only contain 1/3 of the power of the array pattern, but it's more than enough to deal with a grandmaster. The quality of these jades was very good in the eyes of outsiders, but in Lin Fei's eyes, they were very ordinary. When carving the array pattern, he did not dare to use too much force, so the engraved array pattern was only average. Boss, Chief Tai of the Yan Huang battle team is here. He seems to have something to talk to you about. As soon as Lin Fei came out, he heard Yu Zishan standing outside the door. Tai Zhan is here. Lin Fei smiled. He is quite well informed. I guess this matter has something to do with the Valley of the Medicine Masters. I want to see what he has to say. In the living room, Tai Zhan had come alone without any subordinates because Longting Villa was a force that he couldn't afford to offend for the time being, especially that brat, who was so slippery that he couldn't figure out his background until now. He was like a mysterious existence. Even the headquarters would need some time to investigate. Therefore, during this period of time, Tai Zhan didn't want to be Lin Fei's enemy. This would affect the stability of Donghai. After all, the outbreak of a grandmaster expert was very terrifying. Tai Zhan didn't want to be Lin Fei's enemy. Generally, Tai Zhan would not offend a grandmaster. Even if it was a secret arrest, they would only act after they were fully prepared. Chief Tai, what brings you to my Longting Villa today? You should know that I'm very busy. Lin Fei walked in and sat down opposite Tai Zhan. Tai Zhan said unhappily, this is all because of you. Now Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan of the Medicine Masters have come to our Yan Huang battle team to report that you stole their guts and destroyed their Dantian. Therefore, you should give our Yan Huang battle team an explanation for this matter. After all, our Yan Huang battle team's duty is to maintain the peace of the city and deal with various conflicts between sections. Tai Zhan actually did not want to come, but this was not a small matter. 2 grandmasters had their Dantian destroyed, so Tai Zhan had no choice but to come. Lin Fei really did not know how the Yan Huang battle team usually dealt with such matters. Why, you even want to care about these things? Then do I think that you are here to arrest me? Lin Fei felt that he had underestimated the 2 elders of the Medicine Masters Valley. They were shameless enough to slander him for stealing the guts. Not to mention anything else, he did not know how many guts there were in his mind. Any one of them could shock countless people, so why would they steal it? Under normal circumstances, if someone dared to say this to Tai Zhan, he would definitely be angry. But now Tai Zhan did not dare to, his face darkening as he said, young Master Lin, you have misunderstood. I am only here to investigate. After all, our Yan Wang battle team's duty is to first investigate and then deal with it. Moreover, I think that there must have been some conflict between you and the Medicine Master's Valley. This kind of thing can still be resolved, but what you should not have done was destroy their dantian. This is a martial artist's lifeline. If it was an ordinary fight, Tai Zhan would not be very worried. He could just mediate. But now that the two people's dantian had been destroyed, this made it very difficult for Tai Zhan to explain. He could not possibly capture Lin Fei and bring him back. Tai Zhan might have had the guts before, but now he really did not have the confidence. He really could not see through this guy. Isn't it just destroying their dantian? Then you can just let the Medicine King Valley cause trouble for me. Why do you need to be the middleman? Lin Fei smiled faintly. I'm not afraid of anything. I'm not afraid of the Medicine King Valley. It was the first time Tai Zhan had seen such an arrogant person. He destroyed someone's dantian, and it was the dantian of a grandmaster at that, and he still dared to speak like this. But unfortunately, Tai Zhan could only smile bitterly. This matter is also a headache for our Yan Huang battle team. Once the headquarters find out, I, as the director, will not have a good time. So I hope that young Master Lin can cooperate with our work. Lin Fei smiled. I see that the overall strength of your Yan Huang battle team is not very strong. Then let's make a deal. I have some elixirs with me that can help you break through to the level of covert power. If you help me solve this matter and don't bother me, I can give you 10 pills. I guarantee that there will be no side effects. What do you think? Mobile version fastest updated website. Chapter 3978. This was the first time Tai Zhan had heard of such a miraculous pill. When he heard that it could allow a martial artist to break through from light Jing to dark Jing, he immediately perked up. After all, the overall strength of the East Sea Yan Huang battle team could only be described as average. Compared to the other Yan Huang battle teams, there was a large gap. After Medicine King Valley's Wang Yuan and Elder Gao Yishan stated their conditions, Tai Zhan did not pay much attention to them. After all, that thing was not so easy to obtain. If it was an ordinary person, it would be fine, but if it was Lin Fei, the price was not small. However, this time, Tai Zhan was moved. After all, breaking through from light Jing to dark Jing was not a small threshold. However, such a small threshold could keep many people away. Young Master Lin, are you serious? You are not lying to me. Tai Zhan stood up from his seat, unable to hide the excitement on his face. If it could increase the strength of the Yan Huang battle team, it would definitely be a good thing. Lin Fei said, do you think I would lie to you? This is such a meaningless matter. As long as you solve this for me, what is a mere pill? I can even let you test it on the spot. Tai Zhan was indeed moved. There were pills for breaking through, but they were very rare and priceless. Which martial artist didn't cultivate step by step? Lin Fei continued, such a good thing is not easy to find. Moreover, if I have such a pill, do you think I would care about the pill recipes of the Medicine King Valley? In my eyes, those pill recipes of the Medicine King Valley are no different from waste paper. Tai Zhan's mind quickly turned. Comparing the benefits of the two sides, the scales gradually tilted towards Lin Fei's side. This was because in comparison, Tai Zhan still cared about the pill in Lin Fei's hands. If there really was such a pill, it was scary just thinking about it. Since it could allow light Jing to break through to dark Jing, then wouldn't it mean that there were other pills that could allow dark Jing to break through to Zhongsher? Tai Zhan did not dare to think further. This Lin Fei was too mysterious. It was likely that the pill recipes of Medicine King's Valley were as worthless as Lin Fei had said. As long as there is no problem with the pill, I will help young Master Lin solve this matter. Tai Tua also didn't like Medicine King Valley very much. Now that he heard this, it was possible that Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan had found out about this matter themselves. Tai Zhan was very clear about the nature of Medicine King Valley. Lin Fei casually threw out a bottle. There's an upgrade pill inside. He had made this when he was bored, and the name was also given on the spot. To Lin Fei, this kind of medicinal pill was dispensable. It was purely used to pass time. But to martial artists, the effect was very miraculous. I've given you the item. You know how to deal with the rest. Lin Fei was not afraid that Tai Zhan would take the item and not do anything. Tai Zhan had not expected that Lin Fei would give him a pill first. But the name of the pill seemed to be, since I've taken the item, I will definitely do it well. Oh right, I'll remind you again. Our Yanhuang battle squad just received news that the Dark Heaven has put out a bounty, and the target is young Master Lin. The price of the bounty is a realm break pill. It is also used to increase one's realm, but it is used to increase one's Dark Jing level. This kind of pill can be counted on one's fingers, so young Master Lin should be careful. Tai Zhan had taken Lin Fei's pill, so he naturally did not mind doing him a favor. Tai Zhan immediately wanted to go back and test the effect of the upgrade pill. Dark Heaven. Lin Fei smiled. I know about this matter. We can go now. After Tai Zhan left the Longting Mountain Villa, Yu Zishan said, Boss, giving such a good pill to Tai Zhan, won't it attract the attention of others? After all, pills that can increase one's realm can be counted on one's fingers. The realm break pill just now is also a very famous pill. Lin Fei said indifferently, this elixir is really useless to me, and I just found out that our Longting Mountain Villa still lacks some foundation, so I decided to hold an auction in 2 months. At that time, we will auction spirit water and leveling up elixirs. Do you think anyone will come to support us? Yu Zishan sucked in a breath of cold air. Boss, if this is true, then the martial artists of the East Sea will probably go crazy. Even the experts of the surrounding big cities will come after hearing the news. No one will be able to stop it. But will these pills cause too much of a commotion? After all, our Longting Mountain Villa is so big. Lin Fei laughed. That's why I decided to set up a formation and recruit a group of experts. Don't you think that it's not enough to guard Longting Mountain Villa with just you? And this time, there's someone who took the initiative to come to me. Why wouldn't I accept a free expert? Yu Zishan couldn't help but sweat for those master-level experts. He believed in his boss's words very much. Someone is going to be unlucky. After Tai Zhan left the Longting Mountain Villa, he immediately returned to the Yanhuang battle team. Lin Ro, come here. After returning, Tai Zhan went back to his office and took out the pill. From the color, it was indeed a first-rate pill. In addition, he also took some pills from the Medicine King Valley for comparison. There was a certain difference between the two. Lin Ro walked in. What orders do you have for me, Director? Go and bring in a light Jing guy. Ordinary potential is enough. Lin Ro was confused, but she still turned and left. After a while, she brought in a light Jing martial artist. This light Jing martial artist was a middle-aged man. He was a reserve in the Yanhuang battle team. Are you afraid of death? The middle-aged man shook his head. Director, I'm not afraid of death. If there's anything, just leave it to me. It's my honor to be able to contribute to the battle team. Tai Zhan said with satisfaction, not bad. What I want is your spirit. This is a special pill. If you take it now, your life and death will be up to fate. Are you afraid? The middle-aged man said firmly, I'm not afraid. It's just a pill. What's there to be afraid of? He took it and ate it. Lin Ro was confused. After all, this pill looked very strange. Why did the director take it out and let him eat it? After the middle-aged man ate the pill, Tai Zhan stared at him. If there was a slight problem, he would stop him. After the middle-aged man ate the pill, his whole person instantly showed a satisfied expression. Director, what pill is this? I feel so comfortable. Comfortable, that's right. Tai Zhan smiled, then slowly experience it and see if there are any changes. Tai Zhan heaved a sigh of relief. Not long later, at most 20 minutes. The middle-aged man's aura suddenly exploded, and his aura suddenly became stronger. Director, I think I broke through. I broke through from light Jing to dark Jing. How is this possible? The middle-aged man exclaimed. He was so happy that he cried. After all, with his talent, he could forget about breaking through to dark Jing in this lifetime. But now, he actually broke through. There was a trace of dark Jing flowing in his body. Although it was very weak, it was real dark Jing. Taijian reached out and grabbed the middle-aged man's wrist. The moment he checked, his brows furrowed as his face was filled with shock. To think that it's real. How is this possible? This type of pill is rarely circulated and has always been controlled by the major powers. Even our Yan Huang battle team has a pitiful amount of it. At this moment, Taijian finally understood why Lin Fei would hand over the pills to him, and why he was so calm. Someone underestimated Lin Fei. He's more terrifying and mysterious than we thought. Chapter 3979. In the afternoon, Lin Fei began to set up the formation. In order not to attract attention, he only began to survey the entire Longting villa and marked the general location of the formation. He could set it up at night. If not for Taijian's words, Lin Fei would not be in a hurry to set up the formation. Lin Fei had seen the strength of the masters in Dark Heaven. The reward was the level-breaking elixir. From the name, one could tell that it was an elixir used to break through to the next level. He also knew that this elixir should be very rare. Otherwise, Taijian would not be so moved by the elixir that he took out. It was conceivable that this elixir would definitely attract many masters. Lin Fei really wanted to thank the person who secretly put up the reward for sending him such a group of fighters. This was free labor. Each of them was powerful. Where else could he find such a good thing? Lin Fei did not have to guess to know that this must be one of the tricks of Invincible God. He was the most suspicious. As for the two elders of Medicine King Valley, they were useless now that they had become useless. It was impossible for them to take out the level-breaking elixir. Therefore, the mastermind behind the scenes was Invincible God. It was so clear. At night, Lin Fei began to set up the formation. This time, Lin Fei set up the formation called the Evil Sky Formation. Although it only had the power of the innate stage, it was enough for the East Sea. Pieces of jade talisman were sent into the depths of the ground by Lin Fei's power. This depth was not as simple as a few meters, but dozens of meters. Every position was very particular and required a strong mental strength to calculate it. Only Lin Fei could do it easily. 108 pieces of jade represented 108 places. The Heaven's Net Earth Fiend formation was the simplest formation that Lin Fei could think of. As for other formations, they required a lot of resources to set up. In the current situation, he naturally did not have the qualifications, so he could only reluctantly use the 108 pieces of jade to set up the Evil Sky Formation. It was not easy to set up the inescapable Evil Earth Formation. Lin Fei wandered around the Longting Manor like a ghost. Fortunately, there were not many people in the Longting Manor, and with Yu Zishan standing guard outside, he was not afraid of being seen. He worked until 4:00 in the morning. Only then did Lin Fei sink the last jade talisman into the ground. Rise! Lin Fei snorted and instantly connected the 108 pieces of jade. A huge sky net earth fiend array was formed in an instant. There was a loud bang. It was as if there was an earthquake, and countless people were startled awake. Their expressions greatly changed, and they thought that there was a massive earthquake. No one would suspect that the Longting Manor was setting up a formation. When this formation was completed, an invisible light directly enveloped the entire sky above the Longting Villa, and then disappeared. Lin Fei finally breathed a sigh of relief. My skills are not old yet. The Evil Sky Formation with 108 pieces of jade has finally been set up. Now I want to see how many people want to attack the Longting Manor. It would be best if there are 8 or 10 Supreme Masters. By then, the Longting Manor will not be short of Supreme Masters. In Lin Fei's opinion, it was better to catch a few Supreme Masters than to train them. It would save time and he would not have to worry about any trouble. There was nothing better than this. Boss, did you set up the formation just now? Yuzishan naturally heard it clearly. He was shocked and came over. The formation is set up successfully. This formation is called the Evil Sky Formation. It has a total of 3 layers. The first layer is the Great Circle Array, and anyone who is not strong enough will be trapped inside. The second layer is the Earth Kill Array, which can unleash the power of a Supreme Master. The last layer is the Heaven Kill Array, which can unleash the power of an inborn expert. Under normal circumstances, just the outer layer of the Great Circle Array is enough to block most people outside, and martial artists can only stay on the second layer. Lin Fei took out a jade talisman and threw it to Yuzishan. This is the control order for the first and second layers of the Evil Sky Formation. In the future, if anyone breaks in, just control the formation to suppress them. As for ordinary people, just drive them out. Lin Fei took Yuzishan through the formation. Yuzishan's heart was pounding when he walked in the formation. The terrifying power made his hair stand on end, and he did not even dare to walk around. Boss, with this formation, I believe that no one in the entire East Sea will be able to break into the Longting Manor. Yuzishan had seen some array formations before, but they were nothing compared to the array formations set up by his boss. No matter how strong a Supreme Master was, they would not be able to withstand a single blow from this formation. During the day, you can close the formation and open it again at night. I believe that they will not have the guts to make a move during the day. They will only have the chance to do so at night. If there are no accidents, it will only take 2 or 3 days. At that time, we will teach them a lesson, and I believe that no one will dare to have any designs on the Longting Manor again. Yuzishan was really looking forward to the arrival of those enemies. Boss has prepared a feast for you. Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan had been waiting for Tai Zhan's reply. After all, he was still hoping that the Yan Huang battle team could capture Lin Fei. If they could bring Lin Fei back to the Medicine King Valley, they might be able to make a big contribution. However, in the end, they received a piece of bad news. Director Tai, what do you mean by this? Do you think that we will accuse Lin Fei? He was the one who destroyed our elixir fields. Wang Yuan roared as he stood up. Tai Zhan looked at Wang Yuan indifferently. I have already investigated. Lin Fei did not admit to this matter. Moreover, the fight between you two is your family's matter. The Yan Huang battle team is not qualified to deal with such matters. If Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan were still Supreme Masters, Tai Zhan might have taken them seriously. However, now that they had become ordinary people, there was no need to give them any face. Moreover, such people would be useless even if they returned to the Medicine King Valley. The Medicine King Valley would not take them seriously. On the other hand, Lin Fei was different. After taking those upgrade elixirs, the Yan Huang battle team had 10 more Dark Force warriors, and their overall strength had increased greatly. Tai Zhan had no choice but to curry favor with Lin Fei. That's right, Tai Zhan indeed wanted to curry favor with Lin Fei. After all, a master like him could casually take out 10 upgrade elixirs and benefit the Yan Huang battle team immensely. The Yan Huang battle team and the Medicine King Valley had worked together many times, but the benefits were few and far between. The Medicine King Valley even looked down on the East Sea Yan Huang battle team. In comparison, Lin Fei was much more adorable. If the two of you insist on finding trouble with Lin Fei, then I can only bring you back to the Yan Huang battle team. I suspect that the two of you once worked together to murder a Supreme Master. I need to investigate this thoroughly. Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan's expressions changed drastically, and their faces turned pale. 2K Reading Network. Chapter 3980. In the evening in Hangzhou. In an inconspicuous house, it should be said that it was a yard. An ordinary uncle was drinking, and it was the most ordinary erguotu. He drank one cup after another. At this time, the door of the yard was opened, and a thin figure came in. He sat down in front of the uncle and put an envelope in front of him. What you want is here, but I don't know if you dare to do it. The thin figure picked up the erguotu, poured a cup, and drank it. The middle-aged man didn't look at the envelope. Are you sure you're not fooling me this time? The middle-aged man's eyes were cold. I don't have the guts to do such a thing, but this time you really have to seize the opportunity, because someone has offered a reward for the realm-breaking pill. You also know the effect of the realm-breaking pill. If you succeed, then you will be a transcendent expert. Who should I kill this time? The middle-aged man picked up the erguotu and drank it. Lin Fei of Longting Villa. As long as you take his head, you can get a realm-breaking pill. Now many people have heard the news, and everyone wants to be the first to cut off that person's head. I'll do it, the middle-aged man said. The thin man smiled and said, once you, a hidden weapon master, use it, even a transcendent can't block the power of your sad arrow. And similar scenes kept appearing in various places in Wuxia. A realm-breaking pill set off a storm in Jianghu. Donghai Airport. A middle-aged man with a very ordinary appearance walked out. He got into a taxi. He reported an address, which was located in an inconspicuous residential area near the Longting Villa. After the middle-aged man arrived at the residential area, he went to one of the floors and entered a room. The middle-aged man opened his bag and checked it. After confirming that there was no problem, he took out the things inside. Not long after, a sniper rifle was assembled. It's still up to me to kill. He closed the window and put the sniper rifle on the rack. The opposite side of the sniper rifle was Longting Villa. This was the closest place to Longting Villa. This middle-aged man was called Sniper God. No one knew his specific name, and no one knew where he was from, but no one dared to look down on the sniper. Because as his name suggested, as long as he took action, he would never miss a shot. He was famous in the circle. This time, he was here to kill Lin Fei. A realm-breaking pill. I really don't know which big shot Lin Fei offended to be willing to use a realm-breaking pill. Although I am not a martial artist, this realm-breaking pill has already reached a price of 1 billion on the black market. After completing this transaction, I can finally retire. In the sniper's field of vision, the sharpshooter soon saw the figure of a young man in the villa. He remembered this person more clearly than anyone else. He was the target this time, Lin Fei. This Lin Fei seemed to be taking a stroll as he walked unhurriedly. The sharpshooter secretly applauded, "My luck is not bad, I actually found the target so quickly. It seems that this Lin Fei's head is mine." From here to the villa, it was less than 5 kilometers. The sharpshooter's sniper rifle was specially made, and the cost alone was worth millions. It was not an exaggeration to call it a real golden gun. With this sniper rifle, the sharpshooter had killed countless martial artists. No one had ever survived his muzzle, even if it was obvious power or hidden power. Realm-breaking pill, here I come. The time was right. A shot was fired. This shot did not make any sound, because these bullets were also specially made and could effectively reduce the sound. The bullet was also enhanced with the ability of exploding. As long as it hit any flesh and blood, it would produce a huge power, which could directly blow a person into pieces. The sharpshooter had a special fondness for this bullet. He always fired one shot to kill, because after one shot, the opponent would only be left with a pool of blood. The moment the enemy exploded, the sharpshooter liked to describe it as fireworks released with life. After the fireworks, a person would wither. After firing a shot with confidence, the sharpshooter didn't want to take another look. He had absolute confidence in his shot. However, the scene he expected didn't happen. This shocked the sharpshooter. Damn it, it's impossible. My marksmanship has never failed before. How could this kid be fine? At this moment, he saw the young man wave his hand gently, as if he was driving away mosquitoes. Then the sharpshooter saw an incredible scene. The armor-piercing bullet that flew out actually flew back. Oh no. In the blink of an eye, the armor-piercing bullet flew in directly and hit the sharpshooter with a bang. A brilliant firework exploded directly, covering the whole room in bright red. Lin Fei didn't look over from beginning to end. The effect of the reward has begun. Even the sharpshooter has come. It's a pity for this sharpshooter. Doesn't he know that any hostility within the vicinity of Longting Villa is like the bright moon in the night? It's hard not to know. Even the sharpshooter has come. I wonder how many Grandmaster Realm experts will come this time. I'm really looking forward to it. On the Yan Huang team's side. Since returning, Tai Zhan hadn't had it easy either. Because of the news that came one after another, he had a headache. Invincible God is really good at stirring up trouble. Doesn't he know that this will make Dong Hai restless? Putting down the photo in his hand, Tai Zhan wished he could grab Invincible God. Because after the news of the reward spread, experts from the Dong Hai airport kept coming to Dong Hai. These experts were not weak. So far, there were more than 20 covert power martial artists, and there were countless overt power spies. Although no Grandmaster had appeared, Tai Zhan knew that they would definitely come. A realm-breaking elixir was definitely enough to make a Grandmaster realm expert come. Director, there's news from the airport again. It said that a Grandmaster from southern Yunnan has come. His target should be Longting Mountain. After the Grandmaster came down, he didn't go anywhere else but directly went to Longting Villa. Do you think we should do something? Lin Ro came in to report. He's here too. Tai Zhan frowned, but soon felt relieved. I remember that his son is stuck at the covert power level because his talent isn't good enough. I'm afraid he's determined to get the realm-breaking elixir this time. Tai Zhan shook his head. No need. I think that Lin Fei should have a way to deal with it. Otherwise, it would be too disappointing. After Tai Zhan finished speaking, another news came. Director, I just received news that the #1 tame headmaster in Southeast Asia, Kai Shan, has also come. Lin Ro looked at her phone and suddenly said. Chapter 3981. Why is Kai Shan here? Tai Zhan's expression changed when he heard the name. This was the #1 tame headmaster in Southeast Asia. He was no joke. Is he also here for the limit-breaking pill? If this #1 tame headmaster was somewhere else, Tai Zhan might not be worried. However, things were different in the East Sea. This was the area that Tai Zhan was in charge of. Get someone to keep an eye on Kai Shan immediately. I want to know his every move. Compared to the other grandmasters, Tai Zhan was more concerned about Kai Shan. After all, he was a more difficult existence to deal with. After Lin Ro left, Tai Zhan rubbed his temples. What an eventful time. In a suite of a 5-star hotel in the East Sea, 3 people were sitting together, chatting and drinking tea. The tea was Longjing tea, which cost hundreds of thousands per caddy. The faint fragrance of tea wafted in the air. I heard that Li San from Dianan has arrived, a middle-aged man with a mustache said with a smile. He's already out of the airport. If there are no accidents, he should be on his way to the Longting Villa, another white-haired middle-aged man said with a smile. Originally, we wanted to see who would be the first to make a move, but we didn't expect it to be Li San. However, thinking about it, his son's talent is not good. If he doesn't break through to the Grandmaster realm, then the Li family's influence in Dianan will be greatly affected. It's different for a family to have 2 Grandmasters. The 3 of them were sitting and drinking tea. However, if an outsider saw it, they would definitely be shocked. Because all 3 of them were Grandmasters, and their influence was not small. Even the Yan Huang battle team had to be very polite to them. It was as if they were discussing a very simple matter. It's good that Li San goes to check it out. At least he can understand Lin Fei's strength. If he can't even beat Li San, then he's too useless. The mustached middle-aged man said with a smile, all we have to do is slowly drink tea and wait for the results to come out. It's not too late for us to act. Of course, it's best if Li San takes Lin Fei's head. At that time, we can act and save a lot of trouble. I believe that Li San is a tactful person and will definitely hand over the thing in his hands. The 3 of them laughed heartily as if everything was going according to their plan. After all, if the 3 of them joined forces, it was not something that a single Grandmaster could resist. On the way to Longting Villa, Li San sat in an inconspicuous black Mercedes-Benz. This Mercedes-Benz was only worth 5 or 600,000 yuan. It was indeed very low-key. Is the information accurate? A young man sitting in the passenger seat said in a low voice, that Lin Fei has been in Longting Villa all this time and has never come down. We even saw him wandering around in the villa this morning. It seems that he doesn't know that he has a bounty on his head. Our brothers are also secretly watching him and won't leave Longting Villa. Li San was a dark-skinned middle-aged man in his early 40s. However, such a person had great influence in southern Yunnan. He was in charge of many companies. Everyone would greet him as Boss Li when they saw him. In the martial arts circle, he was a grandmaster powerhouse. From covert power to transcendent power, Li San had been a grandmaster for 15 years. It could be said that his potential was very good. Unfortunately, his son had been stuck at the covert power level for 3 years. Li San was also anxious. As soon as this bounty task was released, Li San knew that this was an opportunity. If he missed this opportunity, he couldn't guarantee when the realm-breaking pill would appear again. Therefore, he took the initiative to come here and snatched it before everyone else. Now it seems that this move is quite correct. Are there no other grandmasters coming? Li San asked. Not yet, but there are traces of some covert power martial artists appearing nearby, but because it is broad daylight, they dare not visit. Li San didn't care about covert power grandmasters as long as they weren't grandmasters. After all, a grandmaster was very difficult to deal with. The black Mercedes-Benz arrived outside Longting Villa. Li San got out of the car. Looking at the Longting Villa in front of him, he was a member of this circle, so he naturally knew that Longting Villa was a blessed place. I didn't expect Yu Zishan to be defeated by a young man in the end after being in the limelight for so long. He even gave up Longting Villa. I want to meet this young man. Li San's eyes were like torches. Go and call the door. Tell them that Li Shan from southern Yunnan is here to visit. In a forest in Longting Villa. When Lin Fei was drinking tea, he felt that there was a grandmaster powerhouse coming. This surprised him a little. He actually came in broad daylight. How confident was he in his strength? Shall you go and invite the grandmaster outside in? Since he is the first to come, I have to meet him. Moreover, I guess many people outside are paying attention to this matter. Lin Fei's voice reached Yu Zishan's ears. Yu Zishan immediately went over. At the door, Yu Zishan recognized Li San. Yu Zishan knew the strength of this grandmaster. He was ranked in the top 100 on the grandmaster list. Master Yao, you are really sharp. You knew that I was here. Li San smiled and looked at Yu Zishan. Yu Zishan was expressionless as he walked forward. If you want to meet my boss, follow me. Li San didn't care much about Yu Zishan's attitude. However, he didn't understand why Yu Zishan couldn't defeat that young man. This was surprising and curious. No matter how strong the young man was, Li San would definitely defeat him. It wouldn't be easy for him to make a move personally. Not long after, Li San finally saw the young man. He sat under a big tree and drank his tea leisurely. His indifferent look made it hard to imagine that he could still be so indifferent under such circumstances. You are the first grandmaster to come looking for me. Show me your strength and let me see if you are qualified to be my subordinate. Lin Fei raised his head and poured himself a cup of tea as he said with a smile. Li San's eyes narrowed slightly. So you also know that you have a bounty on your head. But aren't you being a little too arrogant? I'm not Yu Zishan who will become your subordinate. Since you know that you have a bounty on your head, then you should know why I'm here. Lin Fei took a sip of tea. Of course I know. Isn't it for my head? I will be sitting here. If you are confident, come and take it. You must know your limits. If you can't do it, then you can't. Therefore, I will give you a chance. Li San had originally wanted to use his influence to make his opponent admit defeat, but he didn't expect that this guy would be even more shocking than he had imagined. Especially the tone of his voice, wasn't it a little too arrogant? He really didn't take Li San seriously. Double dragon move. Li San snorted. Suddenly, 2 guns appeared in his hands. Bang bang bang. Several guns were fired at the same time. 2K Reading Network. Chapter 3982. A Grandmaster expert was actually an expert in using guns. Moreover, he was using 2 guns. It was definitely a shocking thing. No one could see where Li San's guns were placed. From picking up the guns to firing, it was as smooth as flowing water. It was like a work of art. Li San fired a total of 18 shots. The time needed was only a few breaths. This was because the guns had been modified. Only a Grandmaster expert like Li San could perfectly unleash the power of the guns. If it were someone else, they would only be able to fire 2 or 3 shots at most. After Li San fired the guns, he stepped back quickly and instantly pulled away. At the same time, he fired the guns again and fired another 18 shots. 18 shots plus 18 shots was equal to 36 shots. It was done in one go. This made Yu Zishan, who was standing not far away, feel his scalp go numb and cold sweat flow. Yu Zishan did not have any confidence that he could withstand the 36 shots. He did not even have the confidence to counter them. It was too fast. In the blink of an eye, he had fallen into a life and death situation. Li San was very confident in his marksmanship. This was because the 2 guns in his hands, coupled with the physical fitness of a Grandmaster expert, could unleash a great advantage with the guns. Therefore, Li San was also known as the gun god. As long as he used his guns, even a Grandmaster of the same level would not dare to offend him. This was also one of the reasons why Li San was so famous in southern Yunnan. There was indeed nothing for a Grandmaster to be proud of in front of Li San. As long as Li San used his guns, the area within 300 meters of him would become a forbidden zone. Lin Fei held the teacup and took a sip unhurriedly. He didn't even look at it. Facing the flying bullets, he only flicked his hand gently. His fingers bent as if he was playing a piece of music and flicked the bullets. Ding ding dang dang, ding dang dang. An ordinary hand could instantly deflect all 36 bullets at an unimaginable angle. Li San, who was still proud, broke out in a cold sweat. What shocked Li San the most was that after the 36 bullets were deflected, they actually turned into a bullet rain and instantly enveloped Li San. Li San's feet tapped the ground once more, and his entire body rapidly retreated. His 2 pistols continuously fired, and with each shot, a bullet was deflected. The 36 incoming bullets were constantly deflected. Li San's marksmanship was still very good. The last bullet broke through the limit and arrived in front of Li San in one fell swoop. It was only a hair's breadth away from his eyebrows. Only then did it stop. After a while, Li San's entire body leaned against a big tree. His back was covered in cold sweat. This bullet seemed to be supported by a terrifying power. It actually didn't fall and just hung in the air, locked onto the space between Li San's eyebrows. It seemed like as long as Li San willed it, this bullet could penetrate his head. I lost. Li San did not take his opponent seriously, but now he knew that he was wrong. This young Lin Fei was a true expert. At the same time, he was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Very few people could so easily block his dual moon chasing spears. Li San had never thought that someone in the East Sea would actually be able to do it, and such a person would definitely be stronger than him. You're a dignified guru, yet you're able to use dual pistols to chase the moon. That's quite impressive. However, your strength is too weak. You still can't unleash the power of your spear technique. If you were to encounter an ordinary guru, it wouldn't be a problem. But in front of me, this bullet can't even get within a meter of me. Lin Fei put down his teacup, reached out his hand, and a gun flew over. Let me show you what the true divine spear technique is. Lin Fei swung his arm and fired a shot. When the shot was fired, Li San's face instantly turned pale. This was because he did not notice any trace of the bullet's trajectory. It was as if it had disappeared into thin air. However, Li San knew that the shot had definitely been fired. But what about the bullets? Where did the bullet go? But in the next moment, Li San's face contorted as if he had seen something terrifying. Unbeknownst to him, a bullet had appeared behind Li San's head and stopped there steadily. The smell of death enveloped his entire body. Li San didn't dare to move. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly because he knew that if he moved, he might die. Guns aren't for people like you to play with. Only someone like me can be considered a beginner in marksmanship. Can a bullet whose trajectory is grasped by others still be considered a bullet? That's purely a joke. Lin Fei smiled faintly. The 2 bullets fell to the ground with a thud. But to Li San, it was a huge shock. Marksmanship could be manipulated like this. Li San had no doubt that if this kind of marksmanship was used to kill a guru, no one would be able to block it. At the very least, Li San wouldn't be able to. I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. I'm sorry for what happened this time, young Master Lin. I'm willing to compensate you. Please let me leave this place, young Master Lin. Li San was completely regretting his actions. Although he knew that Lin Fei was also a guru, it was only now that Li San realized that Lin Fei was definitely not as simple as an ordinary guru. This person was too terrifying. That untraceable shot had already reached the level of a god among spears, and Li San was far behind him. Dealing with such a person was definitely a suicidal thing. The only thing Li San wanted now was for the other party to let him go, no matter how big the price he had to pay. If you do something wrong, you have to accept punishment. You understand this principle? Lin Fei laughed. A dual spear expert like you is still quite useful, so you'd better stay here and be an employee of the Longting Mountain Villa. Lin Fei's palm turned into a life and death imprint, directly entering Li San's mind, and instantly controlling Li San. Li San's entire body trembled, and the look in his eyes changed. As my employee, there are still benefits. Your son's talent is average, and it's extremely difficult for him to become a guru. However, I can help you. I can give you leveling pills, and as long as you take 5 of them in a row, you will be able to break through the talent limit. Your son will almost be able to become a guru, and it will be impossible for him to take another step. A bottle of pills landed in front of Li San. Li San said gratefully, "Thank you, young Master Lin." However, compared to losing his life, all of this was nothing. Moreover, the pills were already in his hands, and the Li family could have another guru, so it didn't seem like there was any loss. Moreover, he had seen Lin Fei's spear technique, which was what he had been pursuing his entire life. There were only benefits to following such an expert. Alright, you can go back to Yunnan first and arrange things. As for how to act outside, you should know yourself. I don't want the people outside to be scared. Yu Zishan walked over. Li San, the boss's words are in order. You just have to do your job, or else it won't be that easy to take the boss's things. With a guru as an employee, Yu Zishan's position as a housekeeper had risen, and he walked as he knocked on the door. Master Yu, I know what to do. Bang bang bang. Li San hit his chest 3 times, and his face became dispirited, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He quickly walked out of the Longting Mountain Villa. Yu Zishan laughed. Chapter 3983. In the vicinity of Longting Villa, many people were secretly watching this scene at this time. Li San was a famous grandmaster in southern Yunnan, and he was also a spear god of his generation. Everyone wanted to know what the final result would be. When they heard the gunshot, everyone knew that Grandmaster Li San had made a move. The name of the dual gun master was not just for show. Some people even secretly calculated and realized that Li San had fired 36 shots in a row, or even more. To be able to make Li San fire more than 36 shots, he had really exerted all his skills in the gun. Because everyone knew that the more shots Li San fired, the more importance he attached to the other party. If he fired more than 36 shots, it could be imagined how much Li San recognized the other party. However, under such circumstances, they actually saw Li San's disheveled figure appear outside the Longting Villa. His face was pale and bloodshot, and he was staggering as he walked. Without saying a word, he got into the Mercedes-Benz. However, everyone heard what Li San said when he got in the car. Lin Fei, although you defeated me, my reputation as the dual gun master is not undeserved. Let's wait and see. These words were not loud or heavy, but they were full of hatred and unwillingness. Until the Mercedes-Benz disappeared into the distance, everyone reported the news at once. This was a big news. Although Li San lost to Lin Fei, everyone was not very surprised. However, the fact that Li San, the king of dual guns, could come out of Longting Villa was the most important thing. The amount of information was too much, and it was definitely the focus of everyone's attention. Lin Fei was injured. The news spread like wildfire. In the 5-star presidential suite, 3 middle-aged men were drinking tea unhurriedly. The door opened, and a young man came to report. There's news from Longting Villa. Li San was defeated by Lin Fei and was injured. However, Li San's words before he left proved that Lin Fei had suffered a loss in his hands, but I don't know how serious the injury is. The 3 middle-aged men were not surprised by this news. It was expected. The king of dual guns has some skills. He could actually injure Lin Fei, but I don't know how serious the injury is. The middle-aged man with a mustache laughed. That's easy. I'll make a phone call and know. I believe Li San will still give him face. Another middle-aged man laughed. Everyone knew Li San's strength. He was also ranked in the top 100 on the Supreme Power list. In terms of real strength, even those ranked 50 or 60 had to be afraid of Li San's attack. The only thing they needed to confirm at the moment was how serious Lin Fei's injury was. After all, an injured tiger was always easier to bully. The middle-aged man found Li San's number and called him directly. Sitting in the Mercedes-Benz, Li San's face was pale, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. After seeing the number on the phone, he said with a Jiao's Li San's Li San. Qin Tianya, are you happy that I came out injured? Li San said coldly after the phone was connected. Qin Tianya, I came out injured. Are you happy? Li San said coldly after the call was connected. Qin Tianya was one of the 3 middle-aged men. He was a supreme power expert, and his ranking was about the same as Li San's. How serious is his injury? Qin Tianya asked with a smile. What if I don't tell you? Li San said. That's simple. Now that you're injured, do you think you can still leave Donghai if we 3 supreme power experts personally stop you? Qin Tianya, you're still as shameless as ever. You win. Lin Fei's strength is indeed great. He can block 36 of my shots, but he also took 6 of my bullets. He can only use half of his strength at most. You can imagine the rest. Li San hung up the phone. Qin Tianya was not annoyed by Li San's behavior. He put down the phone and took a sip of tea. Li San still knows how to look at the bigger picture. Lin Fei is injured and has been shot 6 times. At most, he can only display half of his strength. It looks like we can personally make a trip there before anyone else does, said Qin Tianya. Li San is Li San. His marksmanship is really good. He can hit that kid 6 times out of 36 shots. But that kid is also powerful. He should have a powerful body technique. But after getting shot 6 times, his strength is really greatly affected. It will be easy for us to take down Lin Fei together. The mustached middle-aged man laughed. However, for safety's sake, let's wait and see. After all, that guy Lin Fei is not easy to deal with. Qin Tianya nodded. I've already arranged for someone to keep an eye on him. He can't play any tricks. He definitely can't hide from my eyes. Not long after, a piece of news came. Li San took the fastest flight out of Donghai. The 3 of them were not very surprised by this news. The news of Li San entering Longting Villa and coming out injured could not be hidden from everyone. Those hidden opponents did not mind leaving him outside when he was alone, so at this time, Li San choosing to return to Dianan was the most appropriate choice. Li San is right. Lin Fei should be injured. 6 shots may not be possible, but maybe 3 or 4 shots are possible. Let's make our move tonight. I wish us success tonight. The 3 of them raised their teacups. Tai Zhan of the Yan Huang team was standing in a room at this time. The room was filled with the smell of blood. I didn't expect the famous sharpshooter to die in our Donghai. Lin Fei did a good deed. Taizhan faced the window, and in the distance was the Longting Villa. Director, what is the background of this Lin Fei? Even the sharpshooter failed in front of him, and I still can't imagine how the sharpshooter was killed. You have to know that the sharpshooter's gun uses exclusive bullets, which have powerful destructive power. Looking at the situation at the scene, it seems that the sharpshooter killed himself. Taizhan could more or less see that the sharpshooter's death must have something to do with Lin Fei. It was just that he couldn't figure out how Lin Fei killed the sharpshooter. The people who were secretly watching could prove that Lin Fei had never left the villa from beginning to end. But the sharpshooter died in the room. All of this seemed too mysterious. No matter how the sharpshooter died, it's a good thing for our Yanhuang team. After all, this guy killed many of our martial arts experts. Now that he's dead, everyone can breathe a sigh of relief. Speaking of which, we still have to thank Lin Fei, Taizhan said with a smile. At this time, a person came in from outside to report. I just received news that Li San from Dianan left Donghai injured. According to the news we received, that Lin Fei seems to have been shot several times, and his injuries are quite serious. Taizhan was keenly aware of one thing. Lin Fei is up to something. Chapter 3984. The news of Lin Fei's injury was not a big secret. In particular, what Li San said at the end undoubtedly made everyone realize that the most mysterious Lin Fei of Longting Villa was injured, and his injury was definitely not light. Everyone's mind started to work. After all, this was a chance. Whoever cut off Lin Fei's head first would get a limit-breaking elixir. The effect of a limit-breaking elixir was something no martial artist could ignore. In the southern Guangdong province, on a private island along the sea, Invincible God was recuperating here. He suffered a big loss at Longting Villa, and the bruises on his face did not fade. It was impossible for him to recover in a short time, so he came to an island along the sea. This was a leisure island that the Shen family bought through other means. They spent a lot of money to build it. Invincible God was recuperating on this leisure island, and his current appearance was still shameful. Li San from Dianan is quite capable. As expected of the spear god, to be able to injure Lin Fei. I think the masters in Donghai must be itching to make a move. Invincible God held a glass of red wine in his hand. It was a 1982 Lafite, and he slowly sipped it. I'll be hearing good news soon. I'm really looking forward to it. Invincible God looked at the sea, as if victory was in his grasp. It was a dark and windy night, and one could not even see their fingers in front of them. It was the best time to make a move. Outside Longting Villa, many people were watching. Everyone knew that tonight was the best opportunity. They did not see Lin Fei come out from the beginning, so Lin Fei must still be in Longting Villa. As for why he did not come out, it must be because he had absolute confidence in Longting Villa. The first group to sneak in was a group of inward power martial artists. A soldier who did not want to be a general was not a good soldier, so an inward power martial artist who did not want to be a master was not a good martial artist. After knowing that Lin Fei was injured, they finally decided to make a move after holding it in until nightfall. One after another, they climbed over the wall and entered Longting Villa. There were 8 inward strength martial artists in the first wave. After that, there were more than 30 inward strength martial artists in the second and third wave. The martial artists with covert force nowadays don't even know what they're made of. They still have the nerve to think that they can beat us to it. Just Yuzishin alone is enough to make them suffer a great loss. In an inconspicuous place in the Longting Villa, 3 figures walked over at a leisurely pace. It's not a bad idea to use them to exhaust Yuzishan's strength. Now, these inward strength warriors all think that they are powerful. This time, they can be taught a good lesson. It would be best if Yuzishan and them both suffer a great loss. That would be the best. The 3 of them quickly arrived near the outer wall. One of the middle-aged men walked out. I've long heard that the Soaring Dragon Manor's formation is very powerful. This time, I'd like to see what's so special about it. This middle-aged man was called Wang Zizimo. Although his strength was only at the Grandmaster realm, he had mastered a powerful formation-breaking technique because he was also a formation master. Although his level was not high, it was more than enough to break a formation. Very few people knew about this secret. Therefore, the three of them joined forces and appeared here. Wang Zimo slammed his palm on the outer wall and blasted a hole. The three of them entered one after another. Grandmaster Wang Zimo originally wanted to find the foothold of the formation, but after scanning around, he was surprised to find that there was no formation here. Yuzishan, are you planning to use an empty fort strategy? He didn't even activate the formation. Is he so confident that he can stop all of us? Wang Zimo's face revealed a strange expression, and then he laughed. The soaring dragon manner didn't activate the formation? Qin Tianya revealed a look of joy. Usually, he would have to put in a lot of effort to activate the formation. However, if the formation was not activated, the soaring dragon manner would be like an open door, allowing them to enter freely. It should not be activated, Wang Zimo said with a smile. Let's hurry up and go in. If the grandmasters outside know about this, they will probably fight to enter. We're really lucky this time. Although they didn't know why the formation was not activated, the three grandmasters weren't too worried. With their strength, they could easily deal with Yuzishan. As for the injured Lin Fei, he wasn't a match for them at all. Moreover, they came prepared this time. We still underestimated Yuzishan. I didn't expect him to change the formation. This should be a soul confusion formation. Very soon, a white fog appeared in front of them. Wang Zimo laughed. You think you can stop us with just this soul confusion formation? You really think too highly of yourself. The three grandmasters also recognized that it was a soul confusion formation, but they weren't too worried about them. They opened up a distance and carefully locked onto the front. Not long after, they passed through the soul confusion formation and saw many inward strength martial artists. These inward strength martial artists were in a forest. Now, they were lying in a mess. Obviously, they had suffered a lot. Not far away, they saw an old acquaintance. This acquaintance was none other than Yuzishan. Yuzishan, are you planning to hold the pass alone against 10,000 people? Qin Tianya walked over with a smile. Qin Tianya, I know that you are a grandmaster expert from another province. I didn't expect you to come with Wang Zimo and Luo Qiuqiu. Yuzishan looked at the three grandmasters. Qin Tianya laughed. Since you know that the three of us are here, you should know that you can't stop the three of us by yourself. Let me give you a piece of advice. If you don't want to suffer, take the initiative to bring us to Lin Fei. As long as we get what we want, we naturally won't cause any trouble for you. Qin Tianya was also a person who knew how to talk. He directly attacked the other party's heart. A cultivation master's ability was rather terrifying. It would be best if he could suppress the other party. According to their thinking, Yuzishan should be afraid of them and choose not to attack. As long as Yuzishan did not attack, they could take Lin Fei's head. They could also attack the blessed Grotto Heaven. After all, they were quite envious of the benefits of the blessed Grotto Heaven. Yuzishan shook his head and was not moved. Times are different now. Just the three of you grandmasters won't do. Even if another 7 or 8 grandmasters come, I won't leave because you guys are not qualified to make me leave. Wang Zimo laughed. What an arrogant tone. Do you think that this array formation can stop us? Even if you changed another array formation, as an array master, I can still see through it. There's no way you can fool us. Why are you talking to this old thing? Let's just attack together. Maybe this old guy is just buying time so that Lin Fei can escape from another place. The three of them looked at each other and decided to attack immediately. In the next second, a black ball-like object appeared in their hands and they threw it at Yuzishan. Chapter 3985. The three grandmasters had indeed come prepared. Yuzishan wasn't someone easy to deal with. Hence, they had purchased special weapons at a high price. It was a concealed weapon that covered an area. It was extremely vicious and anyone who was hit by it would definitely die. When such a weapon was used by a grandmaster, it could instantly unleash terrifying power. The area it covered was also very large, like an inescapable net. The moment the three grandmasters attacked, the three black balls exploded and turned into a sky full of black shadows that covered Yuzishan. These black balls were called soul destruction balls. Once they were used, they could shoot out tens of thousands of needles that could even destroy a person's soul. Each of the fine needles was laced with poison. Coupled with the strength of a grandmaster, the needles could even pierce through reinforced steel plates. The soul destruction balls were very expensive. Even Qintianya and the other two had to pay a huge price to get their hands on them. It was all worth it to kill Yuzishan. As for the warriors who were knocked to the ground, they were unlucky. In an instant, they were pierced by the needles, and in the blink of an eye, they turned into pools of blood. It turned out that the needles were laced with corrosive poison that targeted flesh and blood. It was a truly vicious concealed weapon that couldn't be blocked. Yuzishan, you shouldn't have made an enemy out of us. Even though you are a cultivator, how could your body of flesh and blood withstand the power of the soul destruction orb? Qintianya sneered, a smug look in his eyes. You should be happy that you can die under this soul destruction ball. After all, there aren't many people who can make the three of us use the soul destruction balls. The power of the three soul-destroying balls was extremely great. Except for a few covert strength martial artists who could dodge it, the rest became pools of blood. However, Yuzishan still didn't move. With the area covered, it was impossible for him to escape. Yuzishan didn't move. He just stood there quietly. Suddenly, he reached out and a huge shield appeared in front of him. The shield was brown, just like the color of the earth. The moment this huge shield appeared, it blocked all the attacks. When the needles hit the shield, they were blocked. They couldn't even penetrate the shield. The shield was densely covered in needles. It was a ghastly sight, and it was suffused with a cold light. The three grandmasters are indeed ruthless. You even prepared a soul-destroying sphere for me. I have underestimated you. However, I have already said that even if more grandmasters come, the result will be the same. Yuzishan's array formation, the heavenly net earth terminus array, was instantly activated. A black streak of light shot out from the void. Allow me. Qintianya was disdainful. He punched out, and the shadow of his fist landed on the flowing light. However, in the next second, the flowing light's power did not diminish. It fiercely struck Qintianya's body, cutting open a bloody wound, and his entire body smashed onto the ground. So strong. The other two grandmasters were shocked. Damn it, what kind of formation is this? It's actually so powerful. Wang Zimo was shocked. He had seen a lot of array formations, but a stream of light could actually have such power. This was completely beyond his imagination. Although the power of the Longting Villa's formation was not bad, it was definitely not at this level. As Wang Zimo's voice fell, a second stream of light shot out. If you guys want to be presumptuous here, then you'll have to first block my attack. Swish swish swish. Streams of light shot out, containing the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. In an instant, the 3 grandmasters were in a desperate situation. It was also Yuzishan's first time activating an array formation. Looking at the 3 grandmasters who were suppressed by the power of the array formation, he also felt how terrifying the heavenly net earth terminus array was. No wonder the boss is so confident. Qintianya and the other 2 grandmasters are in such a sorry state. If the array were to go all out, it would indeed be easy to kill them. The 3 grandmasters were originally full of confidence, but at this moment, they felt a great sense of danger. They had activated their martial arts to the limit, but they still could not block the streams of light. The streams of light were fierce and domineering a moment ago, but they were as soft as water a moment later, making it hard for them to resist. In an instant, they were in a sorry state, and their bodies were continuously injured. Let's go. We can't fight them head-on. Qintianya reacted quickly, turning around and fleeing outside. It was the same for Wang Zimo and Luo Qiuqiu. They really could not withstand the attacks of the streams of light. So much so that their hands were trembling. However, when they were about to rush out of the forest, suddenly, an invisible barrier rose up. They crashed into it, but they actually could not break the barrier. Oh no, we're trapped. The three of them instantly attacked the same spot together. With their powerful strength, they might be able to break an opening, but the result was still disappointing. This invisible barrier was unbelievably strong, and no matter how they chased after it, they could not break through. Since you're here, then stay in the Longting Manor. After all, our boss is still very reasonable. Yuzishan walked over step by step, and behind him, the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth turned into 5 giants. The giants locked onto the 3 grandmasters one by one. The mysterious stream of light was already too much for them to handle. When the 5 giants were formed, they were immediately frightened. Any one of them had a terrifying aura that could crush them. There was no need for them to make a move, and they would definitely lose. Yuzishan, you win. Let us go, and we'll never interfere in this matter again. We're willing to compensate you. Just name the price, and we'll compensate you. The 3 of them did not even have the thought of fighting. This Longting Manor had really become too terrifying. It was obviously an inconspicuous array, but in the blink of an eye, it actually created these 5 terrifying existences. They could not accept this scene for a moment. Yuzishan shook his head and said, I'm sorry, the boss said that he's only interested in you 5 grandmasters, so you guys should stay and be employees of the Longting Manor. Anyway, it's better to be alive than dead. Dong, dong, dong. The giants attacked in an instant, and the 5 forces joined together, directly crushing the 3 grandmasters. After the 3 grandmasters entered the Longting Manor, 4 more grandmasters came one after another. Their strength was not weak, and they all looked very confident. However, after they entered, no one saw them come out again. Until dawn, the entire Longting Manor was quiet. The people who were watching outside felt their scalps go numb. One by one, they gasped and immediately sent out the news. Longting Manor is suspected to have a top master. 4 grandmasters have already been trapped inside, and none of the inward power warriors have come out. As soon as the news came out, the Donghai Martial Arts Circle was in an uproar. Chapter 3986. On a private island off the coast of Guangdong, Invincible God had not slept. He was waiting for news. As long as Lin Fei was not dead, he would not be able to rest easy. In order to kill Lin Fei, Invincible God had painfully paid the price of a level-breaking elixir. He believed that all the Grandmaster martial artists would react upon hearing the news. When the time came, 8 or 9 Grandmaster martial artists would gang up on him. No matter how strong Lin Fei was, he would still be defeated. All Invincible God had to do was wait for news. He even prepared a bottle of red wine worth $200,000 for this. What? None of the 4 Grandmasters came out after entering Longting Villa? You must be joking with me. Invincible God kicked him away, and he rolled a few times before stopping. Continue to investigate. This is impossible. If Lin Fei is really that strong, then wouldn't he be a monster? I, Invincible God, have the support of my family and endless resources. How could Lin Fei be stronger than me? Why? Invincible God roared. The injury on his face was affected, and he felt a wave of pain. Losing to Lin Fei one-on-one, Invincible God felt that he was at a disadvantage because of the lack of information. However, if 8 or 9 Grandmasters were not a match for Lin Fei, wouldn't that be a slap to his face? At the same time, it would prove that he was not the favored one, but the real favored one. Invincible God would not allow that to happen. The news about Longting Villa spread like wildfire in the martial arts circle. No matter who it was, they would break out in a cold sweat when they heard the news. You're not kidding, right? Since when did Longting Villa become so powerful? I heard that 4 Grandmasters went in this time, or even more. You said that all the Grandmasters stayed inside. Doesn't that mean that Longting Villa is no different from a dragon's pool and a tiger's den? This joke is a bit too much. Previously, when Yuzishan stayed in Longting Villa, his own strength was the key, along with the formation. However, it was not that no grandmaster had ever entered Longting Villa, so it was not as incredible as it was described. But now, 4 grandmasters, including 20 to 30 covert power warriors, had entered the Longting Villa and none of them had come out alive. This situation was unusual and unbelievable. The news that a grandmaster had gone in was clear to everyone. Now that they had not shown themselves, it was shocking. As for the 4 grandmasters escaping from other places, that was even more impossible, because this time, the people who were secretly following them had arranged people outside the entire Longting Manor. As long as they came out, they would be able to see everything clearly. It was a pity that no grandmaster came out. What a good Lin Fei. His methods are amazing. He actually defeated 4 master stage masters in one fell swoop. No, it should be 7 master stage masters. The Yan Huang battle team's Tai Zhan held the news in his hands. He was more certain than anyone else of the veracity of this news. Rumor had it that there were 4 grandmasters, but he knew that there were a total of 7 grandmasters who had entered the Longting Villa this time. There were 4 grandmasters at the main entrance, and 3 more grandmasters had entered in secret. Tai Zhan knew that Lin Fei wanted to stir up trouble, but he didn't expect it to be this big. He had defeated 7 grandmasters in one go, and now it was unknown whether they were alive or dead. The only one who came out alive should be Grandmaster Li San. Tai Zhan was now sure that Grandmaster Li San had definitely tricked everyone once. He probably negotiated with Lin Fei before he could come out of the Longting Villa. What a brilliant move. Director, what should we do now? Lin Ro asked. After all, these are 7 grandmasters, and each of them has a great influence. If something really happens to them in the Longting Villa, our East Sea will really not have peace. Tai Zhan couldn't help but have a headache. This matter was indeed what he had been worried about. It was cool, but the follow-up was a big problem. If those people really died, it would be over. The death of 1 or 2 grandmasters was already a headache, but if all of them died, that would be a real headache. If things got out of hand, East Sea's economy would be in trouble. Don't doubt the influence of those people. At that time, even the Yan Huang battle team headquarters would not be able to say anything. Wait a little longer. Tai Zhan said, I believe that Lin Fei is a person who knows what to do. If he really doesn't come out, I will go there myself. After everyone was shocked by the horror of the Longting Villa. Those martial artists who originally had ideas about Lin Fei did not dare to have too many ideas for a while. Even the 4 grandmasters had fallen into the trap. If it were them, wouldn't it be the same? They could not afford to offend him. Until noon. When everyone continued to stare at the Longting Villa, 4 grandmasters came out. No, it should be 7 grandmasters, came out of the Longting Villa. As soon as these grandmasters came out, it was unknown how many people were frightened. Everyone guessed that there would be 5 or 6 grandmasters, but they did not expect there to be 7. Every grandmaster was a great master on the grandmaster list and was famous in a region, but at this time, they all fell in the Longting Villa. The expressions of the 7 grandmasters did not change much. They were as expressionless as usual. After they came out, there was immediately a car to pick them up. The forces that were following them also retreated one after another. For a moment, it was much quieter outside the Longting Villa. No one knew whether the 7 grandmasters had killed Lin Fei or not, but the reputation of the Longting Villa had been completely spread this time. That night, before everyone could confirm whether Lin Fei was still there or not, Master Yuzishan of the Longting Villa released a piece of news. An auction would be held in 2 months. At that time, special treasures would be auctioned, which would be of great help to the improvement of martial artists' strength. One was the spiritual water. The second was a magical elixir. As for what the elixir was, no one knew. The magical effects of the spiritual water had tempted countless martial artists. If it was before, everyone would definitely want to go in and fight for it. But this time, 7 grandmasters had fallen inside, which made them realize one thing. If they wanted the spiritual water, they might really have to go to the auction. However, everyone was also smart people. They were all waiting to see what the 7 grandmasters' attitude would be. However, after the 7 grandmasters returned, they remained completely silent as if nothing had happened. This was thought-provoking. At the same time, everyone also saw Lin Fei. He had appeared in the villa, as per usual. At this point, everyone understood that the 7 grandmasters must have suffered a huge setback. They had probably paid a huge price to survive. But what was the price they had to pay? No one could figure it out. Of course, this incident also made countless people realize that although Lin Fei looked young, he was actually more terrifying than everyone thought. He was an existence that could not be offended. It seemed that it was too much to want to hunt him down. What other power could cause the 7 grandmasters to fail? At least in this Longding villa, no one dared to make a move. Boss, after this matter gets out, I guess those who want to make a move will completely lose their minds. Yuzishan brewed a pot of tea for Lin Fei. Lin Fei picked up the teacup and said with a smile, after all, grandmaster powerhouses have a lot of influence. 7 grandmasters have suffered a setback in my Longding villa. Compared to the auction in 2 months, everyone will think about it carefully. It might not be a good thing to keep this bounty up. Yuzishan said. Lin Fei said with a smile, even the 7 grandmasters were not a match for him. I think the Dark Heaven is also a sensible person. Maybe they will make a new choice. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 3987. The news on the Dark Heaven's bounty board quickly changed. The bounty on Lin Fei's head had disappeared without a trace after one night. It was taken off the shelves. No one knew why the Dark Heaven did this, but when they thought about the 7 grandmasters trapped in Longding Villa, everyone realized that this Lin Fei must have a powerful background, which was why the Dark Heaven took off the bounty. They did not want to offend him too much. Who knew if Lin Fei's backer would make a move on the Dark Heaven? As soon as the news of the Dark Heaven taking off the shelf spread, everyone looked at Lin Fei of Longting Villa in a different light. It was not easy to get the Dark Heaven to take off the bounty. It proved that the Dark Heaven was wary of Lin Fei. Invincible God, who was on the island in Guangdong province, had smashed countless things that night. He had personally arranged for people and even offered the level-breaking elixir as a bounty on Lin Fei. He wanted Lin Fei dead for sure. Now that something like this had happened, how could Invincible God take it lying down? After smashing everything in the house, Invincible God was still in a state of rage. Young master, I think there's another way to take care of Lin Fei. According to the news we found, Southeast Asia's #1 tame headmaster, Kai Shan, is already staying in Donghai Hotel. The enemy he's going to deal with this time might be Lin Fei. Invincible God hated Lin Fei more than anyone else now. His gaze turned venomous. Are you sure Kai Shan wants to deal with Lin Fei? The possibility is very high because one of Cai Shan's disciples seemed to have been injured by Lin Fei and his strength was crippled. This is the news we just received from the people we sent. Kai Shan should be here to deal with Lin Fei. However, he has yet to make a move. Invincible God naturally knew the abilities of Southeast Asia's #1 tame headmaster, Kai Shan. He was different from ordinary warriors, because he had a terrifying tame head technique, which was extremely terrifying. I heard that Kai Shan has mastered the first tame head technique, which is mysterious and unpredictable. If I'm not mistaken, Kai Shan wants to use Lin Fei as a stepping stone and soar to fame, so that Southeast Asia's influence can directly surpass that of Wuxia's martial arts practitioners. After all, 7 grandmasters are no match for Lin Fei. After Kai Shan beheads Lin Fei, his influence will become even more terrifying. At that time, he will completely become the #1 expert in Southeast Asia. This Kai Shan is really scheming. Invincible God was a smart man as well. He quickly understood what Kai Shan was trying to do. If that's the case, I'll give Lin Fei another present. Even if he tries to hide, he won't be able to. Meanwhile, in a 5-star hotel in Donghai. The room Kai Shan was in was filled with darkness. At the same time, it was suffused with a dim light. If anyone were to see, they would definitely be shocked because there were venomous snakes appearing on Kai Shan's body. Each of these venomous snakes was very small, but there were so many of them that it was terrifying. Lin Fei, no wonder you dared to injure my disciple. You actually managed to make the 7 grandmasters not seek revenge. I didn't waste my time waiting. Now is the time to strike. When the time comes, who would dare to underestimate the strength of Kai Shan, the first tame headmaster in Southeast Asia? Kai Shan's aged face revealed a cruel smile. It was more interesting to kill such an opponent. Kai Shan had already known about Longting Villa from the day he arrived. However, he did not make a move. He wanted to see if Lin Fei was worthy of him making a move. Now, it seemed that Lin Fei was indeed very worthy of him making a move. Kai Shan's trip to Wuxia this time was just to kill Lin Fei. He came to Donghai to show his strength. Tomorrow, I'll wipe out the martial arts practitioners in Donghai and show them my strength. Kai Shan smiled sinisterly and swallowed the venomous snake. Lin Fei was listening to Yu Zishan's report when he was having breakfast in the morning. He wasn't too surprised that the dark heavens had withdrawn the bounty on him. Any smart person would know that they would do so. After all, to him, there was nothing but mystery. No one knew who was behind him, especially since he had disappeared for 5 years. It was a mystery to everyone. Look, it's such a simple matter and it's resolved just like that. Lin Fei laughed. Boss, it's just that some people are afraid of feeling uncomfortable. It was also Yu Zishan's first time seeing such a situation. He could not help but admire the boss's ability. Boss, how should we deal with this invincible god? Do you want us grandmasters to join forces and go to the Shen family to put some pressure on them? Lin Fei shook his head. It's useless even if you grandmasters join forces. After all, to be able to become one of the 3 big families in the south, their strength is not as simple as you think. I will take care of this matter myself. What you need to do is to guard Longting Villa for me. You don't need to worry about the matters outside. After breakfast, Lin Fei was about to go out for a walk when he received a call. This was a very unfamiliar number, but he still chose to pick it up. Young Master Lin, I'm Tai Zhan from the Yan Huang battle team. This is my private number, you can take it. Tai Zhan's deep voice came from the other side. What's the matter? We just received a piece of news that has spread in the Donghai martial arts circle. The number 1 tame headmaster in Southeast Asia, Kai Shan, is here. He wants to fight you. Young Master Lin, you have to be mentally prepared. Lin Fei was a little surprised. Kai Shan, the number 1 tame headmaster in Southeast Asia, was really here. He had almost forgotten about it. Who gave him the courage to fight me? Or is he planning to step on my head to climb up? Lin Fei snorted coldly. Young Master Lin is indeed young Master Lin. You really hit the nail on the head. This Kai Shan is indeed planning to use you to climb up. Not long ago, he began to wipe out those martial arts schools in the Donghai martial arts circle. Kai Shan wants to defeat these martial arts schools and reach the peak of his influence before fighting you, the strongest in Longting Villa, and also the strongest in Donghai. Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry when he heard this. Who gave me the title of the strongest in Donghai? I'm sorry, young Master Lin. We haven't received any news for the time being. However, the news has spread in the martial arts circle. They think that you are the strongest in Donghai, and Kai Shan is the strongest in Southeast Asia. Strong against strong. Lin Fei was very smart and immediately understood the meaning behind it. Someone was flattering him. The effect of flattery was, of course, to force him to fight. Oh invincible God, are you still unwilling to give up? You are really narrow-minded. Then don't blame me for giving you a gift. Do you really think that an immortal like me is so easy to trick? Chapter 3988. On the beach of the island. Invincible God was in a good mood again. With just one sentence, the entire Donghai was in an uproar. The news spread like poison in the martial arts circle. Every martial artist knew that the top fighter of Donghai was Lin Fei of Longting Villa. The top fighter of Donghai. A few simple words, but they carried a different meaning. There was no first in literature, and no second in martial arts. Lin Fei, so what if Dark Heaven doesn't kill you after putting a bounty on your head? Kai Shan, the top fighter of Southeast Asia, will definitely teach you a lesson. Also, with my news, no matter what you choose, you will have to fight Kai Shan. With Kai Shan's tame head technique, even a martial artist will not be able to handle him. I don't believe that you can even beat Kai Shan. Invincible God looked at the sea with his hands behind his back, a smug expression on his face. He thought that the gift was pretty good, and he believed that Lin Fei would definitely like it. All he had to do now was wait for the good news. After all, the longer a rumor lasted, the better it would be. By then, it would definitely elevate someone to the top, but it could also knock someone down from the top, causing them to fall to their deaths. Just as Invincible God was about to head back for a drink, with a plop, Invincible God fell head first onto the beach. Half of his head was in the water. Just then, the seawater came crashing over. Invincible God actually felt like he was suffocating. He could not even move his body. Invincible God could not move his body at all. He choked on a few mouthfuls of seawater. What's going on? Is there something wrong with my body? Invincible God came back to his senses and pushed himself up with both hands. His face, which was still bruised, swelled up again. I must have been too happy. Yes, that must be it. Invincible God found an excuse for himself, but he had only taken a few steps when he fell to the ground again with a plop. This time, he was not so lucky. There was a rock on the ground, and his face smashed into it. The excruciating pain made Invincible God howl in pain. What was even more unimaginable for Invincible God was that he could not even dodge it. He could only watch helplessly as he crashed into the rock. That intense pain instantly stimulated his entire body. Blood flowed down his entire face, and it became hideous and twisted. Young master, are you all right? Immediately, a subordinate came up to help Invincible God up. Invincible God's face was covered in blood. He pushed the man away with his hand in a domineering manner. What's going on? I was walking fine just now. How did I fall? Invincible God grinned and looked him up and down. I was fine, but I fell on a rock while walking. If this was a sharp rock, wouldn't I be dead? What a ridiculous thing to do. Invincible God took a deep breath. Coincidence. It must be a coincidence. He walked forward again, but this time, he was very careful. There were no stones on the road, and he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. However, under such circumstances, Invincible God fell again. At the same time he fell. Shio! A harpoon flew over from afar. This harpoon was fast and urgent. It drew an arc and pierced into Invincible God's body. Invincible God was pinned to the ground instantly. That B** dared to attack me with a harpoon. Invincible God's mind went blank. His entire face was twisted. Not only did he fall, but he was also pierced by the harpoon. What was going on? Invincible God didn't even have time to react. It was as if he had become a target. This feeling was too terrifying. Invincible God had never encountered something like this before. After the harpoon flew over, one of his subordinates ran over in a hurry. He was trembling and his face was pale. Young master, I'm sorry. I was practicing fishing just now. I don't know what happened, but the harpoon flew out. I really didn't know that it would pierce into you. Invincible God's expression changed as he roared, "Scram! Scram as far as you can." He thought that this was the end of it. However, this was just the beginning. Invincible God was sent to the island villa with much difficulty. However, the door fell and he was smashed to the ground, bleeding profusely. Then, the chandelier in the house fell as well. He looked at his phone. It had exploded as well. It could be said that Invincible God had been on the brink of death time and time again throughout the day. The commotion was getting bigger and bigger, causing Invincible God to be on the verge of breaking down. Invincible God had never encountered something like this before. "Father, help." In the woods of Longting Manor. Lin Fei sipped his tea slowly. The corner of his lips curled up as he cut off the connection. "Invincible God, this is just the beginning. My bad luck talisman isn't that easy to deal with. If I don't let you experience what it's like to walk on the brink of death, I wouldn't be an immortal." Invincible God's bad luck was clearly seen by Lin Fei through a special method. Invincible God gave Lin Fei a gift, and Lin Fei did the same. When Invincible God came looking for him, Lin Fei secretly planted a talisman on Invincible God. This talisman was drawn in the air and was untraceable. Only Lin Fei could do something like this. Someone like Invincible God didn't even notice and was quietly planted with the talisman. Initially, Lin Fei didn't plan to use it, but Invincible God was asking for it. Lin Fei decided to grant Invincible God his wish. Once the bad luck talisman was used, bad luck would worsen, and it would get worse by the day. In the end, one would be killed by bad luck. Of course, this was under extremely bad circumstances. Invincible God might be able to survive, but he definitely wouldn't end up well. At the very least, he would be bedridden for a year or two. To Lin Fei, killing Invincible God would be too easy on him. Torturing him was the way to go and let him live in endless fear. The bad luck talisman would teach Invincible God to be a good person. "Boss, that Kai Shan has already started taking action in the East China Sea. I just received news that he has consecutively challenged 2 dojos. His actions are very vicious." Now, everyone's expression has changed. Yu Zishan walked over. "Kai Shan is quite a schemer. He's planning to raise his essence, qi, and spirit to the peak before fighting me. That's a good move. But in China's territory, it seems like a Southeast Asian tame headmaster has the chance to show off." Lin Fei laughed. Yu Zishan said, "Boss, I can actually do it. Although he's good at tame head techniques, if I attack secretly, I can definitely make him suffer and scram out of the East China Sea. There's no need for that." Lin Fei laughed. "Invincible God wants me to be the strongest in the East China Sea, right? Then I'll be the strongest justifiably. It'll save me a lot of trouble. I'll just let Kai Shan do it." Naturally, Lin Fei didn't think much of Kai Shan. Even if it was tame head technique, in his eyes, it was just a crooked way of doing things. It wasn't considered a power at all. It would be a pity not to accept Invincible God's gift. It would save him a lot of trouble in the future if he attacked this time. After all, the strongest in the East China Sea still had a certain level of deterrence. Chapter 3989. In a well-known martial arts club in Donghai, there was dead silence at this time. "Your martial arts club is just a so-so. I'm so disappointed." Kai Shan shook his head, turned around, and walked out. When he reached the main entrance, he turned around and smashed the signboard with his palm. The broken pieces of the signboard rained down from the sky, and he swaggered out. From the beginning to the end, no one dared to stop the #1 black magic master in Southeast Asia, Kai Shan. Everyone underestimated Kai Shan's strength. In everyone's impression, Kai Shan's most powerful means should be tame head, but Kai Shan was different. Not only did he master powerful tame head, but he also mastered extremely powerful Muay Thai. Coupled with his guru physique, when he performed Muay Thai, it was fierce and vicious, and almost no one dared to face it head-on. This was the #3 martial arts club that had been wiped out by him. Kai Shan, the #1 tame head master in Southeast Asia, has really gone too far. We must find someone, otherwise, all the martial arts clubs in Donghai will not be able to withstand Kai Shan's attack. The club master, who was being helped up, had a gloomy expression. This matter must be reported to our martial alliance in Donghai immediately. Yes, we must tell the martial alliance and ask them to come up with a solution. Otherwise, the martial arts circle in Donghai will probably be swept away this time. At the mention of the martial alliance, everyone showed a glimmer of hope and expectation. After Kai Shan came out of the martial arts club, he got into a Mercedes-Benz. Let's move on to the next martial arts club. The martial arts clubs in Donghai are not very powerful. This time, I will definitely wipe them all out. Also, arrange for someone to keep an eye on Lin Fei from Longting Villa and see what he does. Kai Shan had already regarded Lin Fei from Longting Villa as a potential opponent. As for the news about the number one expert in Donghai that had spread in the martial arts circle, Kai Shan smiled faintly. It was obvious that someone had deliberately raised Lin Fei's profile, which was of course what Kai Shan wanted to see the most. After all, 6 or 7 guru experts had been defeated by Longting Villa. Lin Fei must have a certain level of personal strength and was barely worthy of the title of the number one expert in Donghai. Therefore, Kai Shan preferred to defeat Lin Fei. At that time, as the number one expert in Southeast Asia, Chai San's influence would definitely increase greatly. Kai Shan really had to thank those people who had acted in the dark. It just happened to prove that the Chinese loved infighting, and the advantage of infighting was that outsiders could take advantage of it. Bureau Chief, this Southeast Asia's number one black tame headmaster, Kai Shan, is really terrifying. His Muay Thai is deadly. If he didn't fight in Donghai, he might lose his life. If it were anywhere else, these martial artists would have been killed. Behind the Mercedes-Benz was an ordinary Regal. Iron War, who was sitting in the driver's seat, had a dark expression. Hearing Lin Ro's words, he frowned. This Kai Shan is indeed powerful. I have underestimated him. Looks like his goal this time is very clear. Director, I think it's better for us to talk to Kai Shan in person. If we let him continue to cause trouble, I'm afraid our entire Eastern martial arts circle will look bad. Lin Ro suggested. If it was an ordinary person, Iron War would have already arrested him or chased him out. However, Kai Shan, the number one black tame headmaster in Southeast Asia, had a great influence in Southeast Asia, and his identity was clean. If there was no reason, even Iron War would be embarrassed to do anything to such a person. Challenging a martial arts club was a very normal thing. For the time being, let's keep an eye on him. Oh yeah, is there any reaction from Lin Fei? Iron War asked. He mentioned the news to Lin Fei because he wanted to see what Lin Fei was going to do. Lin Ro shook her head. There's no news for the time being. Our people only saw him in the villa, and he seemed to be very relaxed. Iron War was also impressed by Lin Fei. If an ordinary person heard such news, they would definitely be restless. After all, this was a big matter in the martial arts circle. The title of the number one expert in Donghai was not as simple as it sounded. Director, this Lin Fei's background is mysterious. Do you think he really has the strength of the number one expert in Donghai? The news is getting more and more intense. I'm afraid that once that person returns, he will inevitably fight with Lin Fei, Lin Ro said in a low voice. With that person's temper, I'm afraid that once he finds out about this, he will definitely find trouble with Lin Fei. Hearing this, Iron War could not help but have a headache. One must know that there were several experts in Donghai, and the strongest among them was that boorish man, who was known as the number one expert in Donghai. Now that Lin Fei had emerged and the news was getting more and more intense, it was obvious that he wanted to replace that boorish man. Iron War was very clear about that boorish man's temper. It was definitely a bad temper, similar to a stone in a latrine pit. Such a boorish man, if not for the fact that he had not been in Donghai recently, might have already gone to find Lin Fei to learn from each other. This matter is indeed troublesome. Our Donghai has been peaceful for so long, but it seems that with the arrival of Lin Fei, all kinds of disturbances have arisen. Iron War did not know whether to laugh or cry. The appearance of such a mysterious guy in Donghai had indeed brought great trouble to Iron War, especially in the auction in 2 months. He had never thought that Lin Fei would take out the spiritual water and even the elixir to auction. When hearing the news, Iron War's first thought was whether that Lin Fei was planning to take out the upgrade elixir to auction. If he really did auction it, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. Iron War felt that he was about to lose control of this matter. Right now, one thing followed another. The only thing he could be thankful for was that the relationship between the Yan Huang battle team and Lin Fei was still alright for the time being. At least the Yan Huang battle team had 10 more Dark Jing experts, and that was enough. Now we can only take it one step at a time. What the hell is this? In the next few days, Southeast Asia's #1 sorcerer, Gui Shan, kept looking for dojos to challenge. The strength of the challenged dojos became stronger and stronger. 5 days ago, it defeated the 7th-ranked dojo. 3 days ago, it defeated the 3rd-ranked dojo. Today, even the #1 dojo was successfully defeated by Kai Shan. Everyone knew that the next target of Chai Shan, the #1 black tame headmaster in Southeast Asia, might be Lin Fei. At the Longting Mountain Villa, several warriors came to visit. They were from the Donghai Martial Alliance. The strength of the Martial Alliance was only inferior to that of the Yan Huang battle team. It was a private organization with great influence. This time, they came to visit Lin Fei of the Longting Mountain Villa, hoping that Lin Fei would deal with Kai Shan. They could not let him continue to sweep them. In the end, Yu Zishan sent them away with a sentence. Our boss will not see anyone. This made the Martial Alliance very angry. At this time, Lin Fei appeared in a design company. Because his amethyst design was completed. Chapter 3990. The purple jade was not that important to Lin Fei. However, he was quite interested in Su Mei. After all, such a physique was really rare. When Yu Zishan came over to report that the purple jade necklace was designed, Lin Fei was prepared to come over personally and meet Su Mei. He had some thoughts that he wanted to tell Su Mei. Su Mei's workplace was located in an inconspicuous bungalow in Jiangdong district. If it was not for the location, Lin Fei would have suspected that he had come to the wrong place. This was because it was a very antique building. At a glance, Lin Fei could tell that it should be a building from the era of the Republic of China. There were not many such buildings in Jiangdong district. Young Master Lin, why are you here personally? Su Mei had been waiting for the other party. When she saw that it was Lin Fei who came in, she could not help but be shocked. Ever since the incident at the manor, Su Mei had saved a lot of trouble because those people did not dare to talk to her anymore. Su Mei knew that it was Lin Fei's effect. This time, she only informed Master Yu. She did not expect Lin Fei to come personally. This caused Su Mei to be at a loss. After seeing Lin Fei's mysteriousness, Su Mei naturally had a trace of fear towards Lin Fei. After all, the two of them were not on the same level. Therefore, Su Mei would rather inform Master Yu than Lin Fei. When Lin Fei stood there, Su Mei felt that she had met a demon king. Her voice was a little shaky. Lin Fei joked, "Little Su, am I that scary? Since when did I become a man-eating tiger?" Su Mei burst into laughter and could not help but say, "Young Master Lin, you're much scarier than a tiger." After saying that, Su Mei realized that she seemed to have said something wrong. She did not dare to look at Lin Fei again and lowered her head. Lin Fei felt that this situation was very normal. "Didn't you say that the purple jade has been designed? Can you take me to have a look? I can also appreciate your work." Lin Fei changed the topic. At the mention of this, Su Mei became spirited and her eyes lit up. "Young Master Lin, don't worry. The purple jade necklace I designed this time will definitely satisfy you." He walked into the building. Lin Fei sensed the antique atmosphere, and there were even many places that still retained the flavor of history. In addition to Su Mei, there were many other female workers in the house. All of them were well educated and had an artistic aura. It was obvious that they were female designers. Su Mei led Lin Fei into a room. The room was not big, and there were various tools and blueprints on the table. Su Mei carefully opened a safe and took out a purple jade necklace. The purple jade necklace that had been polished was very bright at first glance. The whole necklace was in the shape of a heart. It was decorated with countless crystals and diamonds, which were shining. With a simple match, the purple jade necklace instantly became high-end and full of aristocratic aura. Su Mei calmly introduced, "Young Master Lin, this purple jadeite uses your purple jadeite as the center, coupled with the corresponding carat crystals and diamonds. Finally, I named this purple jadeite necklace Heart Magic." Lin Fei listened to Su Mei's introduction and was very satisfied with the purple jade necklace. "I like the necklace you designed." Su Mei was actually uneasy. After all, it was the first time that she designed such a good purple jade necklace. To be honest, she was really afraid that Lin Fei would not be satisfied. When the purple jade was brought back, even the whole studio was shocked. It could be imagined how significant a piece of purple jade was. After hearing Lin Fei's praise, Su Mei heaved a sigh of relief. "Young Master Lin, thank you for giving me such an opportunity to design. Otherwise, I can't imagine having the opportunity to design such a purple jade." Su Mei was grateful again and again. Lin Fei laughed. "Do you know why I gave the purple jade to you? If you guess correctly, there will be a prize." Lin Fei said mischievously, which was rare. Su Mei was nervous for a moment. From the time she left, she knew that Lin Fei gave the purple jade to her, certainly not because of her design ability. But now hearing this again, she couldn't help but feel nervous. Could it be that young Master Lin has taken a fancy to me? Should I refuse? Or not refuse? This is a very confusing thing. Apart from appearance, Su Mei really couldn't think of anything. For a moment, she didn't know how to answer. Little Su, are you there? There is a great thing. You will be happy to hear it." A voice came from the corridor outside. Then, a tall young man rushed in. This tall figure was a strong man with a ponytail. His whole body exuded a fashionable aura. To put it in layman's terms, he was very fashionable. Not only did he tie his ponytail, but he also wore ear studs and had light makeup on his face. Both inside and outside, he exuded a very feminine aura. "Who are you? Why are you standing here?" The tall man was stunned. When he came in, he saw Su Mei talking to a strange man and the purple jade, so he couldn't help but ask. When Su Mei heard this, she felt terrible. She knew that young Master Lin was someone that even Master Yu had to serve. He couldn't be easily offended. "Brotherly, what are you talking about?" "This is my customer." Li Qi was the tall and fashionable man. When he heard this, he couldn't help but look at the strange man from head to toe. This kind of situation often happened here, so Li Qi didn't take it seriously. He just glanced at it lightly and didn't pay attention to it anymore. "Little Su, why did you take out the purple jade necklace and let an outsider see it? If the news gets out, you and I can't afford to make any mistakes." Li Qi turned around and said to Lin Fei, "I have something to discuss with little Su. If it's not urgent, please take a seat outside for a while." Li Qi was the second shareholder of the company. At the same time, he was also a designer. Speaking in his own territory, he was very confident. Moreover, the person in front of him was dressed in ordinary clothes and there was nothing special about him. Li Qi also categorized him as an ordinary person. He probably found Su Mei through some means, and this kind of thing wasn't rare for Li Qi. Lin Fei found it funny. This guy with a sissy accent? Is he so blind that he can't even see this? "Little Su, since you have something to discuss, let's talk next time. Leave the purple jade necklace to me." When Li Qi heard this, he suddenly jumped up. "No, this purple jade necklace can't be taken away just because you said so. Who do you think you are?" Chapter 3991. This time, Li Qi had come for this jade necklace. At the same time, he planned to discuss it with Su Mei. He believed that Su Mei would agree after hearing the news. Even the owner of the purple jade would have to think twice after knowing it. Seeing Su Mei's action, Li Qi couldn't calm down and shouted. Lin Fei smiled, "Is this purple jade necklace yours? You're quite arrogant to not let me take it away." Su Mei hurriedly explained, "Child Lin, you misunderstood. Brother Li doesn't know. Please don't be angry." Of course, Lin Fei wouldn't be angry with such a person. After all, in his eyes, such a person was just a nobody. As long as he didn't get in his way, it would be the same as not seeing him. Hearing Su Mei's words, Li Qi was unhappy. He knew that the purple jade was brought back, and he envied Su Mei for getting such a big deal. Such a big purple jade was very rare. Their studio hadn't gotten such a purple jade for a long time. During this period, he gave a lot of suggestions. If it was usual, it wouldn't be a big deal. But this time was different. Little Su, I'm telling you, someone wants to buy this purple jade necklace. I want you to contact the owner and have a good talk with him. He likes this purple jade necklace very much and is willing to pay a high price for it. Li Qi hastily said. Su Mei's face darkened. This jade necklace belonged to Lin Fei, not her. How could Li Qi say such a thing? Brotherly, how can you say that? This purple jade necklace belongs to someone else, not me. When Su Mei brought it back, she didn't say that the purple jade would come to Longting Manor. After all, Longting Manor was a special existence in Donghai. Su Mei didn't want to scare people. When she went to Longting Manor, she was also shocked. Li Qi turned to Lin Fei and said coldly, I think you should be rich, but this purple jade necklace is not something you can get just because you want it. You should know that such a purple jade necklace must be worn by the most distinguished person. Do you know who wants this purple jade necklace this time? You definitely didn't expect it. That's someone you can't afford to offend. Lin Fei smiled happily. Someone actually touched his purple jade necklace. Fortunately, he came. Otherwise, with this person's character, he might really take the necklace by force. Lin Fei still had this little bit of eyesight. He was still very accurate in judging people. Who is it? I really want to know. Tell me. Lin Fei gave Su Mei a look. Su Mei originally wanted to say, but she simply shut up. Su Mei could only pray for Li Qi in her heart. Please don't anger young Master Lin. Otherwise, it would be big trouble. Master Yu alone was enough to make them work hard. Li Qi also wanted Su Mei to know that this time, the person who wanted this purple jade necklace was not an ordinary person, but a real dignitary of Donghai. He showed off and said, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll tell you. The person who wants this purple jade necklace is Donghai's Lai family. I think you definitely haven't heard of the Lai family. The Lai family is a low-key family in Donghai, but in the whole Donghai, no one dares to offend them. When they see them, they have to be polite. This time, the person who came to our studio is the Lai family's third young master, Lai Xian. He wants this purple jade necklace as a gift for his woman, and he even offered a high price of 150 million yuan. Li Qi was very excited. Su Mei, think about it. It's a purple jade necklace worth 150 million yuan. As long as this purple jade necklace is worn by Lai Xian's woman, and he helps to promote it a little, you can successfully become a top designer. This influence. Li Qi was ecstatic when he finished speaking. When he saw Lai Xian bring a woman in, Li Qi knew that his opportunity had come. This was an opportunity that everyone wanted to get. And all he needed to do was to contact Su Mei and let her contact the owner of the purple jade necklace. He believed that the owner of the purple jade necklace would definitely choose to agree after knowing about Lai Xian's existence. After all, not everyone could offend the Lai family. Even the Bai family and the Li family did not dare to offend them. Brotherly, the purple jade necklace belongs to someone else. How can you do this? Su Mei was also panicking. This purple jade necklace belonged to Lin Fei, and Lin Fei was standing right in front of her. This kind of thing made Su Mei feel very awkward. Li Qi was also panicking. Li Qi was getting anxious as well. We didn't say that we would agree on his behalf. We just wanted you to help contact that master. I believe that he will definitely agree. You should know that Lai Xian is sitting outside right now. Hurry up and give that master a call. If you're too embarrassed to say it, then I'll do it for him. I believe that the other party is a reasonable person. Lin Fei suddenly laughed, Little Su, it seems that your studio's confidentiality measures are not very good. How can an outsider know about the purple jade necklace? If I didn't come today, who knows when this purple jade necklace would have been exchanged? Lin Fei suddenly laughed. Little Su, it seems that the security measures of your studio are not very good. Young Master Lin must be angry. What should we do now? Su Mei was also panicking. Lin Fan was standing right in front of her and she had to hear such words. No one would have a good temper, especially young Master Lin, who was a person with a powerful background. Even Master Yu Zishan had to listen to him. Li Qi thought that Lin Fan was afraid, but it seemed that he was not afraid at all. Hence, he glared at Lin Fei fiercely. Kid, you're so arrogant. Don't tell me that this purple jade necklace is yours. You should have heard what you shouldn't have. You can leave now. We don't welcome you. Li Qi planned to chase him away this time. He wanted to have a good conversation with Su Mei now. He believed that Su Mei would definitely listen to him. If he hadn't seen that Su Mei was beautiful and invited her to the studio, he wouldn't even know where she would be now. Su Mei bowed to Lin Fei and said, Young Master Lin, I'm really sorry. I didn't know that the news would spread. I'll return this purple jade necklace to you now. Su Mei said as she handed the purple jade necklace to Lin Fei. Li Qi was confused when he heard that. He subconsciously reached out to take the jade necklace back. Su Mei, what's wrong with you? Did you get cheated? Li Qi subconsciously didn't think that this person was the owner of the purple jade necklace because he was too ordinary. Li Qi, can you stop fooling around? This purple jade necklace belongs to young Master Lin. He's the owner of this purple jade necklace. I advise you to apologize to young Master Lin, Su Mei said coldly. Li Qi's hands stopped in midair. He's the owner of the purple jade necklace? I'm the devil of the universe. He reached out to snatch the purple jade necklace. How dare you touch my things? Lin Fei snorted coldly and casually slapped Li Qi's face. Li Qi spun countless times and was thrown to the corridor outside the door. Chapter 3992. Lin Fei sent Li Qi flying with a single slap. Li Qi was stunned. He had actually been hit in his own territory. He crawled up and roared, You dare to hit me? You're dead. Although Li Qi wasn't a disciple of any family, he was still a prideful person. Moreover, he had come on behalf of Lai Xian, and now he had actually been hit. You're dead. You're dead. I'll make you kneel down and sing Conquer right now. Li Qi continued to roar. Security, come here. Security, get your asses over here right now. A few security guards ran over from the end of the corridor. They were all tall and burly, and they all had some foundation as they walked. Clearly, they all had a certain level of strength. When they saw Li Qi's sorry state, they immediately ran over. Young Master Qi, who has the guts to hit you? I'll arrest him right now. One of the burly men waved the rubber bat in his hand fiercely. It's this B*****. Arrest him right now. He dares to steal from our studio. He has to be arrested. Li Qi twisted the truth the moment he opened his mouth, calling Lin Fei a thief. When Su Mei heard this, she became anxious. Li Qi, you're talking nonsense. He's not a thief. He's my client. Who told you to say that? Su Mei was extremely angry at this moment. She had never imagined that Li Qi, who she had a good impression of, would actually be such a person. It was clearly him who was in the wrong first, but in the end, he turned the truth upside down. Li Qi laughed coldly. If I say it's a thief, then it's a thief. Arrest him right now. If he dares to resist, break both his arms and legs. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. At this moment, Li Qi's face was filled with anger. As for whether the purple jade belonged to this person, Li Qi didn't think too much about it. In any case, he had to take care of this guy today. In all his life, no one had ever dared to hit him like this. Furthermore, it was a slap to his face. That was something Li Qi couldn't swallow. If he didn't ruthlessly take care of this fellow, he felt like he wouldn't be able to sleep well for the next month. Just thinking about it made him furious. Look at your sissy face. Sure enough, you do things differently. The moment you open your mouth, you speak ill of me. If I were an ordinary person, wouldn't I be completely dominated by you? Lin Fei moved his hand and put away the purple jade necklace. He had learned a lot. If young Master Qi says you're a thief, then you're a thief. A fierce security guard coldly snorted and rushed over. You dare to hit our young Master Qi, you really have a lot of guts. The rubber stick left a shadow behind as it smashed towards Lin Fei's head. This strike was fast and ruthless. It was obvious that this guy had done this kind of thing many times. Lin Fei raised his leg and kicked the security guard away. Of course, he also hit Li Qi's body. With a plop, the two of them directly flipped more than 10 meters away. The former security guard was directly lying on the ground, unable to move, while the latter's ribs were broken on the spot. He could only lie on the ground like a dog. After the remaining 3 security guards looked at each other, they roared, "You still dare to make a move? Kneel down." The 3 security guards directly attacked. Bang! 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 Lin Fei once again raised his leg and kicked the 3 of them away. They directly hit the sturdy security guard and Li Qi. The 2 of them directly saw stars and could only gasp for breath. Young Master Lin, I'm really sorry. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Su Mei came up to explain. Lin Fei shook his head and said with a smile, "It's not your fault. I believe that someone just wants to curry favor with someone. Even if he didn't meet me, he would still appear. I believe that it's not the first time that he has done this kind of thing." Su Mei now also had a very bad impression of Li Qi. She subconsciously nodded, "It seems like it. In the past, there have been several incidents in our studio. At that time, I naively thought that our studio did not do anything, but some people were just lucky enough to encounter it. Now it seems that it is not the case. Maybe Li Qi did it on his own." Li Qi struggled to get up. Every time he breathed, he felt a burst of pain in his ribs. "Young Master Lin, you dare to hit me? Then you wait for me. If I don't deal with you today, I am not Li Qi." Li Qi threw down a sentence and ran towards the corridor in a sorry state. Li Qi was also a smart person. He also knew that he could not take advantage of the other party, so he planned to find someone else. "Since you have already said so, if I don't give you a chance, wouldn't it be too disrespectful? I will wait here and see who you can find." Lin Fei was too lazy to pay attention to this kind of trash. If it was not for Su Mei, he would not have come here at all. After waiting for Li Qi to run away, Lin Fei looked at Su Mei and said, "Have you decided to work here? If nothing unexpected happens, with that guy's character, if he can't get any benefits from me, he might take revenge on you." Su Mei was also thoroughly disappointed with this place. "Thank you for your concern, young Master Lin. I am already disappointed with this place. I will resign. I don't want to work here anymore. Donghai is so big, I believe that it is possible to find a place to design." In fact, without Lin Fei's words, Su Mei would have already decided to change to another place. She could also see that Li Qi's character was not as good as she had imagined. Originally, her good impression was completely destroyed because of this matter. Lin Fei said, "I don't know if you are interested in changing to another job. I think you will like it." "What job?" Su Mei asked curiously. She had a feeling that young Master Lin wasn't here for Amethyst, but for her. "Are you interested in being my disciple?" "Disciple?" Su Mei was completely shocked. She was unable to recover from her shock for a while. What disciple? Lin Fei's trip here was actually to accept Su Mei as his disciple. With a physique like Su Mei's, he had a lot of cultivation techniques in his mind that could be cultivated. When the time comes, with his resources, he would be able to display his physique perfectly. In the future, he would be able to reach an extremely high realm. Lin Fei rarely accepted disciples, but Su Mei could be considered an exception. This was because the other party's physique was very rare. It was the 10,000-year body, and this kind of physique was most suitable for cultivating special cultivation techniques. Lin Fei believed in fate. Since Su Mei was able to come to Longting Villa and met him, then this was a cause and effect relationship. Lin Fei did not mind accepting a disciple in Wuxia. Young Master Lai, it's this guy. I talked to him in every possible way, but he actually snatched the amethyst necklace and insisted that it was his own. This is clearly making things difficult for young Master Lai. At this time, another group of people came from the end of the corridor. The leader was a fashionable young man with a flirtatious woman by his side. Beside him, Li Qi, who was like a lackey, was adding oil to the fire. Is it you who snatched my amethyst necklace? The fashionable young man raised his head and looked over. Do you know what will happen to you if you snatch something from my Lai family? Chapter 3993. As the third son of the Lai family, Lai Xian was indeed very domineering. His entire being was like a ferocious tiger. Once he was angry, he would instantly cause a huge impact. Compared to his previous fashionable appearance, this was a drastic change. Once Lai Xian had decided on something, no one could change his mind. In the martial arts circle of the East Sea, he was once again called a little tiger. Although Lai Xian had a bad temper and a fiery temper, he was also good at observing people. After seeing the other party, Lai Xian quickly sized him up. He did not recognize this person, and he even seemed very ordinary. Furthermore, he did not have the aura of a martial artist on him, which meant that he was just an ordinary person. At most, he was just a bit rich. This was a common sight. In Lai Xian's eyes, no matter how rich one was, he would not be able to do anything in front of a martial artist. Since it was just an ordinary person with money, Lai Xian did not hold back. He released his aura and was like a ferocious little tiger waiting for an opportunity, ready to tear the other party's neck apart with his sharp claws. Unfortunately, this time, he was facing Lin Fei. Lin Fei smiled faintly. I know that the Lai family is the strongest family in the East Sea. They keep a low profile in the East Sea and no one dares to disrespect them. However, no matter how powerful the Lai family is, do I need to give you face? Everyone's expressions changed. This guy is dead for sure. How dare he speak to the third young master like this? Does he not know how powerful the Lai family is? Li Qi wanted to clap and cheer. Where did this arrogant kid come from? Li Qi knew that the more this Lin Fei guy offended Lai Xian, the worse his fate would be. He had seen many people offending Lai Xian, and the consequences were severe. Even their families were affected. Young Master Lai, there is still someone who dares to disrespect the Lai family. I think that people like this need to be taught a lesson. Otherwise, they will really think that Lai family is nothing. The flirtatious woman beside him added insult to injury, her eyes filled with disdain. Lai Xian had only come here because he was interested in the purple jade necklace. He did not expect to meet such an arrogant guy. From his words, it seemed like the Lai family was not worth a penny. So you know about the Lai family. Since you know about the Lai family, you must know how powerful we are. I really don't know who gave you the guts to speak like this. Kneel right now. Boom. Lai Xian took a step forward, and the pressure from his body surged forth like a tidal wave. It was as if he was going to crush Lin Fei. This was a kind of application of power. Lai Xian's usage of it had reached the point of perfection. The moment this aura was unleashed, everyone other than himself felt an immense pressure. It was as if they had to obediently bow down and kneel before this pressure. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei instantly swept away the momentum. Su Mei, who was standing behind Lin Fei, also felt a sense of suffocation. However, she soon recovered and her eyes widened. Is this a martial artist? Don't think that Su Mei was a woman who knew nothing. In fact, she still knew some information. After all, if she could enter the Soaring Dragon Manor, she would more or less be able to find out some things that were not known to others. Moreover, as a designer, she also knew some information about cultivators. All in all, martial artists were very powerful. Just now, Sume felt as if she was being stared at by a tiger. All the pores on her body stood up. This feeling was really too scary. Sume knew that martial artists were very powerful, but she had never imagined that one's aura could reach such a level. As a man, as a martial artist, you actually used your aura to oppress others, especially girls. Don't you think that's very ungentlemanly? Lin Fei said. Lai Xian laughed out loud. In front of me, it's only gentlemanly for me to give it to you. If I don't give it to anyone, it's the same for women. However, you're quite powerful, to actually be able to withstand my tiger's might. No wonder you dare to look down on our Lai family. Lin Fei said seriously, actually, if you had apologized to Miss Su Mei just now, I might have looked at you in a different light. After all, using martial arts to bully ordinary people is not something that a strong person would do. Since you think that strength is a sign of gentlemanly behavior, then you better kneel before me. At the same time, I'll let you see what the true tiger's might is. Don't think that just because you have some superficial knowledge, you're the king of heaven. In my eyes, you're nothing. Ha 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 ha, you? You think you're qualified to say such things to me? In the entire East Sea, even Yu Zishan of the Soaring Dragon Manor and the Grandmaster of the Carefree Manor have no right to say such things to me. What right do you have to say such things to me? Just because you know how to brag? Lai Xian laughed out loud. Lin Fei took a step forward. After this step, an invisible force instantly rushed out. In front of everyone's eyes, a huge, brightly colored tiger appeared. It looked ferocious, and with a single pounce, it pounced towards them. The tiger is here. This is too scary. As a martial artist, Lai Xian's hair stood on end the moment the tiger's might appeared. His entire person was filled with shock. It was as if a tiger had really appeared in front of him. It had a bloodthirsty aura that made one's hair stand on end. Tiger's might. You know tiger's might as well. How is this possible? How old are you? As the tiger's might roared, Lai Xian knelt on the ground with a thud. I won't kneel. Lai Xian struggled, but the pressure was like a mountain pressing down on him, rendering him unable to move. Even the ground started to crack. The flirtatious woman beside him collapsed to the ground, and the stench of urine permeated the air. As for the remaining few, they were all in the same state. They no longer had the high spirits they had earlier. All of them knelt on the ground, their faces pale and cold sweat dripping down. Their bodies were still trembling. Is this what a martial artist is capable of? Su Mei asked timidly, standing behind them. Even though she had not seen what the tiger's might looked like, however, the image of a huge, brightly colored tiger appeared in Su Mei's mind. It was infinitely huge, and with just a light pounce, it seemed to have locked onto everyone. It was a strange feeling. Compared to the tiger's might from before, the difference in strength was immediately apparent. Yes, this is one of the ways that a martial artist uses his might. Are you interested now? Lin Fei said with a smile. Actually, for someone like Lai Xian, he could just poke the ground with a single finger, rendering him immobile. However, Lin Fei did not do that. He wanted to show Su Mei what a martial artist was capable of. Fortunately, Su Mei was just as he had imagined. She was interested in this. Lin Fei smiled as well. Young Master Lin, I'm willing to be your disciple. Su Mei said seriously. She felt that a whole new world had opened up to her.